Footsteps of Dr. Johnson, Scotland, ******. Footsteps of Dr. Johnson. 'Tis pleasant through the loopholes of retreat to peep at such a world. Samuel Johnson, LL.D. After the portrait in the National Gallery, by Sir Joshua Reynolds. Footsteps of Dr. Johnson, Scotland, by George Birkbeck Hill, DCL Pembroke College, Oxford, with illustrations by Lancelot Speed. London, Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, St Dunstan's House, Fetter Lane, 1890. Chiswick Press, C. Whittingham and Co., Tooks Court, Chancery Lane, London. To the Prior and members of the Johnson Club, most clubable of men, in memory of pleasant evenings spent with them in Fleet Street, Lichfield, and Oxford, this work is dedicated. Preface. At the beginning of last year, at the request of Messrs. Sampson Low and Company, I began to prepare a work in which, under the title of Footsteps of Dr. Johnson, I was to describe the various places that he had either inhabited or visited. It was to be copiously illustrated with views. I had made considerable progress with my task when I saw that its extent required that it should be divided into two separate works. Scotland in itself afforded ample materials for at least a single volume. In this opinion I was confirmed by my friend Mr. Lancelot Speed, the artist who was to prepare the illustrations. My publishers yielded to our advice and allowed us to confine ourselves entirely to that country. The materials which I had got together for England and Wales I have put on one side, in the hope that the present venture will prove sufficiently successful to encourage author, artist, and publishers alike to follow it up with a companion work. Of Johnson's journey through Scotland we have three different accounts: his letters to Mrs. Thrale, his journey to the Western Islands, and Boswell's journal of a tour to the Hebrides. In writing his journey he may have had before him the letters which he had written on the spot. Many interesting circumstances, however, which he mentioned in them he omitted in his formal narrative. Boswell's journal, though published 10 years after Johnson's work, was written first, and it was not only written, but it was published before the publication of the letters. His single account, therefore, and Johnson's two accounts are independent narratives. It would have been easy to weave all three together into one work, and to have done nothing more. It went, however, against the grain with me to make a mixture of that sort. The plan which I have pursued has been much more laborious, but it will, I trust, commend itself both to the gentle reader, who is, I take it, a somewhat indolent reader, and also to the student of the manners and customs of a past age. Of all history there was no part which Johnson held equal in value to the history of manners. With this judgment my own taste leads me to agree. I take far greater interest in the daily life, the briars and roses of the working-day world as it was known to our forefathers, than in all the conquests of Chatham and of Clive. I have made, therefore, the attempt to bring before my readers the Scotland which Johnson saw, the Scotland which he had expressly come to study. The wild objects which he said he wished to see I have not neglected, but here I trust chiefly to Mr. Speed's art. The peculiar manners which interested him far more than natural objects have been my special study. Even before I took the present work in hand I had examined them somewhat closely, but last summer, on my return from Scotland, in a quiet recess of the Bodleian Library, I carried my inquiries a good deal farther. In covering so large an extent of ground and in such a mass of details it is idle to hope that no error has been made. I can honestly say that I have done my best to be accurate. The country which Johnson traversed is famous for other footsteps besides his. I have called in the earlier and later travellers to add interest to the scene, and I have thrown in anecdotes with a liberal hand. I love anecdotes, he said. To Boswell's descriptions of the men with whom he associated I have often been able to add a great deal from memoirs and other books to which that writer had not access. I have gathered some few traditions of the Sassenach Moor, the big Englishman, which still linger in the Highlands and the Hebrides. The tour in which I followed his course I was forced to divide into two parts. Beginning at Inverness I went first through the Western Highlands and the Hebrides, and so southwards through Glasgow to Auchinleck, Boswell's home in Ayrshire. Later on I visited Edinburgh and its neighbourhood, and completed my task by going northwards to Inverness. I mention this to guard against any apparent inaccuracy in dates which might be discovered in my narrative. I cannot pretend to have seen every place which Johnson saw, but those spots which I passed by are few in number. In the former part of my trip I was fortunate enough to have Mr. Speed for my companion, but over the latter part of the ground we had, to my regret, to travel at different times. Like Boswell he had done much to counteract the inconveniences of travel. I have the pleasant duty of expressing my acknowledgments for the kindness with which I was received and for the assistance which was given me in my inquiries. Most of all am I indebted to the Reverend Roderick MacLeod, of MacLeod, Vicar of Bolney, who, by the numerous introductions with which he honoured me, greatly facilitated my progress in the Isle of Skye. To his father MacLeod of MacLeod, and his aunt, Miss MacLeod of MacLeod, I am under great obligations. My thanks are due also to the Duke of Argyll, the Earl of Cawdor, the Earl of Errol, Sir Charles Dalrymple, of New Hales, Captain Burnett, of Monboddo House, Mr. Maclean of Lochby, Mr. John Lorne Stewart, Laird of Col, Mr. J. Maitland Anderson, Librarian of the University of St. Andrews, Mr. G. J. Campbell, of Inverness, Mr. P. M. Cran, the City Chamberlain, and Mr. William Gordon, the Town Clerk of Aberdeen, Mr. Lachlan Mackintosh, of Old Lodge, Elgin, Dr. Patterson, of Clifton Bank, Street Andrews, Professor Stevenson, of the University of Aberdeen, Mr. E. Stewart, of Rassay, and to my friend Mr. G. J. Birch, B.A., Librarian of the Institution of Civil Engineers, for some time the compiler of the subject catalogue in the Bodleian Library. To my friend, General Cadell, C.B., of Cockensey House, I owe the sketches of the ruins of Ballincreef, and of a group of ash trees which were said to have been planted on Johnson's suggestion. Both at Inverary Castle and at Dunvegan Castle I was allowed to have photographs taken not only of the rooms, but also of the interesting portraits of the former owners who had been Johnson's hosts. To the Reverend Alexander Matheson, minister of Glenshire, who came many miles over the mountains to help me with his knowledge as a local antiquary, I am, alas, too late in bringing my acknowledgments. It was with great regret that early in the spring I learnt of the sudden death of this amiable man. I have once more the pleasure of giving my thanks to Mr. G. K. Fortescue, Superintendent of the Reading Room of the British Museum, who does so much to lighten the labours of the student. Should any of my readers be able to add to the traditions of Johnson which I have collected, or to throw light on any of the questions which I have investigated, I trust that they will honour me with their communications. Hope comes to all, and a second edition of these footsteps is within the range of possibility. In it their kindness shall meet with proper acknowledgment. G.B.H. Oxford, the 4th of July, 1890. Titles of most of the works quoted in this book. The date in each case shows, not the year of the original publication, but of the edition to which I have referred. An Act for abolishing the hereditable jurisdictions. 1747. An Act to amend the Disarming Act of the 19 Geo. 2. Made in the 21 Geo. 2 Edinburgh, 1748. Annual Register. Armstrong, most in J. An actual survey of the great post roads between London and Edinburgh. 2nd ed. 1783. Arnott, Hugo. History of Edinburgh. Edinburgh. 1st ed. 1779, 2nd ed. 1788. Beattie, James. Essays on Poetry and Music. 3rd ed. London, 1779. Scotticisms. Edinburgh, 1787. Life, by Sir William Forbes. London, 1824. Berkeley, George Monk. Poems. London, 1797. Boswell, Sir Alexander. Songs chiefly in the Scottish dialect. Edinburgh, 1803. Published anonymously. Boswell, James. Life of Johnson and Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, ed. by J. W. Croker, 1 volume, 8 vo. 1848, and by G. B. Hill, 6 vols. Oxford, 1887. Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides, ed. by R. Carruthers. Letters to the Reverend W. J. Temple. London, 1857. Boswelliana, ed. by Charles Rogers. London, 1874. Correspondence with the Honourable Andrew Erskine, ed. by G. B. Hill. London, 1879. Buchanan, J. L. Travels in the Western Highlands from 1782 to 1790. Camden, William. Description of Scotland. Edinburgh, 1695. Carlisle, Reverend Dr. Alexander, Autobiography. Edinburgh, 1860. Carlisle, Thomas. Early Letters, ed. by C. E. Norton. 2 vols. London, 1886. Reminiscences, ed. by J. A. Froude. London, 1881. Castellated and Domestic Architecture of Scotland, by David Magibbon and Thomas Ross. 3 vols. Edinburgh, 1887–9. Chalmers, George. Life of Thomas Ruddiman. London and Edinburgh, 1794. Chambers, Robert. Traditions of Edinburgh. London and Edinburgh, 2 vols, 1825, 1 volume, 1869. History of the Rebellion in Scotland, 1745. 2 vols. Constable's Miscellany, 1827. Cockburn, Lord. Life of Lord Jeffrey. 2 vols. Edinburgh, 1852. Memorials of his time. 1 volume, 1856. Court and City Register for 1769. London. Cox. G.V. Recollections of Oxford. London, 1868. Creech, William. Letters respecting the trade, manners, and c. of Edinburgh. Published anonymously. Edinburgh, 1793. Croker, John Wilson. Correspondence and Diaries, ed. by L. J. Jennings. London, 1884. D'Arblay, MME Diary. 7 vols. London, 1842. Memoirs of Dr. Burney. 3 vols. London, 1832. Defoe, Daniel. Tour through the whole island of Great Britain by a Gentleman. Volume 3. London, 1727. Douglas, Francis. A General Description of the East Coast of Scotland. Paisley, 1782. Dunbar, ed. Social Life in Former Days. 2 vols. Edinburgh, 1865–6. Edinburgh Chronicle, or Universal Intelligencer for 1759–60. Edinburgh. The City Cleaned and Country Improven. Edinburgh, 1760. Edinburgh Directory for 1773–4, by Peter Williamson. Reprint, William Brown. Edinburgh, 1889. Edinburgh. History and Statutes of the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, 1749. Regulations for the Workhouse. Edinburgh, 1750. For the History of Edinburgh, see Arnott, and for Letters from Edinburgh, see Topham. Eldon, Life of Lord Chancellor. By Horace Twiss. 2 vols. 1846 Essay upon Feudal Holdings, superiorities, and hereditary jurisdictions in Scotland. London, 1747. Excursion to the lakes in Westmoreland and Cumberland in 1773. London, 1774. Forster, John. Life of Oliver Goldsmith. 2 vols. London, 1871. Garnett, TMD Observations on a Tour Through the Highlands, and c. 2 vols. London, 1800. Garrick, David. Private Correspondence. 2 vols. London, 1831. Gentleman's Magazine. Gibbon, Edward. Miscellaneous Works. 5 vols. London, 1814. Gilpin, William. Observations relative chiefly to picturesque beauty made in the year 1776. London, 1789. Grant, Sir Alexander. The Story of the University of Edinburgh. 2 vols. London, 1884. Gray, Thomas. Works, ed. by the Reverend J. Mitford. 5 vols. London, 1858. Grierson, James. Delineations of St. Andrews. Edinburgh, 1807. Henderson, Andrew. The Edinburgh History of the Late Rebellion of 1745–6. 4th ed. London, 1752. Considerations on the Scots Militia, 1761. Hervey, John, Lord. Memoirs. 2 vols. London, Transcriber's Note, no year given in original. Home, John. Works. 3 vols. Edinburgh, 1822. Howard, John. State of the Prisons in England and Wales. Warrington, 1777. Hughes, Michael. A Plain Narrative of the Late Rebellion by Michael Hughes, a volunteer from the City of London. London, 1747. Hume, David. History of England, 8 vols. London, 1773. Letters to William Strahan, ed. by G. B. Hill. Oxford, 1888. Life, by J. H. Burton. 2 vols. Edinburgh, 1846. Irving, Joseph. The Book of Dumbartonshire. 3 vols. Edinburgh, 1879. Johnson, Samuel. Letters. Published by H. L. Piozzi. 2 vols. London, 1788. Works. 11 vols. Oxford, 1825. Journey through part of England and Scotland with the Army. By a volunteer. 1747 Cams, Lord. Life and Writings. 2 vols. Edinburgh, 1807. Sketches of the History of Man. 3 vols. Edinburgh, 1807. Knox, John. A Tour Through the Highlands and Sea, in 1786. London, 1787. Letters from a Gentleman in the North of Scotland. 2 vols. London, 1754. Letters on Iceland and Sea, by Uno von Troil, D.D. London, 3rd ed., 1783. London and its Environs. 6 vols. London, 1761. Macaulay, Thomas Babington, Lord Macaulay. Miscellaneous Writings and Speeches. London, 1871. Life, by Sir George Trevelyan. 2 vols. London, 1877. Mackintosh, Sir James. Memoirs of his life. 2 vols. London, 1836. Mackay, J. A Journey Through Scotland. London, 1723. Malmesbury, 1st Earl of. Letters. 4 vols. London, 1844. Marchmont Papers. London, 1831. Martin, M. A Description of the Western Islands. 2nd ed. 1716. M. Nicol, Reverend Donald. Remarks on Dr. Johnson's Journey to the Hebrides. Glasgow, 1817. Modern Scottish Minstrel. Edited by C. Rogers. 1870. Monboddo, Lord, James Burnet. Ancient Metaphysics. 6 vols. Edinburgh, 1779–99. Origin and Progress of Languages. 6 vols. Edinburgh, 1773–92. Pennant, Thomas. Tour in Scotland, London, 1772. Voyage to the Hebrides. London, 1774–76. Patterson, Daniel. British Itinerary. 2 vols. London, 1800. Present State of Scotland. London, 1738. Quarterly Review, No. 71. Article on John Home, by Sir Walter Scott. Ray, James. A Complete History of the Rebellion. Bristol, 1752. Rogers, Samuel, Early Life of, by P. W. Claydon. London, 1887. Ruskin, John. Lectures on Architecture and Painting. London, 1854. Sacheverell, William. An Account of the Isle of Man. London, 1702. Saint Fond, Faugus B. Voyage en Angleterre, en Écosse, et Auxiliary Îles Hebrides. 2 vols. Paris, 1797. Scotland and Scotsmen in the 18th century, from the MSS. of John Ramsay of Arctotire. By Alardis. 2 vols. Edinburgh and London, 1888. Scott's Magazine. Edinburgh. Scott, Sir Walter. Novels. 41 vols. Edinburgh, 1860. Life, by J. G. Lockhart. 10 vols. Edinburgh, 1839. Scottish Minstrel. Edited by the Reverend C. Rogers. Edinburgh, 1870. Scottish Notes and Queries. Aberdeen, 1888. Selwyn, George, and His Contemporaries. 4 vols. London, 1882. Smith, Adam. Wealth of Nations. 3 vols. London, 1811. Smollett, Tobias. History of England. 5 vols. London, 1800. Humphrey Clinker. 3 vols. 4th ed. London, 1792. Speeches, and c. in the Douglas cause, by a barrister at law. London, 1767. St. Andrews. As It Was and As It Is. 3rd ed. 1838. Stockdale, Reverend Percival. Memoirs. London, 1809. Storer, J. and H. S. Views in Edinburgh. Edinburgh, 1820. Survey of the Province of Murray. Aberdeen, 1798. Swift, Jonathan. Works. 24 vols. London, 1803. Thickness, Philip. Observations on the Customs of the French Nation. London, 1766. Topham, Edward. Letters from Edinburgh. London, 1776, published anonymously. Walpole, Horace. Memoirs of the Reign of George II. 3 vols. London, 1846, Journal of the Reign of King George III. 2 vols. London, 1859. Memoirs of the Reign of King George III. 4 vols. London, 1845. Letters. 9 vols. London, 1861-6. Wesley, John. Journals. 4 vols. London, 1830. Wolfe, Major General James. Life, by Robert Wright. London, 1864. Wordsworth, William. Works. 6 vols. London, 1857. List of full-page illustrations and map. Portrait of Dr. Johnson, after Reynolds frontispiece Staff A facing page 24 Loch Ness 28-inch Keith 84 Montrose 104 Find later 130 The Fiddler's Walk, Corder 142 Foyers 150 The Morriston River 152 Mamratakan 164 Burnra Barracks, Glenelg 166 Corricatakin, near Broadford, Skye 168 Rassay Castle 172 Dunvegan Castle 184 Island ISA 200 The Cuchullin Hills, from the Cave on Wyre Island, Skye 204 MacLeod's Maidens, Skye 206 Sligacorn, the Cuchullin Hills, Skye 210 Coll Island 216. Sunderland 224 Lochby 232 Bencrew-Achan, from the hill above a band 244 trees at Ballincreef, planted at Dr. Johnson's suggestion 300 facsimile letter 308 route map of Scotland 318. List of text illustrations. Page Dr. Johnson's bedroom. Dunvegan 1 Mamratakan 3 Sound of Ulva 5 Glencroe 13 Armidale 23 Loch Ness, near Foyers 27 Loch Lomond 31 The Toll Booth 55 Hume's House 57 White Horse Close 70 James's Court 73 The Old Library 84 St Leonard's College 89 St Andrews 93 West Door, St Andrews 96 Golf at St Andrews 98 St Mary's College Library 101 Lagars 103 View on the Tay 104 Aberbrothick 106 On the Way to Montrose 108 Gardenston Arms 109 Monboddo 114 King's College, Aberdeen 121 Marischal College 122 Ayan 124 Slains Castle 126 The Bullis of Buchan 128 Elgin 131 Elgin Cathedral 133 Fours 134 Corder 136 Pennants Ring, Corder Church 137 Drawbridge, Corder Castle 138 Corder Castle 139 Vault, Corder Castle 140 Tapestry Chamber, Corder Castle 141 Dungadai, a vitrified fort near Foyers 148 Loch Ness 149 Map of Foyers 150 Invermorriston 152 The ruins of the house at Enoch 153 Thatched House 154 Cluny 157 Alindonan 158 Glen Shiel Battlefield 159 Fowshig 160 Skye, from Glenelg 166 The Sound of Slate 167 Corricatakin 170 Rassay 175 Dun. Can 178 Portree Harbour 180 Kingsburgh 181 The Ferry to Kingsburgh 184 Rory Moore's Nurse 186 Watergate, Dunvegan 192 Dining Room, Dunvegan 193 Portrait of Sarah, Lady MacLeod, by Rayburn 194 Rory Moore's Horn 195 Armour 196 MacLeod's Tables 197 Terrace, Dunvegan 199 Heronry 200 Sacrament Sunday 201 A Croftus Hut in Skye 203 Talisker Head and Oronsay 204 Landing Place Talisker 207 View of Talisker 208 On the Road to Sconser 212 Sailing past the Isle of Rum 213 Ardnamur Charn Point 214 Col 215 Col, The Leads House 216 Colvey 217 Lochnakeal 219 Inch Kenneth Chapel 223 Mackinnon's Cave 225 Mull 227 Ruins in Iona 231 Carsig Arches, Mull 232 Carrera Island 243 Dunolly Castle, Aban 244 Inverary Castle 246 Elizabeth Gunning 247 Johnson's Host 248 The Avenue of Beeches 249 The Hall, Inverary Castle 250, the old dining room 251, tapestry bedroom 252, rest and be thankful 254, milestones on the Tarbet Road 255, Rosedu 256, Inch Galbraith 257, Utree Island 258, Cameron 260, Smollett's Pillar 261, Dunbarton 262, Dundonald Castle 267, Old Orchards 269, dining room at Old Orchards 270, Auchinleck 273, New Hales 291, library, New Hales 295, Ballincreef 301, Hawthornden 305. Introduction. A traveller who passed through the Hebrides in the year 1786 recorded that in many houses he was given the room to sleep in which had been occupied by Dr. Johnson. 28 years later, when Sir Walter Scott with some of his friends landed in Skye, it was found on inquiry that the first thought which had come into each man's mind was of Johnson's Latin ode to Mrs. Thrale. 2. The Highlanders at Dunvegan, Scott goes on to say, saw that about Johnson there was something worthy of respect. They could not tell what, and long spoke of him as the Sassenach Moor, or big Englishman. 3. He still lives among them, mainly, no doubt, by his own and Boswell's books, but partly also by tradition. Very few of the houses remain where he visited. Nevertheless, in 2 of these in the Hebrides, and in 1 in the Lowlands, I was shown his bedroom. Proud, indeed, would the old man have been could he have foreseen that an Englishman who followed on his steps 116 years later would be shown at New Hales, at Rasey, and at Dunvegan, Dr. Johnson's chamber. At Rasey is preserved his walking stick, not the famous piece of timber which was destined for some museum, but was stolen or lost in Mull, but one which he had occasionally used. In his bedroom an engraving of him hangs on the wall. The china tea set out of which he had drunk is preserved by a descendant of the laird who was his host. At Dunvegan his portrait is set up in a post of honour in the noble drawing-room of the famous old castle, and his autograph letter to MacLeod of MacLeod rests among the ancient memorials of that still more ancient family. That it is endorsed Dr. Johnston's letter may be twisted into a compliment. So popular was he that his very name was Scottified. Dr. Johnson's bedroom, Dunvegan. Traditions of Johnson. In many places I found traditions of him still remaining, some, no doubt, true, others false. But whether false or true, by their vitality they show the deep mark which the man made as he passed along. In Glenmorrison there are countryfolk who profess to know by the report of their forefathers the clear rivulet in the narrow valley, not very flowery but sufficiently verdant, where Johnson reposed on a bank such as a writer of romance might have delighted to feign, and first conceived the thought of the narration of his tour. For, in a farmhouse on Lochduich, just below the mountain which exhausted his patience and good humour, and nearly exhausted his strength, I was told of the speech which he made as he reached the top of the pass. He turned as he was beginning the descent, and said to the mountain, "Goodbye, Mratakan, I hope never to see your face again." 5. From Rasey a friendly correspondent wrote to tell me how the great man had climbed up Duncan, the highest mountain in the island, and had danced on the top. I have pointed out that it was Boswell and not Johnson who performed this feat, but the tradition, doubtless, will linger on. At Dunvegan Miss MacLeod of MacLeod, who remembers her grandmother, Johnson's hostess, and her aunts, the four daughters, who knew all the arts of Southern elegance, and all the modes of English economy, 6. Has preserved some traditions more worthy of trust. One day she said, he had scolded the maid for not getting good peats, and had gone out in the rain to the stack to fetch in some himself. 7. He caught a bad cold. Lady MacLeod went up to his room to see how he was, and found him in bed, with his wig turned inside out, and the wrong end foremost, serving the purpose of a cap by night like the stocking of Goldsmith's author. On her return to the drawing-room, she said, I have often seen very plain people, but anything as ugly as Dr. Johnson, with his wig thus stuck on, I never have seen. 8. She was, her granddaughter added, greatly pleased with his talk, for she had seen enough of the world to enjoy it, but her daughters, who were still quite girls, disliked him much, and called him a bear. Mam Ratakan. At the inn at Broadford, sitting in the entrance hall, I fell into talk with an elderly man, a retired exciseman, who lived close by. He, too, had his traditions of the Sassenach Moor. His father had known an old lady, blind of one eye, who was fond of telling how in her childhood, at the time of Johnson's visit, she had been watching the dancing in that famous farmhouse of Corricotachin, where Boswell got so drunk one night over the punch, and so penitent the next morning over a severe headache and the epistle for the 20th Sunday after Trinity. 9. A large brass button on the coat-tail of one of the dancers had struck her in her eye as he whirled round and had so injured it that she lost the sight. My informant had a story also to tell of the learned minister, the Reverend Donald Mackean, who accompanied Johnson in part of his tour. A crofter seeing the two men pass, asked the minister who was his companion. Mackean replied, the man who made the English language. Then he had very little to do, rejoined the crofter, meaning, according to the Gaelic idiom, that he might have been much better employed. My friendly exciseman had known also an old lady who remembered Johnson coming to her father's house in Mull. According to a custom once very common in the Highlands, though even in those days passing fast away, she had been sent for 3 or 4 years to a shepherd's hut to be fostered. It was shortly after her return home that Johnson's visit was paid. He did not hide his displeasure at the roughness which still clung to her. She had not forgotten, moreover, how he found fault with the large candles, rudely made of pieces of old cloth twisted round and dipped in tallow. 10. My acquaintance ended his talk by saying, if Dr. Johnson had returned to Scotland after publishing his book, he would have got a crack on his skull. At Craignaw, in the Isle of Mull, the landlord of the little inn had his story to tell of the untimely death of young Maclean of Cole, that amiable man who, while the pages of Johnson's journey to the Western Islands were preparing to attest his virtues, perished in the passage between Ulva and Inchkenneth. 11. My host's great-grandmother, a Macquarie of Ulva, on the night when the boat was upset, had been watching the cattle near the fatal shore. An old woman who was to have been her companion had failed her, so that she was alone. She saw nothing, and heard no cries. A half-witted person, my informant added, in a serious voice, had warned one of the party not to go, but his warning was not heeded, and the man lost his life. Sound of Ulva. At Lockby 2 traditions, I found, had been preserved in the family of the Laird, the great-grandson of that Maclean of Lockby whom Boswell had heard described as a great roaring braggadocio, but found only a bluff, comely, noisy old gentleman. He bawled out to Johnson, as Boswell tells us, "Are you of the Johnstons of Glencroe or of Ardnamurchan?" Dr. Johnson gave him a significant look, but made no answer. 12. The report has come down in the family that Johnson replied that he was neither one nor the other. Whereupon Lockby cried out, "Damn it, sir, then you must be a bastard." There can, I fear, be no doubt that this rejoinder belongs to those excellens impromptus et loisirs in which Rousseau excelled. 13. That esprit de l'escalier, as the French describe it. If the Laird, like Addison, could draw for £1,000, he had, I suspect, but 9 pence in ready money. 14. For had this repartee been made at the time, and not been merely an after invention, Boswell most certainly would not have let it pass unrecorded. The second tradition is scarcely more trustworthy. Johnson at the tea-table, I was told, helped himself to sugar with his fingers, whereupon Lady Lockby at once had the basin emptied, and fresh sugar brought in. He said nothing at the time, but when he had finished his tea he flung down the cup, exclaiming that if he had polluted one he had also polluted the other. A lady of the family of Lockby, whose memory goes back 90 years, in recounting this story when I was in Scotland, added, "But I do not know whether it was true." That it was not true I have little doubt. In the first place, we have again Boswell's silence. In the second place, to the minor decencies of life Johnson was by no means inattentive. At Paris he was on the point of refusing a cup of coffee because the footman had put in the sugar with his fingers, and at Edinburgh, in a passion, he threw a glass of lemonade out of the window because it had been sweetened in the same manner by the waiter. In one of his letters to Mrs. Thrale he expressed his displeasure in Skye at the very practice with which he is charged a few weeks later in Mull. Describing his visit to the house of Sir Alexander MacDonald, he wrote, "The lady had not the common decencies of her tea-table, we picked up our sugar with our fingers." 15. It is strange that while in Mull, that most dolorous country, that gloom of desolation as Johnson described it, these stories of him are preserved. The boatman who took me across the narrow passage between it and Inchkenneth had no traditionary knowledge of his host, Sir Alan Maclean, and of his retirement in that little island. To the forefathers of the men of Mull the head of the Macleans would have been an object of reverence and even of fear, and Johnson only a passing wonder. "I would cut my bones for him," said one of his clan, speaking of Sir Alan in Boswell's hearing. 16. But of the Highland chief who lived among them no remembrance remains, while the Sassenach More, who spent but a few days in the island home of the Macleans, is still almost a household word. Scottish sensitiveness. I was indeed surprised to find through the Highlands and the Hebrides how much he still remained in men's thoughts. On Loch Lomond, the boatman who rowed me to the islands on which he had landed, a man of reading and intelligence, said that though he had himself read Johnson's Journey, yet Scotchmen still feel too sore to like reading him. Whatever soreness still lingers is, I have little doubt, much more due to his sarcasms recorded by Boswell than to any passages in his own narrative. But it is surprising that Scotchmen cannot more generally join in a hearty laugh at his humorous sallies, though they are at their own expense. That the Scotch of 100 years and more ago were oversensitive is not astonishing. At that time in most respects they were still far behind England. It was England that they were striving to follow in their arts, their commerce, and their agriculture. It was the English accent that they were striving to catch, and the English style in which they labored to write. It was to the judgment of Englishmen that their authors, no small or inglorious band, anxiously appealed. That they should be sensitive to criticism beyond even the Americans of our day was not unnatural. For in the poverty of their soil, and the rudiments of their manufactures and trade, they found none of that boastful comfort which supports the citizen of the United States, even when he is most solicitous of English approbation. But at the present day, when they are in most respects abreast of Englishmen, and in some even ahead, they should disprove the charge that is brought against them of wanting humor by showing that they can enjoy a hearty laugh, even though it goes against them. Johnson's ill humor did not go deep, and, no doubt, was often laughed away. Of that rancor which disgraced Hume his nature was wholly incapable. He wished no ill to Scotland as Hume wished ill to England. 17. He returned from it, writes Boswell, in great good humor, with his prejudices much lessened, and with very grateful feelings of the hospitality with which he was treated. 18. Not all Scotch critics were hostile towards him. The Scots Magazine, which last century was to Edinburgh what the Gentleman's Magazine was to London, always spoke of him with great respect. Writing of him early in the year in which he visited Scotland, it says, Dr. Johnson has long possessed a splendid reputation in the Republic of Letters, and it was honestly acquired. He is said to affect a singularity in his manners and to contemn the social rules which are established in the intercourse of civil life. If this extravagance is affected, it is a fault. If it has been acquired by the habitudes of his temper and his indolence, it scarcely merits censure. We allow to the man who can soar so high above the multitude to descend sometimes beneath them. 19. In the two reviews of his journey in the same magazine, there is not one word of censure, neither when Boswell, 11 years later, brought out his account of the tour, had they any fault to find. In the character which they drew of Johnson on his death they leave unnoticed his attacks on Scotland. They are even generous in their praise. Speaking of his pension they say, It would have been a national disgrace if such talents, distinguished by such writings, had met with no other recompense than the empty consciousness of fame. 20. There were also men of eminence in Scotland who at once acknowledged the merits of the book. "I love the benevolence of the author," said Lord Hailes. 21. The virtuous and candid Dempster, the patriotic Knox Tytler, the historian, a Scot, if ever a Scot there were, had each his word of high praise. 22. Sir Walter Scott, writing many years later, said, "I am far from being of the number of those angry Scotsmen who imputed to Johnson's national prejudices all or a great part of the report he has given of our country. I remember the Highlands 10 or 12 years later, and no one can conceive of how much that could have been easily remedied. Travellers had to complain." 23. These men, nevertheless, formed a small minority. The outcry that was raised against Johnson was at once loud and bitter. To attacks for many a long year he had been used, but yet this time he was startled. He expressed his wonder at the extreme jealousy of the Scotch, and their resentment at having their country described as it really was. 24. Boswell mentions the brutal reflections thrown out against him and the rancour with which he was assailed by numbers of shallow, irritable North Britons. 25. How quickly the storm gathered and burst is shown in a letter written by an Englishman from Edinburgh a few days after the book was published. Edinburgh, the 24th of January, 1775. Dr. Johnson's tour has just made its appearance here, and has put the country into a flame. Everybody finds some reason to be affronted. 1,000 people who know not a single creature in the Western Isles interest themselves in their cause, and are offended at the accounts that are given of them. Newspapers, magazines, pamphlets, all teem with abuse of the doctor. He was received with the most flattering marks of civility by everyone. He was looked upon as a kind of miracle, and almost carried about for a show. Those who were in his company were silent the moment he spoke, lest they should interrupt him, and lose any of the good things he was going to say. He repaid all their attention to him with ill-breeding, and when in the company of the ablest men in this country, who are certainly his superiors in point of abilities, his whole design was to show them how contemptibly he thought of them. Had the Scotch been more acquainted with Dr. Johnson's private character, they would have expected nothing better. A man of illiberal manners and surly disposition, who all his life long had been at enmity with the Scotch, takes a sudden resolution of travelling amongst them, not, according to his own account, to find a people of liberal and refined education, but to see wild men and wild manners. 26. Attacks on Johnson. The patriotic Knox, as Boswell calls him, the author of a tour through the Highlands and Hebrides Isles in 1786, a man freer from prejudices than the common run, and one who readily acknowledged the merits of Johnson's book, bears equal witness to the wrath of his countrymen. Dr. Johnson, he writes, set out under incurable impressions of a national prejudice, a religious prejudice, and a literary jealousy. from a writer of such abilities and such prejudices the natives of Scotland had reason to expect a shower of arrows without mercy, and it was possibly from this prepossession that they were ready to fall upon him as one man the moment that his book appeared. Their minds were charged with sentiments of indignity, resentment and revenge, which they did not fail to discharge upon his head in whole platoons from every quarter. 27. To us, who know Johnson better than we know any other author who has ever lived, the charge of literary jealousy seems ridiculous. But Knox lived before Boswell's life was published. Scotland, in which learning and even literature had slumbered for nearly a century, had started up from her long sleep, and was bent on turning the old Riki into the modern Athens. All her geese were swans, though of swans she had at this season a fair flock. Edinburgh is a hotbed of genius, wrote Smollett, shortly before Johnson's visit, and as a proof of it he instanced among authors of the first distinction Wallace, Blair, Wilkie, and Ferguson. Hume still earlier had proclaimed that at last there was a hope of seeing good tragedies in the English language, for Johnny Home had written his Douglas. Wilkie of the Epigoniad, the great historian held, was to be the Homer, and Blacklock the Pindar, of Scotland. 28. But it was in Ossian Macpherson that the hopes of the country had at one time soared highest. By Dr. Blair, the Edinburgh professor of rhetoric, he had been ranked with Homer and Virgil. 29. The national pride, the honour of Scotland, was concerned, and the meanest motive was attributed to the man who had ventured to pronounce his poems an impudent forgery. Macpherson was a dangerous enemy. Against the menaces of a ruffian a thick cudgel might avail, but the secret arts of a literary forger were not so easily baffled. His position was one of great power, for from the court he received a pension at first of £600 a year, and afterwards of £800, to supervise the newspapers. He inserted what lies he pleased, and prevented whatever he disapproved of being printed. 30. It was from this tainted source that no doubt sprang many of the miserable cavillings against the journey in newspapers, magazines, and other fugitive pieces. 31. These, as Boswell tells us, only furnished Johnson with sport. Nevertheless, though they did not trouble his mind, they marred the fame of his book, and prejudiced not only the immediate, but even the traditional judgment of Scotland. Enough dirt was thrown, and some of it did stick and sticks still. Lies were sent wandering through the land, and some of them have not even yet found their everlasting rest. One disgusting story, not unworthy of the inventive genius of Ossian himself, is still a solace to Scots of the baser sort. That it is a lie can be plainly proved, for it rests on a supposed constant suspicion in Johnson of the food provided for him. Now we know from his own writings that only twice in his tour had he found any reason to complain of a Scottish table. 32. Moreover, in his letters to Mrs. Thrale and in Boswell's journal, we can follow his course with great accuracy and minuteness. Had there been any foundation for this lie, it must be found on the road between Inverness and the seashore. Now we know what meals he had at each station. even in the miserable inn at Glenelg, where his accommodation was at its worst. If he had chosen, he could have had mutton chops and freshly killed poultry. Finding both too tough, he supped on a lemon and a piece of bread. M. Nicholl's scurrilous volume. The attacks of the angry critics, published as they were in fugitive pieces, might have been forgotten had they not been revived 3 or 4 years later in a scurrilous volume, as Boswell justly describes it, larger than Johnson's own, filled with malignant abuse under a name real or fictitious of some low man in an obscure corner of Scotland, though supposed to be the work of another Scotchman, who has found means to make himself well known both in Scotland and England. 33. The low man was the Reverend Donald M. Nicholl, and the obscure corner that long and pleasant island of Lismore which the steamers skirt every summer day as they pass with their load of tourists between Aban and the entrance of the Caledonian Canal. M. Nicholl's predecessor in the manse was the Reverend John Macaulay, whose famous grandson, Lord Macaulay, was to rebuke those foolish and ignorant Scotchmen, who moved to anger by a little unpalatable truth which was mingled with much eulogy in the journey to the Western Islands, assailed him whom they chose to consider as the enemy of their country with libels much more dishonourable to their country than anything that he had ever said or written. 34. When Johnson was shown M. Nicholl's book, he said, "This fellow must be a blockhead. They don't know how to go about their abuse. Who will read a 5-shilling book against me? No, sir, if they had wit, they should have kept pelting me with pamphlets." The book, however, seems to have been widely read, and in the year 1817 was reprinted at Glasgow in a fine large type. A Scotch gentleman recently told me that he fears that to many of his countrymen Johnson's tour is only known through M. Nicholl's attack. Ossian Macpherson. It was Macpherson at whom Boswell aimed a blow when he wrote of the other Scotchman whose work it was supposed to be. If Ossian had no hand in it himself, it was certainly written by someone fired with all his hatred of the man who had branded him as a forger. Johnson is described as a man of some reputation for letters, whose master passion was hatred of Scotland. When the poems of Ossian were published, and became the delight and admiration of the learned over all Europe, his cynical disposition instantly took the alarm. 35. It was from this time that we may date the origin of his intended tour to Scotland. It was from malice that he started so late in the year, a malice, by the way, which nearly brought him to a watery grave. It was not beauties he went to find out in Scotland, but defects, and for the northern situation of the Hebrides the advanced time of the year suited his purpose best. 36. Johnson, with a discretion which other travellers in like circumstances would do well to imitate, had passed over Edinburgh with the remark that it is a city too well known to admit description. This wise reticence is twisted into a proof of malevolence. So, too, is the brevity with which he mentions Dundee. "We stopped a while at Dundee," he recorded, "where I remember nothing remarkable." 37. Surely this is a very innocent sentence. Even Boswell, whose record was generally far fuller, dismisses this place with 3 words. "We saw Dundee," he says. 38, but M. Nicol at once discovered the miserable jealousy of the Englishman. He passes very rapidly through the town of Dundee, for fear, I suppose, of being obliged to take notice of its increasing trade. 39. How delicately Johnson treated this town in his published narrative is shown by his description of it in his private letter to Mrs. Thrale. To her he had written, "We came to Dundee, a dirty despicable town." 40. Much as M. Nicol belabored Johnson, he could not refrain from claiming him as of Scotch origin. "We are much deceived by fame," he wrote, "if a very near ancestor of his, who was a native of that country, did not find to his cost that a tree was not quite such a rarity in his days." 41. This mysterious hero of the gallows was no doubt no Johnson at all, but a Johnston, of Ardnamurchan, probably, or of Glencroe. 42. M. Nicol is ingenious in his treatment of the great Ossian controversy. The poems, he says, must be the production either of Ossian or Mr. Macpherson. Dr. Johnson does not vouchsafe to tell us who else was the author, and consequently the national claim remains perfectly entire. The moment Mr. Macpherson ceases to be admitted as a translator, he instantly acquires a title to the original. 43. Granted that he was a ruffian who had tried by menaces to hinder the detection of a cheat. What of that? He was a great original ruffian, and his cheat was a work of great original genius. So that Caledonia, if she had one forger the more, had not one poet the less. She made up in genius what she lost in character. But this Dr. Johnson failed to see, being, poor man, naturally pompous and vain, and ridiculously ambitious of an exclusive reputation in letters. It must have been this same pomposity, vanity, and ambition which led him to say of these poems, "Sir, a man might write such stuff forever, if he would abandon his mind to it." 44. Glencroe. That Johnson's narrative should have roused resentment is not surprising. Even his friend Beattie, much as he loved and revered him, yet found in it some asperities that seem to be the effect of national prejudice. 45. That this true-born Englishman, as Boswell delights to call him, should have given a wholly unprejudiced account of any country not his own was an impossibility. As regards Scotland, the position which he took certainly admitted of justification. "When I find," he said, "a Scotchman to whom an Englishman is as a Scotchman, that Scotchman shall be as an Englishman to me." 46. Boswell, and perhaps Boswell alone, exactly answered this requirement, and the two men were fast friends. For many other Scotchmen, indeed, he had strong feelings of regard, and even of friendship, for Andrew Miller the bookseller, for William Strahan the printer, for Blair, Beattie, John Campbell, Hales, and Robertson, among authors, and for his poor assistants in the great work of his dictionary, who all came from across the Tweed. There was no want of individual affection, no John Bull disinclination that had to be overcome in the case of each fresh acquaintance which he made. His was a prejudice of the head and not of the heart. 47. He held that the Scotch, with that clannishness which is found in almost equal strength in the outlying parts of the whole island, in Cornwall and in Cumberland, achieved for themselves in England a success which rather exceeded the due proportion of their real merit. 48. Jesting with a friend from Ireland, who feared he might treat the people of that country more unfavourably than he had done the Scotch, he answered, "Sir, you have no reason to be afraid of me. The Irish are not in a conspiracy to cheat the world by false representations of the merits of their countrymen. No, sir, the Irish are a fair people, they never speak well of one another." 49. To Boswell he began a letter, not meant, of course, for the public eye, by saying, "Knowing as you do the disposition of your countrymen to tell lies in favour of each other." 50. When he came to write his journey, he was led neither by timidity nor false delicacy to conceal what he thought. He attacks that national combination so invidious that their friends cannot defend it, which is one of the means whereby Scotchmen find, or make their way to employment, riches, and distinction. 51. He upbraids that vigilance of jealousy which never goes to sleep. 52. Which sometimes led them to cross the borders of boastfulness and pass into falsehood, when Caledonia was their subject and Englishmen their audience. A Scotchman, he writes, must be a very sturdy moralist who does not love Scotland better than truth, he will always love it better than inquiry. 53. Even in his talk when among Scotchmen he was inclined to expatiate rather too strongly upon the benefits derived to their country from the Union. 54. We have taught you, said he, and we'll do the same in time to all barbarous nations, to the Cherokees, and at last to the Orang-Outangs, laughing with as much glee as if Monboddo had been present. Boswell. We had wine before the Union. Johnson. No, sir, you had some weak stuff, the refuse of France, which would not make you drunk. Boswell. I assure you, sir, there was a great deal of drunkenness. Johnson. No, sir, there were people who died of dropsies, which they contracted in trying to get drunk. 55. Attacks on the Highlanders. Such pleasantry as this could hardly have given offence to anyone into whose skull a jest could penetrate by any operation short of a surgical one. But it was a very different matter when the spoken jest passed into a serious expression of opinion in print. All the theoretic philosophy of which Scotland justly boasts was hardly sufficient to support with patience such a passage as the following: "Till the Union made the Scots acquainted with English manners, the culture of their lands was unskilful, and their domestic life unformed. Their tables were coarse as the feasts of Esquimaux, and their houses filthy as the cottages of Hottentots." 56. His attacks on the Highlanders would have been read with patience, if not with pleasure, in lowland circles. His account of the Isles, wrote Beattie, is, I dare say, very just. I never was there. 57. These were not the asperities of which that amiable poet complained. Yet they were asperities which might have provoked an incensed Highlander to give the author a crack on his skull had he looked not to the general tenor of the narrative, but to a few rough passages scattered up and down. Nicol would surely have roused the anger of his countrymen to a fiercer heat had he forborne to falsify Johnson's words, and strung together instead a row of his sarcastic sayings. The offensive passages are not indeed numerous, but out of such a collection as the following irritation enough might have been provided. The genuine improvidence of savages, 58. A muddy mixture of pride and ignorance, 59. The chiefs gradually degenerating from patriarchal rulers to rapacious landlords, 60. The animating rabble, 61. By which of old a chief was attended, the rude speech of a barbarous people, 62. The laxity of their conversation, by which the inquirer, by a kind of intellectual retrogradation, knows less as he hears more, 63. The Caledonian bigotry which helps an inaccurate auditor to believe in the genuineness of Ossian. 64. To the sarcasms which had their foundation in Johnson's dislike of Presbyterianism, Lowlanders and Highlanders were equally exposed. On Knox and the ruffians of Reformation, 65. He has no mercy. It is true that he maintains that we read with as little emotion the violence of Knox and his followers as the irruptions of Alaric and the Goths. 66. But how deeply he was moved Boswell shows, where he describes him among the ruins of the once glorious magnificence of St. Andrews. I happened to ask where John Knox was buried. Dr. Johnson burst out, I hope in the highway. I have been looking at his reformations. 67. The sight of the ruined houses of prayer in Skye drew from him the assertion that the malignant influence of Calvinism has blasted ceremony and decency together. 68. In another passage he describes the ancient epidemical enthusiasm compounded of sullen scrupulousness and warlike ferocity, which, in a people whom idleness resigned to their own thoughts, was long transmitted in its full strength from the old to the young. 69. Even for this inveterate ill a cure had at length been found. By trade and intercourse with England it is visibly abating. The tour to the Western Isles. By the passages in which he described the bareness of the eastern coast the most irritation was caused. The very hedges were of stone, and not a tree was to be seen that was not younger than himself. A tree might be a show in Scotland as a horse in Venice. 70. For this he was handled as roughly as Joseph's brethren. He was little better than a spy who had come to see the nakedness of the land. The Scotchmen of that day could not know, as we know now, that he treated Scotland no worse than he did even his best friends, whose characters he used to give as they appeared to him both in light and shade. He was fond of discrimination, said Sir Joshua Reynolds, which he could not show without pointing out the bad as well as the good in every character. 71. If in his narrative he has not spared the shade, every fair-minded reader must allow that he has not been sparing of the light. John Wesley, who had often travelled over the same ground as far as Inverness, on the 18th of May, 1776, recorded in his journal at Aberdeen, I read over Dr. Johnson's tour to the Western Isles. It is a very curious book, wrote with admirable sense, and, I think, great fidelity, although in some respects he is thought to bear hard on the nation, which I am satisfied he never intended. 72. Johnson's compliments to the Scotch. That Johnson was not careless of the good opinion of the Scotch is shown by his eagerness to learn what Boswell had to tell him about the book. Let me know as fast as you read it how you like it, and let me know if any mistake is committed, or anything important left out. 73. A week later he wrote, I long to hear how you like the book. It is, I think, much liked here. The modesty of the closing passage of his narrative should have done something towards disarming criticism. Having passed my time almost wholly in cities, I may have been surprised by modes of life and appearances of nature that are familiar to men of wider survey and more varied conversation. Novelty and ignorance must always be reciprocal, and I cannot but be conscious that my thoughts on national manners are the thoughts of one who has seen but little. 74. The compliment which he paid to the society of the capital must surely have won some hearts. I passed some days in Edinburgh, he wrote, with men of learning whose names want no advancement from my commemoration, or with women of elegance, which perhaps disclaims a pedant's praise. 75. He never lets slip an opportunity of gracefully acknowledging civilities and acts of kindness, or of celebrating worth and learning. As he closed his book, so he had opened it with a well-turned compliment. It was, he said, Boswell's acuteness and gaiety of conversation and civility of manners which induced him to undertake the journey. 76. He praises the kindness with which he was gratified by the professors of St. Andrews, and the elegance of lettered hospitality with which he was entertained. 77. At Aberdeen the same grateful heart is seen. Among the professors he found one whom he had known 20 years earlier in London. Such unexpected renewals of acquaintance may be numbered among the most pleasing incidents of life. The knowledge of one professor soon procured me the notice of the rest, and I did not want any token of regard. 78. He had the freedom of the city conferred upon him. In acknowledging the honor he compliments the town at the expense of England, by mentioning a circumstance which, he says, I am afraid I should not have had to say of any city south of the Tweed. I found no petty officer bowing for a fee. 79. With Lord Monboddo he was never on friendly terms. I knew that they did not love each other, writes Boswell, with a studied softness of expression. Yet Johnson in his narrative praises the magnetism of his conversation. 80. With Lord Auchinleck he had that violent altercation which the unfortunate piety of the son forbade the biographer to exhibit for the entertainment of the public. Nevertheless, he only mentions his antagonist to compliment him. 81. If he attacked Presbyterianism, yet to the Presbyterian ministers in the Hebrides he was unsparing of his praise. He celebrates their learning, which was the more admirable as they were men who had no motive to study but generous curiosity or desire of usefulness. 82. However much he differed from the learned Mr. Mackean about Ossian, yet he admits that his knowledge and politeness give him a title equally to kindness and respect. 83. With the aged minister of Col he had a wrangle over Bayle, and Clarke, and Leibnitz. Had he been softer with this venerable old man, writes Boswell, we might have had more conversation. 84. This rebuke Johnson read in Boswell's manuscript. The amends which he makes is surely ample. He describes the minister's look of venerable dignity, excelling what I remember in any other man. I lost some of his goodwill by treating a heretical writer with more regard than in his opinion a heretic could deserve. I honored his orthodoxy, and did not much censure his asperity. A man who has settled his opinions does not love to have the tranquility of his conviction disturbed, and at 77 it is time to be in earnest. 85. See Appendix. Johnson no grumbler. The people he praises no less than their ministers. Civility, he says, seems part of the national character of Highlanders. Every chieftain is a monarch, and politeness, the natural product of royal government, is diffused from the laird through the whole clan. 86. He describes the daughter of the man who kept the hut in Glenmorrison, where he passed a night. Her conversation, like her appearance, was gentle and pleasing. We knew that the girls of the Highlanders are all gentlewomen, and treated her with great respect, which she received as customary and due. 87. He praises the general hospitality. Wherever there is a house the stranger finds a welcome. If his good fortune brings him to the residence of a gentleman, he will be glad of a storm to prolong his stay. 88. How graceful is the compliment which he pays to MacLeod of Rasay. Rasay has little that can detain a traveller except the laird and his family, but their power wants no auxiliaries. Such a seat of hospitality amidst the winds and waters fills the imagination with a delightful contrariety of images. Without is the rough ocean and the rocky land, the beating billows and the howling storm, within is plenty and elegance, beauty and gaiety, the song and the dance. In Rasay, if I could have found a Ulysses, I had fancied a Phaeacia. 89. To the other branch of the MacLeods he is no less complimentary. At Dunvegan I had tasted lotus, he wrote, and was in danger of forgetting that I was ever to depart. 90. He met Flora MacDonald, and does not let the occasion pass to pay her a high compliment. Hers is a name that will be mentioned in history, and, if courage and fidelity be virtues, mentioned with honor. 91. In fact, he rarely introduces in his narrative any living person but in way of compliment or acknowledgement. He speaks ill of nobody but Ossian, said Lord Mansfield, Scotchman though he was. 92. There has been of late, he once said, a strange turn in travellers to be displeased. 93. There was no such turn in him. From the beginning to the end of his narrative, there is not a single grumble. In Mull last summer I had the pleasure of meeting an old general, a Highlander, who had seen a great deal of rough service in the East Indies. Someone in the company let drop an unfavourable remark on Johnson. I lately read his journey, the general replied, and when I thought of his age, his weak health, and the rudeness of the accommodation in those old days, I was astonished at finding that he never complained. In his food he had a relish for what was nice and delicate. Yet he records that he only twice found any reason to complain of a Scottish table. He that shall complain of his fare in the Hebrides has improved his delicacy more than his manhood. 94. If an epicure, he says in another passage, could remove by a wish in quest of sensual gratifications, wherever he had supped he would breakfast in Scotland. 95. Boswell, we read, was made uneasy and almost fretful by their bad accommodation in the miserable inn at Glenelg. Dr. Johnson was calm. I said he was so from vanity. Johnson. No, sir, it is from philosophy. 96. The same philosophy accompanied him not only through his journey, but through his letters and his narrative. Nearly 5 weeks after he had left Edinburgh he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, "The hill Rataiken and the inn at Glenelg were the only things of which we or travellers yet more delicate could find any pretensions to complain." 97. Yet he was by no means free from bodily troubles, as his letters show. He was miserably deaf, he wrote at one time, and was still suffering from the remains of inflammation in the eye, he wrote at another time. His nerves seemed to be growing weaker. The climate, he thought, perhaps not within his degree of healthy latitude. 98. The climate, indeed, had been at its worst. In all September he had only 1 day and a half of fair weather, and in October perhaps not more. 99. Kept indoors as he was by the rain, he often suffered under the additional discomfort of bad accommodation. 2 nights he passed in wretched huts, 1 in a barn, 2 in the miserable cabin of a small trading ship, 1 in a room where the floor was mire. Even in some of the better houses he had not always a chamber to himself at night, while in the daytime privacy and quiet were not to be enjoyed. At Corrichatachin, where he twice made a stay, we had, writes Boswell, no rooms that we could command, for the good people had no notion that a man could have any occasion but for a mere sleeping place, so, during the day, the bedchambers were common to all the house. Servants eat in Dr. Johnson's, and mine was a kind of general rendezvous of all under the roof, children and dogs not excepted. 100. He not only passes over in silence the weariness and discomforts of his tour, but he understates the risks which he ran. On that dark and stormy October night, when the frail vessel in which he had embarked was driven far out of its course to Col, he was in great danger. "Thank God, we are safe," cried the young lad, as at last they spied the harbour of Lochiern. 101. This scene of peril, of which Boswell gives a spirited description, is dismissed by Johnson in his letter to Mrs. Thrale in a few words: "A violent gust, which Bos had a great mind to call a tempest, forced us into Col, an obscure island." 102. In his narrative, if he makes a little more of it, he does so, it seems, only for the sake of paying a compliment to the seamanship of Maclean of Colonel. 103. It was this stormy night, especially, that was in Sir Walter Scott's mind when he described the whole expedition as being highly perilous, considering the season of the year, the precarious chance of getting seaworthy boats, and the ignorance of the Hebrideans, who are very careless and unskilful sailors. 104. If votive offerings have been made to the god of storms by those who have escaped the perils of the deep, surely some tall column might well be raised on the entrance to Lochiel by the gratitude of the readers of the immortal life. Had the ship been overwhelmed, not only the hero, but his biographer, would have perished. One more great man would have been added to the sad long list of those of whom the poet sang, Omnes lacrymables urgenter, ignotic longa noct, carent quia vate sacro. In endless night they sleep unwept, unknown, no bard had they to make all time their own. 105. By the men of Johnson's time the journey was looked upon as one of real adventure. When Boswell visited Voltaire at Ferney, and mentioned their design of taking this tour, he looked at him as if he had talked of going to the North Pole, and said, "You do not insist on my accompanying you?" "No, sir." "Then I am very willing you should go." 106. Dr. Percy, of the Relics, wrote from Alnwick Castle that a gentleman who had lately returned from the Hebrides, had told him that the two travellers were detained prisoners in Skye, their return having been intercepted by the torrents. Sir Alexander MacDonald and his Lady Percy adds, at whose house our friend Johnson is a captive, had made their escape before the floods cut off their retreat, so that possibly we may not see our friend till next summer releases him. 107. A Glasgow newspaper gave much the same report, but attributed his delay to the danger of crossing in the late autumn such a stormy surge in a small boat. 108. On the island of Col they were indeed storm-bound for 11 days. On the travellers' return to Edinburgh, writes Boswell, everybody had accosted us with some studied compliment. Dr. Johnson said, "I am really ashamed of the congratulations which we receive. We are addressed as if we had made a voyage to Nova Zembla, and suffered 5 persecutions in Japan." 109. Dr. Robertson had advanced to him repeating a line of Virgil, which I forget. Boswell adds, "I suppose either, post varios casus, patot discriminarium, 110, or, multa militaris jactatus it alto dot, 111. Johnson afterwards remarked that to see a man come up with a formal air and a Latin line, when we had no fatigue and no danger, was provoking. Of exaggeration he had always a strong hatred, and would not allow it in his own case any more than in another's. He had undergone great fatigue, and he had been in real danger, but of both he made light. Johnson's delight in his tour. It was in high spirits that he returned home after his tour of 100 days. "I came home last night," he wrote to Boswell, "and am ready to begin a new journey." 112. He had fulfilled his long-cherished wish, and no wonder his spirits were high. His father, the old Lichfield bookseller, had put into his hands when he was very young Martin's description of the Western Islands, and had thus roused his youthful fancy. 113. His longing to visit the wild scenes of which he had read in his childhood would in all likelihood have remained ungratified, had it not been for Boswell. He had known that lively young gentleman but a very few weeks, when, over supper in a private room at the Turk's Head Coffee House in the Strand, he promised to accompany him to the Hebrides. 114. 10 years elapsed before the promise was fulfilled. "I cannot but laugh," he said at Armidale in Skye, "to think of myself roving among the Hebrides at 60. 115. I wonder where I shall rove at 80. 116. To Mrs. Thrale soon after his birthday he wrote, "You remember the Doge of Genoa, who being asked what struck him most at the French court, answered, 'Myself.' I cannot think many things here more likely to affect the fancy, than to see Johnson ending his 64th year in the wilderness of the Hebrides." 117. Little did I once think, he wrote another day, of seeing this region of obscurity, and little did you once expect a salutation from this verge of European life. I have now the pleasure of going where nobody goes, and seeing what nobody sees. 118. So close to this verge did Mrs. Thrale suppose he was, that she thought that he was in sight of Iceland. 119. She and his friends of the Mitre or the Literary Club would have been astonished could they have seen him that night in Col when he strutted about the room with a broadsword and target, and that other night when Boswell put a large blue bonnet on the top of his bushy grey wig. 120. Armidale. The motives which led him on his adventurous journey were not those which every summer and autumn bring travellers in swarms, not only from England, but from the mainland of Europe, from across the wide Atlantic, from India, from southern Africa, from Australia and New Zealand to these highlands of poetry and romance. "I got," he said, "an acquisition of more ideas by my tour than by anything that I remember. I saw quite a different system of life." 121. It was life, not scenery, which he went to study. On his return to the south of Scotland he was asked how he liked the Highlands. The question seemed to irritate him, for he answered, "How, sir, can you ask me what obliges me to speak unfavourably of a country where I have been hospitably entertained? Who can like the Highlands? I like the inhabitants very well." 122. The love of wild scenery was in truth only beginning as his life was drawing to its close. It is but of late, wrote Pennant in 1772, that the North Britons became sensible of the beauties of their country, but their search is at present amply rewarded. Very lately a cataract of uncommon height was discovered on the Brough. 123. 15 years later Burns, in his humble petition of Brough water, shows that the discovery had been followed up. "Here haply too at vernal dawn some musing bard may stray, and eye the smoking dewy lawn and misty mountain grey." The discovery of Staffa. But in the year 1773 Johnson could say without much, if indeed any exaggeration, that to the southern inhabitants of Scotland the state of the mountains and the islands is equally unknown with that of Borneo and Sumatra. Of both they have only heard a little and guessed the rest. 124. Staffa had been just discovered by Sir Joseph Banks. It seems almost passing belief, but yet it is strictly true, that Staffa, as one of the wonders of creation, was unknown till the eve of Johnson's visit to the Hebrides. The neighboring islanders of course had seen it, but had seen it without curiosity or emotion. They were like the impassive Frenchmen who lived in Paris throughout the whole of the Reign of Terror, and did not notice that anything remarkable went on. It was on the 12th of August, 1772, a day which should forever be famous in the annals of discovery, that Banks, coming to anchor in the Sound of Mull, was asked ashore by Mr. Maclean of Drumlin. At his house he met with one Mr. Leach, an English gentleman, who told him that at the distance of about 9 leagues lay an island, unvisited even by the Highlanders, with pillars on it like those of the Giant's Causeway. 125, Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Staffer. No yachtsman as yet threaded his way through the almost countless islets of our western seas, the only sails as yet reflected on the unruffled surface of the landlocked firths were the fishers and the traders. For the sea as yet love was neither felt nor affected. There was no gladness in its dark blue waters. 15 years were to pass before Byron was born, the first of our poets, it has been said, who sang the delights of sailing. A ship was still a jail, with the chance of being drowned. 126. No southerner went to the Highlands to hunt, or shoot, or fish. No one sought there a purer air. It was after Johnson's tour that an English writer urged the citizens of Edinburgh to plant trees in the neighbourhood of their town because the increase of vegetation would purify the air, and dispel those putrid and noxious vapours which are frequently wafted from the Highlands. 127. It was on an early day of August, in a finer season than had been known for years, that Wolfe, the hero of Quebec, complained that neither temperance nor exercise could preserve him in any tolerable health in the unfriendly climate of Loch Lomond. 128. Of all the changes which have come over our country, perhaps none was more unforeseen than the growth of this passion for the Highlands and the Hebrides. Could Johnson have learnt from some one gifted with prophetic power that there were passages in his narrative which would move the men of the coming century to scoff, it was not his references to scenery which would have roused his suspicion. I have heard a Scotchman laugh uproariously over his description of a mountain as a considerable protuberance. He did not know however where the passage came, and he admitted that, absurd as it was not quite so ridiculous when taken with the context. Another mountain, said Boswell, I called immense. No, replied Johnson. It is no more than a considerable protuberance. 129. It was his hatred of exaggeration and love of accurate language which provoked the correction, the same hatred and the same love which led him at college to check his comrades if they called a thing prodigious. 130. But to us, nursed as we have been and our fathers before us in a romantic school, the language of Johnson and of his contemporaries about the wild scenes of nature never fails to rouse our astonishment and our mirth. Were they to come back to earth, I do not know but that at our extravagances of admiration and style, our affectations in the tawdry art of word painting, and at our preference of barren mountains to the meadowlands, and cornfields, and woods, and orchards, and quiet streams of southern England, their strong and manly common sense might not fairly raise a still heartier laugh. Mountain scenery. The ordinary reader is apt to attribute to an insensibility to beauty in Johnson what, to a great extent, was common to most of the men of his time. It is true that for the beauties of nature, whether wild or tame, his perception was by no means quick. Nevertheless, we find his indifference to barren scenery largely shared in by men of poetic temperament. Even Gray, who looked with a poet's eye on the crags and cliffs and torrents by which his path wound along as he went up to the Grande Chartreuse, yet, early in September, when the heather would be all in bloom, writes of crossing in Perthshire a wide and dismal heath fit for an assembly of witches. 131. Wherever he wandered he loved to find the traces of men. It was not desolation, but the earth as the beautiful home of man that moved him and his fellows. Mentum mortalia tangunt. He found the Apennines not so horrid as the Alps, because not only the valleys but even the mountains themselves were many of them cultivated within a little of their very tops. 132. The fifth Earl of Carlisle, a poet though not a Gray, in August, 1768, hurried faster even than the post across the Tyrol from Verona to Mannheim, because there was nothing but rest that was worth stopping one moment for. The sameness of the scenery was wearisome to his lordship: large rocky mountains, covered with fir trees, a rapid river in the valley, the road made like a shelf on the side of the hill. He rejoiced when he took his leave of the Alps, and came upon fields very well cultivated, valleys with rich verdure, and little woods which almost persuaded him he was in England. 133. Loch Ness, near Foyers. There is a passage in Camden's description of Argyllshire in which we find feelings expressed which for the next 2 centuries were very generally entertained. Along the shore, he writes, the country is more unpleasant in sight, what with rocks and what with blackish barren mountains. 134. 150 years after this was written, an Englishman, describing in 1740 the beautiful road which runs along the southeastern shore of Loch Ness, calls the rugged mountains those hideous productions of nature. 135. He pictures to himself the terror which would come upon the southerner who should be brought blindfold into some narrow rocky hollow, enclosed with these horrid prospects, and there should have his bandage taken off. He would be ready to die with fear, as thinking it impossible he should ever get out to return to his native country. 136. This account was very likely read by Johnson, for it was published in London only 19 years before he made his tour. In the narrative of a volunteer in the Duke of Cumberland's army, we find the same gloom cast by mountain scenery on the spirits of Englishmen. The soldiers who were encamped near Loch Ness fell sick daily in their minds as well as in their bodies from nothing but the sadness produced by the sight of the black barren mountains covered with snow, with streams of water rolling down them. To divert their melancholy, which threatened to develop even into hypochondriacal madness, races were held. It was with great joy that the volunteer at last turned his back upon these hideous mountains and the noisy ding of the great falls of waters. 137. Even the dales of Cumberland struck strangers with awe. 6 months before Wordsworth was born, Gray wandered up Borrowdale to the point where now the long train of tourist-laden coaches day after day in summer turns to the right towards Onister Pass and Buttermere. All farther access, he wrote, is here barred to prying mortals, only there is a little path winding over the fells, and for some weeks in the year passable to the Dales men. But the mountains know well that these innocent people will not reveal the mysteries of their ancient kingdom, the reign of chaos and old night. 138. The Melancholy Highlands. A few days after Johnson had arrived in Scotland, Mason, the poet, visited Keswick. Many of the woods which had charmed his friend Gray had been since cut down, and a dry season had reduced the cascade to scanty rills. With the frightful and surprising only, he wrote, I cannot be pleased. 139. He and his companion climbed to the summit of Skiddaw, where, just as if they were on the top of the Matterhorn, they found that respiration seemed to be performed with a kind of asthmatic oppression. 140. To John Wesley, a traveller such as few men have ever been, wild scenery was no more pleasing than to the man who wandered for the first time. Those horrid mountains he twice calls the fine ranges of hills in the North Riding of Yorkshire, whose waters feed the Swale and the Tees, though it was in summer time that he was travelling. 141. To Pennant Glencroe was the seat of melancholy. 142. Beattie. Burns's sweet harmonious Beattie finds the same sadness in the mountains. The Highlands of Scotland, he writes, are a picturesque, but in general a melancholy country. Long tracts of mountainous desert, covered with dark heath, and often obscured by misty weather, narrow valleys, thinly inhabited and bounded by precipices resounding with the fall of torrents, a soil so rugged, and a climate so dreary, as in many parts to admit neither the amusements of pasturage nor the labours of agriculture. The mournful dashing of waves along the friths and lakes that intersect the country, the portentous noises which every change of the wind, and every increase and diminution of the waters, is apt to raise in a lonely region full of echoes, and rocks, and caverns, the grotesque and ghastly appearance of such a landscape by the light of the moon. Objects like these diffuse a gloom over the fancy which may be compatible enough with occasional and social merriment, but cannot fail to tincture the thoughts of a native in the hour of silence and solitude. 143. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. Loch Ness. The French writer, Faujas de Saint-Fond, who visited the Highlands about the year 1780, was touched with the same unromantic gloom. When on his way from the barren mountains of the north he reached the fertile southern shore of Loch Tay, and caught the first glimpse of the change to happier climes, his soul experienced as sweet a joy as is given by the first breath of spring. He had escaped from a land where winter seemed eternally to reign, where all was wild, and barren, and sad. 144, even MacLeod of MacLeod, the proprietor of 9 inhabited isles and of islands uninhabited almost beyond number, who held 4 times as much land as the Duke of Bedford, even that mighty monarch as Johnson called him, 145, looked upon life in his castle at Dunvegan as confinement in a remote corner of the world and upon the Western Islands as dreary regions. 146. Slight, then, must have been the shock which Johnson gave even to the poets among his fellows, when on a delightful day in April, he set Fleet Street with its cheerful scene above Tempe, and far above Mull. 147. To the men of his time rocks would have towered in horrid nakedness. 148, and wandering in sky would have seemed a toilsome drudgery. 149. Nature there would have looked naked and these poverty-stricken regions malignant. 150. Few would have been the allurements of these islands, for desolation and penury would have given as little pleasure to them as it did to him. 151. In Glencroe they would have found a black and dreary region. 152. And in Mull a gloomy desolation. 153. Everywhere they would have been repelled by the wide extent of hopeless sterility. 154. And everywhere fatigued by the want of variety in universal barrenness. 155. In the midst of such scenes, as the autumn day was darkening to its close, they would have allowed that, when there is a guide whose conduct may be trusted, a mind not naturally too much disposed to fear, may preserve some degree of cheerfulness, but what they would have asked, must be the solicitude of him who should be wandering among the crags and hollows benighted, ignorant, and alone. 156. Upon the islets on Loch Lomond they would have longed to employ all the arts of embellishment so that these little spots should no longer court the gazer at a distance, but disgust him at his approach, when he finds instead of soft lawns and shady thickets nothing more than uncultivated ruggedness. 157. Everywhere they would have regretted the want of the arts and civilization and refinements of modern life. Indifference to scenery. Had Johnson been treated more kindly by the weather, doubtless the gloom of the landscape would have been less reflected upon his pages. 58 days of rain to 3 days of clear skies would have been sufficient to depress even the wildest worshipper of rude nature. In the 11 days in which he was kept prisoner by storms in Col, he had no succession of sunshine to rain, or of calms to tempests. Wind and rain were the only weather. 158. When the sun did shine he lets us catch a little of its cheerful light. His first day's Highland journey took him along the shore of Loch Ness in weather that was bright, though not hot. The way was very pleasant. On the left were high and steep rocks, shaded with birch, and covered with fern or heath. On the right the limpid waters of Loch Ness were beating their bank, and waving their surface by a gentle undulation. 159. The morrow was equally fine. How prettily he has described his rest in the valley on the bank, where he first thought of writing the story of his tour, with a clear rivulet streaming at his feet. The day was calm, the air was soft, and all was rudeness, silence and solitude. 160. Very different would have been the tale which he told had he travelled in the days of fast and commodious steamboats, good roads and carriages, comfortable inns, post offices, telegraphs, and shops. He would not have seen a different system of life, or got an acquisition of ideas, but he might have found patience, and even promptings for descriptions of the beauties of rugged nature. In an age when every London citizen makes Loch Lomond his wash-pot, and throws his shoe over Ben Nevis, 161, the old man may easily be mocked, for his indifference to scenery. But the elderly traveller of our times, who whirled along in a well-appointed four-horse coach, indicates the beauties of nature to his companions, and utters exclamations of delight, as from time to time he takes his cigar from his lips, might have felt as little enthusiasm as Johnson, had he had, like him, to cross Skye and Mull on horseback, by paths so narrow that each rider had to go singly, and so craggy that constant care was required. Loch Lomond. The scenery in which he took most delight was the park lands of southern and midland England, where lawns extend that scorn Arcadian pride, and brighter streams than Famdy Hydaspes glide. There all around the gentlest breezes stray, their gentle music melts on every spray, creation's mildest charms are their combined, extremes are only in the master's mind. 162. Sweet Auburn would have been dearer to him than all the wilds of the Highlands. But Auburn scenery he did not find even in the lowlands. Had Goldsmith passed his life in Ayrshire or even in pleasant Teviotdale, the deserted village would never have been written. Burns had never seen an Auburn, nor even that simpler rural beauty which was so dear to Wordsworth. No lovely cottage in the Guardian nook had stirred him deeply. He knew nothing of the sacredness of the roses to the porch which they entwine. 163. In Scotland was seen the reverse of the picture in which Goldsmith had painted Italy. In florid beauty groves and fields appear, man seems the only growth that dwindles here. 164. Poverty of landscape. In Scotland man was nourished to the most stubborn strength of character, but beauty was the growth that dwindled. In the hard struggle for bare living, and in the gloom of a religion which gave strength but crushed loveliness, no man thought of adorning his home as if it had been his bride. Wordsworth compared the manses in Scotland with the parsonages, even the poor parsonages in England, and said that neither they nor their gardens and grounds had the same attractive appearance. 165. The English country house, with its lawns, its gardens, and its groves, which adds such a singular charm to our landscape, had not its counterpart on the other side of the border. Elderly men could still recall the day when the approach to the laird's dwelling led past the stable and the cow-house, when the dunghill was heaped up close to the hall door, and when, instead of lawns and beds of flowers, all around grew a plentiful crop of nettles, docks, and hemlocks. 166. some improvement had been already made. A taste had happily begun for neat houses and ornamental fields, and to the hopeful patriot there was the pleasing prospect that Scotland might in a century or sooner compare with England, not indeed in magnificence of country seats, but in sweetness and variety of concordant parts. 167. Even at that time it supplied England with its best gardeners. 168. And nevertheless it was a country singularly bare of gardens. Pray, now, are you ever able to bring the sloe to perfection? Asked Johnson of Boswell. 169. So far was nature from being adorned that she had been everywhere stripped naked. Woods had been cut down, not even had groups of trees been spared, no solitary oak or elm with its grateful shade stood in the middle of the field or in the hedgerow. Hedgerows there were none. The pleasantness of the prospect had been everywhere sacrificed to the productiveness of the field. The beautiful English landscape was gone. The striking characteristic in the views of Scotland, said an observant traveller, is a poverty of landscape from a want of objects, particularly of wood. Park scenery is little known. The lawn, the clump, and the winding walk are rarely found. 170. As he crossed the border he might have said with Johnson, "It is only seeing a worse England. It is seeing the flower gradually fade away to the naked stalk." 171. Every part of the country, wrote Goldsmith from Edinburgh in his student days, presents the same dismal landscape. No grove nor brook lend their music to cheer the stranger, or make the inhabitants forget their poverty. 172. There was none of the bloomy flush of life. The whole country was open, and resembled one vast common with a few scattered improvements. 173. Along the western road from Longworth to Dumfries it exhibited a picture of dreary solitude, of smoky hovels, naked, ill-cultivated fields, lean cattle and a dejected people, without manufactures, trade or shipping. 174. The eastern coast, along which Johnson travelled, was singularly bare of trees. He had not, he said, passed 5 on the road fit for the carpenter. 175. The first forest trees of full growth which he saw were in the north of Aberdeenshire. 176. This is a day of novelties, he said on the morrow. I have seen old trees in Scotland, and I have heard the English clergy treated with disrespect. 177. Topham, while attacking his journey to the Western Isles, yet admitted that it was only in the parks of a few noblemen that oaks were found 50 years old. 178. Lord Jeffrey maintained so late as 1833 that within a circle of 20 miles from Watford there was more old timber than in all Scotland. 179. Burns, in his humble petition of Brewater to the Duke of Atholl, testifies to the want of trees. Would then my noble master please to grant my highest wishes, he'll shade my banks with towering trees, and bonny spreading bushes. There were, of course, noble trees scattered throughout the country. Gray describes the 4 chestnuts of vast bulk and height in Lord Breadalbane's park, 180, and Pennant, the venerable oaks, the vast chestnuts, the ash trees, and others of ancient growth, that gave solemnity to the scene at Finlarrig Castle. 181. A love of planting, which began about the time of the Union, was gradually extending. Defoe noticed the young groves round the gentlemen's houses in the Lothians, and foretold that in a few years Scotland would not need to send to Norway for timber and deal. 182. The review of Pennant's tour in the Scots magazine for January 1772 rejoiced to find that the spirit of planting was so generally diffused, and looked forward to the advantages arising from it, which would be enjoyed by posterity. 183. Sir Walter Scott defended Johnson against the abuse which had unjustly been cast on him. The East Coast, if the young plantations were excepted, was as destitute of wood as he had described it. 184. Nay, to his sarcasms he greatly ascribed that love of planting which had almost become a passion. 185. It was not for nothing, then, that Johnson had joked over the loss of his walking stick in Mull, and had refused to believe that any man in that island who had got it would part with it. Consider, sir, the value of such a piece of timber there. 186. Backwardness of farming. The modern traveller who, as he passes through the Lothians or Aberdeenshire, looks with admiration on farming in its perfection, would learn with astonishment how backward Scotch agriculture was little more than 100 years ago. While in England men of high rank and strong minds were ambitious of shining in the characters of farmers, in Scotland it was looked upon as a pursuit far beneath the attention of a gentleman. Neither by the learned had it been made a study. 187. There were those who attributed this general backwardness to the soil and climate, but it was due, said Lord Cams, to the indolence of the landholders, the obstinate indocility of the peasantry, and the stupid attachment of both classes to ancient habits and practices. 188. The liberal intercourse between the two countries, which was an unexpected result of the rebellion of 1745, greatly quickened the rate of improvement. Before that time the people of Northumberland and the Merse, who spoke dialects of the same language, and were only separated by a river, had little more intercourse than those of Kent and Normandy. After the rebellion a number of noblemen and gentlemen amused themselves with farming in the English style. The late Lord Eglinton spared no expense in getting English servants. He showed his countrymen what might be done by high cultivation. Mr. Drummond, of Blair, sent over one of his ploughmen to learn drill husbandry, and the culture of turnips from Lord Eglinton's English servants. The very next year he raised a field of turnips, which were the first in the country. And they were as neatly dressed as any in Hertfordshire. A single horse ploughing the drills astonished the country people, who, till then, had never seen fewer than 4 yoked. About the year 1771 our tenants were well disposed to the culture of turnips. They begin to have an idea of property in winter as well as in summer, nor is it any longer thought bad neighborhood to drive off cattle that are trespassing upon their winter crops. 189. The young Laird of Cole, just before Johnson's visit, had gone to Hertfordshire to study farming, and had brought back the culture of turnips. His intention is to provide food for his cattle in the winter. This innovation was considered by Mr. Maxwain as the idle project of a young head heated with English fancies, but he has now found that turnips will grow, and that hungry sheep and cows will really eat them. 190. Yet progress was not so rapid but that Adam Smith held that a better system could only be introduced by a long course of frugality and industry. Half a century or a century more perhaps must pass away before the old system which is wearing out gradually can be completely abolished. 191. The cultivation of vegetables for the table and of fruits was also taking a start, though much remained to be done. When Johnson was informed at Aberdeen that Cromwell's soldiers had taught the Scotch to raise cabbages, he remarked, that in the passage through villages it seems to him that surveys their gardens, that when they had not cabbage they had nothing. 192. Pennant, however, the year before, in riding from Arbroath to Montrose, had passed by extensive fields of potatoes, a novelty till within the last 20 years. 193. It was not till Johnson had travelled beyond Elgin that he saw houses with fruit trees about them. The improvements of the Scotch, he remarks, are for immediate profit. They do not yet think it quite worth their while to plant what will not produce something to be eaten or sold in a very little time. 194. The Scotch historian of Edinburgh complained that the apples which were brought to market from the neighbourhood were unfit for the table. 195. Good apples are not to be seen, wrote Topham in his letters from Edinburgh. It was, he said, owing to the little variety of fruit that the inhabitants set anything on their tables after dinner that has the appearance of it, and I have often observed at the houses of principal people a plate of small turnips introduced in the dessert, and eaten with avidity. 196. Smollett indirectly alludes to this reflection on his native country when, in his Humphrey Clinker, he says that turnips make their appearance, not as dessert, but by way of hors d'oeuvre, or wets. 197. Even in the present day, the English traveller far too often looks in vain for the orchards and the fruit tree with its branches trained over the house wall. Yet great progress has been made. In Mercia, in the present day, peaches and apricots are seen ripening on the garden walls. In the year 1852 an Elgin gardener carried off the first prize of the London Horticultural Society for 10 varieties of the finest new dessert pears. 198. If Scotland can do such great things as this, surely justification is found for the reproaches cast by Johnson on Scottish ignorance and negligence. English ignorance of Scotland. So closely have the two countries in late years been drawn together by the wonderful facilities of intercourse afforded by modern inventions, that it is scarcely possible for us to understand the feelings of our adventurous forefathers as they crossed the borders. At the first step they seemed to be in a foreign country. The first town we come to, wrote Defoe, is as perfectly Scots as if you were 100 miles north of Edinburgh, nor is there the least appearance of anything English either in customs, habits, usages of the people, or in their way of living, eating, dress, or behaviour. 199. The English, Smollett complained, knew as little of Scotland as of Japan. 200. There is no reason to think that he was guilty of extravagance, when in his Humphrey Clinker he makes Miss Tabitha Bramble, the sister of the Gloucestershire squire, imagine that she could not go to Scotland but by sea. 201. It is amazing to how late a day ignorance almost as gross as this came down. It was in the year in which George II came to the throne that Defoe, in his preface to his tour through Great Britain, wrote, "Scotland has been supposed by some to be so contemptible a place as that it would not bear a description." 202. 11 years later, in 1738, we find it described much as if it were some lately discovered island in the South Seas. The people in general, we read, are naturally inclined to civility, especially to strangers. They are divided into Highlanders who call themselves the Antient Scots, and into Lowlanders who are a mixture of Antient Scots, Picts, Britons, French, English, Danes, Germans, Hungarians, and others. Buchanan describes the customs of the Highlanders graphically thus: in their diet, apparel, and household furniture they follow the parsimony of the Antients. They provide their diet by fishing and hunting, and boil their flesh in the paunch or skin of a beast. While they hunt they eat it raw, after having squeezed out the blood. The Western Islands, the author goes on to add, lie in the Deucaledonian Sea. The natives of Mull, when the season is moist, take a large dose of aqua vitae for a corrective, and chew a piece of charmel root when they intend to be merry to prevent drunkenness. The natives of Skye have a peculiar way of curing the distempers they are incident to by simples of their own product, in which they are successful to a miracle. 203. Into so strange and wild a country it required a stout heart to enter. A volunteer with the English army at the time of the rebellion of 1745 wrote from Birkbeck, "Now we are going into Scotland, but with heavy hearts. They tell us here what terrible living we shall have there, which I soon after found too true." 204. How few were the Englishmen who crossed the Tweed even so late as 1772 is shown by the hope expressed in the Scots magazine for that year, that the publication of Pennant's tour would excite others to follow in his steps. 205. 2 years later Topham wrote from Edinburgh that the common people were astonished to find himself and his companion become stationary in their town for a whole winter. What were we come for, was the first question. They presumed to study physic. No, to study law. No, then it must be divinity. No, very odd, they said, that we should come to Edinburgh without one of these reasons. 206. How ignorant the English were of Scotland is shown by the publication of Humphrey Clinker. The ordinary reader, as he laughs over the pages of this most humorous of stories, never suspects that the author in writing it had any political object in view. Yet there is not a little truth in Horace Walpole's bitter assertion that it is a party novel, written by the profligate hireling Smollett, to vindicate the Scots, and cry down juries. 207. It was not so much a party as a patriotic novel. Lord Bute's brief tenure of ignoble office as Prime Minister and King's friend, the mischief which he had done to the whole country, and the favour which he had shown to his North Britons, a few years earlier had raised a storm against the Scotch which had not yet subsided. All the windows of all the inns northwards, wrote Smollett, are scrawled with doggerel rhymes in abuse of the Scotch nation. 208. With great art he takes that fine old humorist, Matthew Bramble, from his squire's house in Gloucestershire on a tour to the southern part of Scotland, and makes him and his family send to their various correspondents lively and pleasant descriptions of all that they saw. At the very time that he was writing his Humphrey Clinker, a child was born in one of the narrow winds of Edinburgh who was to take up the work which he had begun, and as the mighty wizard of the north, as if by an enchanter's wand, to lift up the mist which had long hung over the land which he loved so well, and to throw over highlands and lowlands alike the beauty of romance and the kindliness of feeling which springs from the associations given by poetry and fiction. While the English as yet knew little of Scotland, the Scotch were not equally ignorant of England. From the days of the Union they had pressed southwards in the pursuit of wealth, of fame, and of position. Their migration was such that it afforded some foundation for Johnson's saying that the noblest prospect which a Scotchman ever sees is the high road that leads him to England. 209. England was swiftly moving along the road to empire, sometimes with silent foot, sometimes with the tramp of war. In America and in the East Indies her boundaries were year by year pushed farther and farther on. Her agriculture, her manufactures, her trade and her commerce were advancing by leaps and bounds. There was a great stir of life and energy. Into such a world the young Scotchman entered with no slight advantages. In their common schools everywhere an education was given such as in England was only to be had in a few highly favoured spots. In their universities even the neediest scholar had a share. The hard fare, the coarse clothing, and the poor lodgings with which their students were contented, could be provided by the labours of the vacation. In their homes they had been trained in habits of thrift. They entered upon the widely extending battle of life like highly trained soldiers, and they gained additional force by acting together. If they came up in droves it was not one another that they butted. They exhibited when in a strange land that national combination which Johnson found so invidious but which brought them to employment, riches, and distinction. 210. Their thrift, and an eagerness to push on which sometimes amounted to servility, provoked many a gibe. But if ever they found time and inclination to turn from Johnny home to Shakespeare they might have replied in the words of Ferdinand, "Some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone, and most poor matters point to rich ends." Advantages of the Union. On the advantages of the Union to Scotland Johnson was not easily tired of haranguing. Of the advantages to England he said nothing, probably because he saw nothing. Yet it would not be easy to tell on which side the balance lay. Before the Union, he maintained, the Scotch had hardly any trade, any money, or any elegance. 211. In his journey to the Western Islands he tells the Scotch that they must be forever content to owe to the English that elegance and culture which, if they had been vigilant and active, perhaps the English might have owed to them. 212. Smollett, who in national prejudice did not yield even to him, has strongly upheld the opposite opinion. In his history he describes Lord Belhaven's speech against the Union in the last Parliament which sat in Scotland, a speech so pathetic that it drew tears from the audience. It is, he adds, at this day looked upon as a prophecy by great part of the Scottish nation. 213. The towns on the Firth of Forth, he maintained, through the loss of the trade with France, had been falling to decay ever since the two countries were united. 214. In these views he was not supported by the two great writers who were his countrymen and his contemporaries. It was chiefly to the Union that Adam Smith attributed the great improvements in agriculture which had been made in the 18th century. 215. It was to the Union that Hume attributed the blessing of a government perfectly regular, and exempt from all violence and injustice. 216. Many years later Thomas Carlyle, in whom glowed the perfervidum ingenium Scotorum as it has glowed in few, owned that the Union was one of Scotland's chief blessings, though it was due to Wallace and to men like him that it was not the chief curse. 217. A disputatious peasantry. It must never be forgotten that in this union England was no less blessed than Scotland, that if she gave wealth to Scotland, Scotland nobly repaid the gift in men. In the 16th and 17th centuries the English stock had been quickened and strengthened and ennobled by fugitives seeking refuge on her shores from the persecutions of priests and kings, which passed over the coward and the base, and fell only on the brave and the upright. To the Fleming and the Huguenot was now added the Scot. In philosophy, in history, in law, in science, in poetry, in romance, in the arts of life, in trade, in government, in war, in the spread of our dominions, in the consolidation of our empire, glorious has been the part which Scotland has played. Her poet's prayer has been answered, and in bright succession have been raised men to adorn and guard not only herself but the country which belongs to Englishmen and Scotchmen alike. Little of this was seen, still less foreseen by Johnson. The change which was going on in Scotland was rapid and conspicuous. The change which she was working outside her borders was slow, and as yet almost imperceptible. What was seen raised not admiration, but jealousy of the vigorous race which was everywhere so rapidly making its way to employment, riches, and distinction. That Johnson should exult in the good which Scotland had derived from England through the Union was natural. Scarcely less natural that he should point out how much remained to be done before the Scotch attained the English level, not only in the comforts and refinements, but even in the decencies of life. One great peculiarity in their civilization struck him deeply. They had attained the liberal without the manual arts, and excelled in ornamental knowledge while they wanted the conveniences of common life. 218. Even the peasantry were able to dispute with wonderful sagacity upon the articles of their faith, though they were content to live in huts which had not a single chimney to carry off the smoke. 219. Wesley, each time that he crossed the borders, found a far harder task awaiting him than when he was upbraiding, denouncing, and exhorting an English congregation. To the Scotch, cradled as they had been in the shorter catechism, and trained as they were from their youth up in theology, his preaching, like Paul's to the Greeks, was too often foolishness. He spoke to a people, as he complained, who heard much, knew everything, and felt nothing. 220. Though you use the most cutting words, still they hear, but feel no more than the seats they sit upon. 221. Nowhere did he speak more roughly than in Scotland. No one there was offended at plain dealing. In this respect they were a pattern to all mankind. But yet they hear, and are just what they were before. 222. He was fresh from the Kelso people and was preaching to a meeting in Northumberland when he wrote, "Oh, what a difference is there between these living stones and the dead unfeeling multitudes in Scotland." 223. The misfortune of a Scotch congregation he recorded on another occasion, is they know everything, so they learn nothing. 224. With their disputatious learning the meagreness of their fare and the squalor of their dwellings but ill contrasted. Dirty living, said Smollett, is the great and general reproach of the commonalty of this kingdom. 225. While Scotland sent forth into the world year after year swarms of young men trained in thrift, well stored with knowledge, and full of energy and determination, the common people bore an ill repute for industry. They were underfed, and underfeeding produced indolent work. Flesh meat they seldom or never tasted, nor any kind of strong liquor except 2 penny at times of uncommon festivity. 226. Ale, wrote Lord Cams, makes no part of the maintenance of those in Scotland who live by the sweat of their brow. Water is their only drink. 227. Adam Smith admitted that both in bodily strength and personal appearance they were below the English standard. They neither work so well, nor look so well. 228. Wolfe, when he returned to England from Scotland in 1753, said that he had not crossed the border a mile when he saw the difference that was produced upon the face of the country by labor and industry. The English are clean and laborious, and the Scotch excessively dirty and lazy. 229. Poverty of the common people. This dirtiness would offend an Englishman more than a man of any other nation, for high and low, rich and poor, they were remarkable for cleanness all the world over. 230. Matthew Bramble, in Smollett's Humphrey Clinker, notices the same change. The boors of Northumberland, he wrote, are lusty fellows, fresh complexioned, cleanly and well clothed, but the labourers in Scotland are generally lank, lean, hard-featured, sallow, soiled and shabby. The cattle are much in the same style with their drivers, meagre, stunted, and ill-equipped. 231. Topham, in his letters from Edinburgh, asserts the misery, but denies the idleness. Temperance and labor were, he says, in the extreme. Nevertheless, on all sides were seen haggard looks, meagre complexions, and bodies weakened by fatigue and worn down by the inclemency of the seasons. Neither were the poor of the capital any better off. Their wretchedness and poverty exceeded, he thought, what was to be found anywhere else in the whole world. But though as a nation the Scotch were very poor, yet they were very honest. 232. A traveller through the country in 1766 goes so far as to maintain that the common people in outward appearance would not at first be taken to be of the human species. Though their indigence was extreme, yet they would rather suffer poverty than labour. Their nastiness was greater than could be reported. Happily their rudeness was beginning to wear off, and in the trading towns where the knowledge of the use of money was making them eager enough to acquire it, they were already pretty well civilized and industrious. 233. Wages were miserably low. The Scotch labourer received little more than half what was paid to the Englishman, yet grain was dearer in Scotland than in England. 234. The historian of Edinburgh thus sums the general condition of the labouring poor: the common people have no ideas of the comforts of life. The labourers and low mechanics live in a very wretched style. Their houses are the receptacles of nastiness, where the spider may in peace weave his web from generation to generation. A garden, where nothing is to be seen but a few plants of coleworts or potatoes, amidst an innumerable quantity of weeds, surrounds his house. A bit of flesh will not be within his door twice a year. He abhors industry, and has no relish for the comforts arising from it. 235. Lord Elibank's famous reply to Johnson's definition of oats had every merit but a foundation of fact. Oats, wrote Johnson, a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. Very true, replied his lordship, and where will you find such men and such horses? 236. The natural result of this general poverty was seen in the number of beggars who thronged the streets and roads. Scotland was neither blessed with a good poor law nor cursed with a bad one. The relief of want was left altogether to charity. In Edinburgh Johnson thought that the proportion of beggars was not less than in London. In the smaller places it was far greater than in English towns of the same extent. The mendicants were not, however, of the order of sturdy vagabonds. They were neither importunate nor clamorous. They solicit silently, or very modestly. 237. Smollett went so far as to maintain in his Humphrey Clinker, which was published only 2 years before Johnson's visit, that there was not a beggar to be seen within the precincts of Edinburgh. 238. For some years, indeed, the streets had been free of them, for a charity workhouse had been erected, to which they were all committed. But the magistrates had grown careless, and the evil had broken out afresh. The streets are crowded with begging poor, wrote one writer. We see the whole stairs, streets, and public walks swarming with beggars every day, wrote another. 239, houses and meals. The general neglect of the decencies of life was due chiefly to poverty, but partly, no doubt, to that violent outburst against all that is beautiful and graceful which accompanied the Reformation in Scotland. A nation which, as a protest against popery, thought dirt and cobwebs essential to the house of God, 240, was not likely in their homes to hold that cleanliness was next to godliness. The same coarseness of living had been found in all classes, though it was beginning to yield before English influence. Dr. Alexander Carlyle, in the year 1742, notices as a sign of increasing refinement, that at the tavern in Haddington, where the presbytery dined, knives and forks were provided for the table. A few years earlier each guest had brought his own. There was, however, only one glass, which went round with the bottle. 241. The same custom had prevailed in Edinburgh when Lord Cams was a young man. French wine was placed on the table, he said, in a small tin vessel, which held about an English pint. A single drinking glass served a company the whole evening, and the first persons who called for a new glass with every new pint were accused of luxury. 242. Boswell could remember the time when a carving knife was looked upon as a novelty. One of his friends was rated by his father, a gentleman of ancient family and good literature, for introducing such a foppish superfluity. In the previous generation whatever food was eaten with a spoon, such as soup, milk, or pudding, used to be taken by every person dipping his spoon into the common dish. 243. When an old laird was complimented on the accomplishments which his son had brought home from his travels, he answered that he knew nothing he had learned but to cast a sock, change a shirt, every day, and to sup his kale twice. 244. Of the food that was served up, there was not much greater variety than of the dishes in which it was served. When Wesley first visited Scotland, even at a nobleman's table, he had only one kind of meat, and no vegetables whatever. By the year 1788, however, vegetables were, he recorded, as plentiful as in England. 245. The butter in these early days made in country houses, would have turned stomachs the least squeamish. But by the introduction of tea a great improvement had been made. Bread and butter was taken with it, and a demand arose for butter that was sweet and clean. Wheaten bread, too, began to be generally eaten. So great a delicacy had it been, that the sixpenny loaf and the sugar used to be kept locked up in the ladies' press. 246. In the Highlands, at all events, there was a great variety as well as abundance of food. The following was the breakfast which in Argyllshire was set before the travellers in Humphrey Clinker: 1 kit of boiled eggs, a second full of butter, a third full of cream, an entire cheese made of goat's milk, a large earthen pot full of honey, the best part of a ham, a cold venison pasty, a bushel of oatmeal made in thin cakes and bannocks, with a small wheaten loaf in the middle for the strangers, a large stone bottle full of whiskey, another of brandy, and a kilderkin of ale. There was a ladle chained to the cream kit, with curious wooden bickers to be filled from this reservoir. The spirits were drunk out of a silver quaff, and the ale out of horns. Finally a large roll of tobacco was presented by way of dessert, and every individual took a comfortable quid, to prevent the bad effects of the morning air. 247, Knox, in his tour through the Highlands, 248, gives a still vaster bill of fare. The houses of the country gentlemen were for the most part small. It was only on festivals or upon ceremonious occasions that the dining room was used. People lived mostly in the family bedchamber, where friends and neighbors were received without scruple. Many an easy, comfortable meal, writes Ramsay, of Arctotire, had I made in that way. 249. It was to this custom that the Scotch had of turning a bedroom into an eating room that an English traveller refers, when he says that the Edinburgh taverns are the worst in the world, for you sup underground in a bedchamber. 250. Even at the modern houses there was generally a total absence of an accommodation such as would not at the present day be tolerated in a labourer's cottage by a sanitary inspector in any district in England. 251. The state of the capital was far worse even than the state of the country. It was one of the last places in the world on which would have been bestowed that favourite and almost exalted epithet of praise, neat. 252. The houses, indeed, were solidly built, and the rooms of the well-to-do people were comfortable and clean, and often spacious. Nothing could form a stronger contrast than the difference between the outside and the inside of the door. Within all was decency and propriety, without was a filthy staircase leading down into a filthy street. Every story was a complete house, occupied by a separate family. The steep and dark staircase was common to all, and was kept clean by none. It was put to the basest uses. 253. The gentry did not commonly occupy the lowest stories or the highest. The following is the list of the inhabitants of a good house in the High Street. First door upstairs, Mr. Sterling, fishmonger. Second door, Mrs. Urquhart, who kept a lodging-house of good repute. Third flat, the Dowager Countess of Balcarras. Fourth flat, Mrs. Buchan, of Kelly. Fifth flat, the Mrs. Elliots, milliners. Garrets, a great variety of tailors and other tradesmen. 254. The scavenging of Edinburgh. There were no water pipes, there were no drain pipes, there were no cesspools, and there were no covered sewers in the streets. At a fixed hour of the night all the impurities were carried down the common staircase in tubs, and emptied into the street as into a common sewer, or else, in defiance of the law, cast out of the window. Throwing over the window was the delicate phrase in which this vile practice was veiled. It was an obstinate disease which had withstood all the labour of the magistrates, Acts of Council, Dean of Guild Courts for Stencheling, 255, Terleasing, 256, and locking up windows, fines, imprisonments, and banishing the city. 257. The servants were willing to serve for lower wages in houses where this practice was winked at. It gave rise to numerous quarrels which caused constables more trouble than any other part of their duty. 258. According to the account given by the English maiden Humphrey Clinker, when the throwing over began, they called Gardyloo to the passengers, which signifies Lord have mercy upon you. 259. A young English traveller, who, the first night of his arrival in Edinburgh, was enjoying his supper, as he tells us, and good bottle of claret with a merry company in a tavern, heard, as the clock was striking 10, the beat of the city drum, the signal for the scavenging to begin. The company at once began to fumigate the room by lighting pieces of paper and throwing them on the table. Tobacco smoking, it is clear, could not have been in fashion. As his way to his lodgings lay through one of the winds, he was provided with a guide who went before him, crying out all the way, "Hud your horndy." 260. The city scavengers cleansed the streets as fast as they could, and by opening reservoirs which were placed at intervals washed the pavement clean. 261. To this intolerable nuisance the inhabitants generally seemed insensible, and were too apt to imagine the disgust of strangers as little better than affectation. 262. Yet it was not affectation which led John Wesley, in May, 1761, to make the following entry in his journal: "The situation of the city on a hill shelving down on both sides, as well as to the east, with the stately castle upon a craggy rock on the west, is inexpressibly fine. And the main street so broad and finely paved, with the lofty houses on either hand, many of them 7 or 8 stories high, is far beyond any in Great Britain. But how can it be suffered that all manner of filth should still be thrown, even into this street, continually? Where are the magistracy, the gentry, the nobility of the land? Have they no concern for the honor of their nation? How long shall the capital city of Scotland, yea, and the chief street of it, stink worse than a common sewer?" 263. 10 years earlier he had described the town as dirtier even than Cologne. According to Wolfe, it was not till after Christmas, when the company had come into it from the country, that it was in all its perfection of dirt and gaiety. 264. Gray called it that most picturesque, at a distance, and nastiest, when near, of all capital cities. 265. Pray for me till I see you, he added, for I dread Edinburgh and the ... 266. To add to the insalubrity, the windows would not readily open. In Scotland they neither opened wide on hinges, nor were drawn up and down by weights and pulleys. For the most part the lower sash only could be raised, and when lifted, it was propped open by a stick or by a pin thrust into a hole. 267. What cannot be done without some uncommon trouble or particular expedient will not often be done at all. The incommodiousness of the Scotch windows keeps them very closely shut. 268. From this closeness Johnson suffered not a little, for he loved fresh air, and on the coldest day or night would set open a window and stand before it as Boswell knew to his cost. 269. Topham, who sided with his Scotch friends against Johnson, scoffed at these observations on window frames and pulleys. Men of the world, he wrote, would not have descended to such remarks. A petty and frivolous detail of trifling circumstances are, the certain signs of ignorance or inexperience. 270. Johnson, in introducing the subject, had guarded himself against such reflections. These diminutive observations, he said, seem to take away something from the dignity of writing. But it must be remembered that the true state of every nation is the state of common life. 271. This indifference to pure air no doubt spread death far and wide. In Sir Walter Scott's family we see an instance of the unwholesomeness of the old town. His 6 elder brothers and sisters, who were all born in the college wind, died young. It was only by sending him to breathe country air that he was reared. His father's younger children were born in one of the new squares, and they for the most part were healthy. 272. Abolition of veils. From one burthen that weighed heavily in England the guests in most houses in Scotland were free. It was the Scotch, who, as Boswell boasted, had the honour of being the first to abolish the unhospitable, troublesome, and ungracious custom of giving veils to servants. Sir, said Johnson, you abolished veils, because you were too poor to be able to give them. 273. How heavily they weighed on all but the rich is shown by an anecdote that I have read somewhere of a poor gentleman, who refused to dine with his kinsman, a nobleman of high rank, unless with the invitation a guinea were sent him to distribute among the expectant servants, who, with outstretched hands, always thronged the hall and blocked up the doorway as he left. I paid 10 shillings to my host's servants for my dinner and retired is the record of a man who had received the honour of an invitation to the house of an English nobleman of high rank. 274. Even Queen Caroline had complained of the pretty large expense to which she had been put in the summer of 1735 in visiting her friends, not at their country houses, but in town. That is your own fault, said the king, for my father, when he went to people's houses in town, never was fool enough to be giving away his money. 275. It was to the gentleman of the county of Aberdeen that was due the merit of beginning this great reformation. About the year 1759 they resolved at a public meeting that veils should be abolished and wages increased. 276. Early in February 1760, the Select Society of Edinburgh, following their lead, passed a resolution to which their president, the historian Robertson, seems to have lent the graces of his style. They declared that this custom, being unknown to other nations and a reproach upon the manners and police of this country, has a manifest tendency to corrupt the hospitality and to destroy all intercourse between families. They resolved that from and after the term of Whitsuntide next every member of the society would absolutely prohibit his own servants to take vails or drink money, and that he would not offer it to the servants of any person who had agreed to this resolution. 277, like resolutions followed from the Faculty of Advocates, the Society of Clerks to His Majesty's Signet, the Heritors of Midlothian headed by the Earl of Lauderdale, the Grand Lodge of Freemasons, headed by the Earl of Leven, and the Honourable Company of Scots Hunters headed by the President, the Earl of Errol. 278. The same good change was attempted a few years later in England, but apparently without success. The footmen, night after night, raised a riot at Ranelagh Gardens, and mobbed and ill-treated some gentlemen who had been active in the attempt. There was fighting with drawn swords for some hours. They broke one chariot all to pieces. The ladies go into fits, scream, run into the gardens, and do everything that is ridiculous. 279. That felicity which England had in its taverns and inns was not equally enjoyed in Scotland. Certainly it was not in Edinburgh that was to be found that throne of human felicity, a tavern chair. 280. Yet in the lowlands generally the fare in the inns was good and the accommodation clean. Along both the eastern and the western roads John Wesley was well pleased with the entertainment with which he met. We had all things good, cheap, in great abundance, and remarkably well dressed. 281. In the Gentleman's Magazine for December, 1771, a curious list is given of the inns and innkeepers in Scotland. According to this account the fare generally was good, while everywhere was found excellent clean linen both for bed and board. The traveller did well, however, who had his sheets toasted and his bed warmed, for the natives, used as they were to sleeping in their wet plaids, were careless about a damp bed. Goldsmith, on the other hand, spoke as ill of the Scotch inns as he did of the Scotch landscape. In them, he says, vile entertainment is served up, complained of, and sent down, up comes worse, and that also is changed, and every change makes our wretched cheer more unsavoury. 282. The scantiness of his purse, however, would have made him resort to the humblest houses, and probably his experience did not extend much outside of Edinburgh. Of the inns of that city, no one, whether native or stranger, had a good word to say. The accommodation that was provided, writes the historian of Edinburgh, was little better than that of a waggoner or a carrier. 283. The inns are mean buildings, he continues, their apartments dirty and dismal, and if the waiters happen to be out of the way, a stranger will perhaps be shocked with the novelty of being shown into a room by a dirty sunburnt wench without shoes or stockings. If he should desire furnished lodgings, he is probably conducted to the third or fourth floor, up dark and dirty stairs, and there shown into apartments meanly fitted up. The taverns in general are dirty and dismal as the inns, an idle profusion of victuals, collected without taste, and dressed without skill or cleanliness, is commonly served up. There are, however, exceptions, and a Scots tavern, if a good one, is the best of all taverns. 284. Smollett, willing as he was to see the good side of everything in Scotland, yet represents the inn in Edinburgh at which Matthew Bramble alighted as being so filthy and so disagreeable in every respect, that the old man began to fret. 285. Perhaps it was the same house which is described by Topham in the following lively passage in his letters Sad Smiley 286, November 15, 1774. There is no inn that is better than an alehouse, nor any accommodation that is decent or cleanly. On my first arrival my companion and myself, after the fatigue of a long day's journey, were landed at one of these stable keepers, for they have modesty enough to give themselves no higher denomination, in a part of the town called the Pleasance. 287. We were conducted by a poor devil of a girl, without shoes or stockings, and only a single linsey-woolsey petticoat, which just reached halfway to her ankles, into a room where about 20 Scotch drovers had been regaling themselves with whisky and potatoes. You may guess our amazement when we were informed that this was the best inn in the metropolis, that we could have no beds, unless we had an inclination to sleep together, and in the same room with the company which a stagecoach had that moment discharged. Edinburgh Stablers. In the Edinburgh Directory for 1773-4, among the different trades, there is no entry under the heading of innkeepers. There are vintners, who, I suppose, were also tavern keepers, and stablers, who kept the inns. It was to this curious appellation that Topham referred when he said that the innkeepers had the modesty to call themselves stable keepers. A few years after Johnson's visit a good hotel was at last opened in the new town. The accommodation was elegant, but the charges extravagant. 288. The French traveller, Saint Fond, who stayed in it about the year 1780, said that the house was magnificent and adorned with columns, as his bill was with flourishes and vignettes. Half a sheet of note paper was charged 3d, with 6d added for the trouble of fetching it. He paid twice as much for everything as in the best inn on the road from London. In all his journeyings through England and Scotland he was only twice charged exorbitantly, at Dunn's Hotel in Edinburgh, and at the Bull's Head in Manchester. 289. The High Street of Edinburgh. Johnson, coming from Berwick by the coast road, entered Edinburgh by the Canongate. It was on a dusky night in August that, arm in arm with Boswell, he walked up the High Street. Its breadth and the loftiness of the buildings on each side made, he acknowledged, a noble appearance. 290. In the light of the day he does not seem to have been equally impressed. Most of the buildings are very mean, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, and the whole town bears some resemblance to the old part of Birmingham. 291. In his letters he does not touch on that appearance so unusual to Englishmen which, as we learn from his narrative, generally struck him in the ancient towns of Scotland. 292. Wesley's attention was caught by this same peculiar oddness and air of antiquity. They were like no places that he had ever seen in England, Wales, or Ireland. 293. It was not, however, to Birmingham that great traveller likened the famous High Street. There was nothing, he said, that could compare with it in Great Britain. Defoe's admiration had risen still higher. In his eyes it ranked as almost the largest, longest, and finest street in the world. Its solidity of stone he contrasted with the slightness of the houses in the south. Lofty though the buildings were, placed, too, on the narrow ridge of a long ascending mountain with storms often raging round them, there was no blowing of tiles about the streets to knock people on the heads as they passed, no stacks of chimneys and gable ends of houses falling in to bury the inhabitants in their ruins, as was often found in London and other of our paper-built cities in England. 294. The High Street is the stateliest street in the world, said another writer, being broad enough for 5 coaches to drive up abreast, while the houses are proportionately high. 295. According to Topham, it surpassed the famous street in Lille, La Rue Royale. 296. It would be undoubtedly one of the noblest streets in Europe, wrote Smollett, if an ugly mass of mean buildings, called the Lucken Booths, had not thrust itself into the middle of the way. 297. Pennant had the same tale to tell. As fine a street as most in Europe, was spoilt by the Lucken Booth Row and the Guard House. 298. Carlyle, when he came to Edinburgh as a boy student, in the year 1809, had seen the Lucken Booths, with their strange little ins and outs, and eager old women in miniature shops of combs, shoelaces, and trifles. 299. One venerable monument had been wantonly removed, while so much that was mean and ugly was left to encumber the street. In 1756 those dull destroyers, the magistrates, had pulled down Dunedin's cross. 300. From the bottom of the hill by the very palace door up to the gates of the castle, the High Street, even so late as Johnson's time, was the home of men of rank, of wealth, and of learning. It did not bear that look of sullen neglect which chills the stranger who recalls its past glories. The craftsmen and the nobles, the poor clerks and the wealthy merchants, judges, shopkeepers, laborers, authors, physicians, and lawyers, lived all side by side, so that the tide of existence which swept up and down was as varied as it was full. The coldness of the grey stone of the tall houses was relieved by the fantastic devices in red or yellow or blue on a ground of black, by which each trader signified the commodities in which he dealt. As each story was a separate abode, there were often seen painted on the front of one tall house half a dozen different signs. Here was a quartern loaf over a full-trimmed periwig, and there a Cheshire cheese or a rich firkin of butter over stays and petticoats. 301. To the north, scarcely broken as yet by the scattered buildings of the infant new town, the outlook commanded that incomparable prospect which delighted Colonel Mannering, as he gazed from the window of Councillor Pliddle's library on the Frith of Forth with its islands, the embayment which is terminated by the law of North Berwick, and the varied shores of Fife, indenting with a hilly outline the clear blue horizon. 302. Every Sunday during the hours of service the streets were silent and solitary, as if a plague had laid waste the city. But in a moment the scene was changed. The multitude that poured forth from each church swept everything before it. The stranger who attempted to face it was driven from side to side by the advancing flood. The faithful were so intently meditating on the good things which they had just heard that they had no time to look before them. With their large prayer books under their arms, their eyes fixed steadily on the ground, and wrapped up in their plaid cloaks, they went on regardless of everything that passed. 303. Less than 30 years before Johnson, on that August night, went up streets. 304. The young Pretender, surrounded by his Highlanders, and preceded by his heralds and trumpeters, had marched from the palace of his ancestors to the ancient market cross, and there had had his father proclaimed king by the title of James VII of Scotland and III of England. Down the same street in the following spring his own standard, with its proud motto of Tandem Triumphans, and the banners of 13 of his chief captains, in like manner preceded by heralds and trumpeters, had been borne on the shoulders of the common hangman and 13 chimney sweepers, to the same cross, and there publicly burnt. 305. Here, too, was seen from time to time the sad and terrible procession, when, from the toll booth, some unhappy wretch was led forth to die in the grass. Market. As the clock struck the hour after noon, the city guard knocked at the prison door. The convict at once came out, dressed in a waistcoat and breeches of white, bound with black ribbons, and wearing a nightcap, also bound with black. His hands were tied behind him, and a rope was round his neck. On each side of him walked a clergyman. The hangman followed bemuffled in a great coat, while all around, with their arms ready, marched the town guard. Every window in every floor of every house was crowded with spectators. 306. Happily the criminal law of Scotland was far less bloody than that which at this time disgraced England, and executions, except for murder, were rare. 307. There was also much less crime. While the streets and neighbourhood of London were beset by footpads and highwaymen, in Edinburgh a man might go about with the same security at midnight as at noonday. Street robberies were very rare, and a street murder was, it is said, a thing unknown. This general safety was due partly to the town guard, 308, partly also to the Society of Caddies, or Cordies, a fraternity of errand runners. Each member had to find surety for good behavior, and the whole body was answerable for the dishonesty of each. Their chief place of stand was at the top of the High Street, where some of them were found all the day and most of the night. They were said to be acquainted with every person and every place in Edinburgh. No stranger arrived but they knew of it at once. They acted as a kind of police, and were as useful as Sir John Fielding's thief-takers in London. 309. In spite of these safeguards, in the autumn before Johnson's visit there was an outbreak of crime. A reward of 1 guinea each was offered for the arrest of 40 persons who had been banished the city, and who were suspected of having returned. 310. The worthy magistrates, it should seem, were like Dogberry, and did not trouble themselves about a thief so long as he stole out of their company. The Tolbooth. The Edinburgh Tolbooth. The Edinburgh Tolbooth and the other Scotch gaols were worse even than those cruel dens in which the miserable prisoners were confined in England. They had no courtyard where the fresh air of heaven might be breathed for some hours at least of every weary day. Not even to the unhappy debtor was any indulgence shown. That air was denied to him which was common to all. Even under a guard, said an expounder of the law, he had no right to the benefit of free air, for every creditor has an interest that his debtor be kept under close confinement, that by his squalor carceris he may be brought to the payment of his just debt. 311. He was to learn the fullness of the meaning of the curse of a severe creditor who pronounces his debtor's doom, to rot in gaol. 312. At the present time even in Siberia there cannot, I believe, be found so cruel a den as that old Edinburgh Tolbooth, by whose gloomy walls Johnson passed on his way to Boswell's comfortable home close by, where Mrs. Boswell and tea were awaiting him. In one room were found by a writer who visited the prison 3 lads confined among the refuse of a long succession of criminals. The straw which was their bed had been worn into bits 2 inches long. In a room on the floor above were 2 miserable boys not 12 years old. But the stench that assailed him as the door was opened so overpowered him that he fled. The accumulation of dirt which he saw in the rooms and on the staircases was so great, that it set him speculating in vain on the length of time which must have been required to make it. The supply of the food and drink was the jailer's monopoly. Whenever the poor wretches received a little money from friends outside, or from charity, they were not allowed the benefit of the market price. The choice of the debtor's prison was left to the caprice of his creditor, and that which was known to be the most loathsome was often selected. 313. The summer after Johnson's visit to Edinburgh, John Wesley, in one of the streets of that town, was suddenly arrested by a sheriff's officer on a warrant to commit him to the Tolbooth. Happily he was first taken to an adjoining building, some kind of sponging house, it is probable, whence he sent word to his friends, and obtained bail. The charge brought against him was ridiculous, and in the end the prosecutor had heavy damages to pay. 314. Nevertheless, monstrous though the accusation was, had Wesley been not only a stranger and poor, but also friendless, it was in that miserable den that he would have been lodged. His deliverance might have been by gaol fever. The Douglas cause riot. Boswell himself, if we may trust the tradition, little more than 4 years before he welcomed Johnson, had run a risk of becoming acquainted with the inside of that prison. Scotland was all ablaze with the great Douglas cause. The succession to the large estates of the last Duke of Douglas was in dispute. So eagerly did men share in the shifting course of the long lawsuit, that it was scarcely safe to open the lips about it in mixed company. Boswell, with all the warmth of his eager nature, took the part of the heir whose legitimacy was disallowed by the casting vote of the President in the Court of Session. The case was carried on appeal to the House of Lords, and on Monday, the 27th of February, 1769, the Scotch decision was reversed. A little before 8 o'clock on Thursday evening the news reached Edinburgh by express. The city was at once illuminated, and the windows of the hostile judges were broken. Boswell, it is said, headed the mob. That his own father's house was among those which he and his followers attacked, as Sir Walter Scott had heard, 315, is very unlikely. Lord Auchinleck had voted in the minority, and so would have been in high favour with the rioters. A party of foot soldiers was marched into the city. A reward of £50 was offered for the discovery of the offenders, and for some nights the streets were patrolled by 2 troops of dragoons. 316. Boswell's good father writes Ramsay of Arctotyre, entreated the President with tears in his eyes to put his son in the toll booth. Being brought before Sheriff Cockburn for examination, he was desired to tell all that happened that night in his own way. After, said he, I had communicated the glorious news to my father, who received it very coolly, I went to the cross to see what was going on. There I overheard a group of fellows forming their plan of operations. One of them asked what sort of a man the sheriff was, and whether he was not to be dreaded. No, no, answered another, he is a puppy of the President's making. On hearing this exordium Mr. Cockburn went off, leaving the culprit to himself. 317. Hume's House. Among the sights which Johnson was shown at Edinburgh, the new town was not included. Yet some progress had been made in laying out those streets, which in simplicity and manliness of style and general breadth and brightness of effect were destined to surpass anything that has been attempted in modern street architecture. 318. From Boswell's windows, over the tops of the stately elm trees which at that time ran in front of James's Court and across a deep and marshy hollow, the rising houses could be easily seen. Full in view among the rest was the new home Hume had lately built for himself at the top of a street which was as yet unnamed, but was soon, as St. David's, to commemorate in a jest the great philosopher who was its first inhabitant. Had the change which was so rapidly coming over Auld Reekie been understood in its full extent, surely Johnson's attention would have been drawn to it. Boswell only mentions the new town to introduce the name of the ingenious architect who planned it, Craig, the nephew of the poet Thomson. 319. His mind, perhaps, was so set on escaping from the too narrow sphere of Scotland and on removing to London, that of Edinburgh and its fortunes he was careless. Yet, shrewd observer as he was of men and manners, he must have noticed how the tide of fashion had already begun to set from the old town, and was threatening to leave the ancient homes of the noble and the wealthy like so many wrecks behind. In many people there was a great reluctance to make a move. To some the old familiar life in a flat was dear, and the new town was built after the English fashion, in what was known as houses to themselves. One old lady fancied she should be lost if she were to get into such an habitation, another feared being blown away in going over the new bridge, while a third thought that these new fashions could come to nae good. 320. Nevertheless, in spite of all these terrors, the change came very swiftly. So early as 1783, a rouping wife, or saleswoman of old furniture occupied the house which not many years before had been Lord President Craigie's, while a chairman who had taken Lord Drummer's house had lately left it for want of accommodation. 321. There were men of position, however, who, fashion or no fashion, clung to their old homes for many years later. Queensberry House, nearly at the foot of the Canongate, which in later years was turned into a refuge for the destitute, so late as 1803 was inhabited by the Lord Chief Baron Montgomery. Lord Cockburn remembered well the old judge's tall, well-dressed figure in the old style, and the brilliant company which gathered round him in that ancient but decayed quarter. 322. The new town of Edinburgh. It was full 5 years before Johnson's arrival that Dr. Robertson, pleading the cause of his poverty-stricken university, pointed out how the large buildings that were rising suddenly on all sides, the magnificent bridge that had been begun, and the new streets and squares all bore the marks of a country growing in arts and in industry. 323. It was in 1765 that the foundations were laid of the bridge which was to cross the valley that separates the old and new town. It was not till 1772 that it was made passable. 324. In 1783 the huge mound was begun which now so conveniently joins the two hills. The earth of which it is formed was dug out in making the foundations of the new houses. 1,500 cartloads on an average were thrown in daily for the space of 3 years. 325. The valley, which with its lawns, its slopes, its trim walls, its beds of flowers, and its trees, adds so much to the pleasantness and beauty of Edinburgh, was when Johnson looked down into it a deep morass, one of the dirtiest puddles upon earth. 326. It was in its black mud that Hume one day stuck when he had slipped off the stepping stones on the way to his new house. A fishwife, who was following after him, recognizing the diced, refused to help him unless he should recite first the Lord's Prayer and the Belief. 327. This he at once did to her great wonder. His admiration for the new town was unbounded. If the High Street was finer than anything of its kind in Europe, the new town, he maintained, exceeded anything in any part of the world. 328. You would not wonder that I have abjured London forever, he wrote to his friend, Strahan, in the year 1772, if you saw my new house and situation in St. Andrew's Square. 329. Adam Smith told Rogers the poet, who visited Edinburgh in 1789, that the old town had given Scotland a bad name, and that he was anxious to move with the rest. 330. The Edinburgh Fly. The age which I am attempting to describe was looked upon by Lord Cockburn as the last purely Scotch age that Scotland was destined to see. The whole country had not begun to be absorbed in the ocean of London. 331. The distance between the two capitals as measured by time, fatigue, and money was little less than the distance in the present day between Liverpool and New York. Johnson, who travelled in post-chaises, and therefore in great comfort, was 9 days on the road. He wrote, not to loiter much by the way, 332, but he did not journey by night, and he indulged in 2 days' rest at Newcastle. Hume, 3 years later, travelling by easy stages on account of his failing health, took 2 days longer. 333. Had Johnson gone by the public conveyance, the Newcastle fly would have brought him in 3 days as far as that town at a charge of £3 6s. On the panels of the fly was painted the motto, Sat Sito Si Sat Been. Thence he would have continued his journey by the Edinburgh fly, which traversed the whole remaining distance in a single day in summer, and in a day and a half in winter. The charge for this was £1 11s. 6d. In these sums were not included the payments to the drivers and guards. The Newcastle fly ran 6 times a week, starting from London an hour after midnight. The Edinburgh fly ran only on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. A traveller then who lost no time on the road, leaving London at 1 o'clock on Sunday night, would in the summer time reach Edinburgh by Thursday evening, and in the winter after midday on Friday. 334. Even the mail which was carried on horseback, and went 5 times a week, took in good weather about 82 hours. 335. The news of the Battle of Culloden, though it was forwarded by an express, was 7 days all but 2 or 3 hours in reaching London. 336. There were men living in 1824 who recollected when the mail came down with only one single letter for Edinburgh. 337. By 1793 a great acceleration had been effected in the coach service. It was possible, so the proud boast ran, to leave Edinburgh after morning service on Sunday, spend a whole day in London, and be back again by 6 o'clock on Saturday morning. 338. The weary traveller would have had to pass every night in the coach. By the year 1800 the journey was done from London to Edinburgh in 58 hours, and from Edinburgh to London in 60.5. 339. But such annihilation of time and space, as no doubt this rapid rate of travelling was then called, was not dreamed of in Johnson's day. The capitals of England and Scotland still stood widely apart. It was wholly a Scotch scene which the English traveller saw, and independent tastes and ideas and pursuits caught his attention. 340. Nevertheless, in one respect Edinburgh, as I have already said, felt strongly the influence of England. In its literature and its language it was laboriously forming itself on the English model. There had been a long period during which neither learning nor literature had shone in Scotland with any brightness of light. Since the days of the great classical scholars not a single famous author had been seen. There had been farthing candles from time to time, but no northern lights. 341. The two countries were under the same sovereign, but there was no age of Queen Anne north of the Tweed. There was indeed that general diffusion of learning which was conspicuously wanting in England. An English traveller noticed with surprise how rare it was to find a man of any rank but the lowest who had not some tincture of learning. It was the pride and delight of every father to give his son a liberal education. 342. Nevertheless it had been with their learning as with provisions in a besieged town, every man had a mouthful and no one a bellyful. 343. That there was a foundation for Johnson's pointed saying was many years later candidly admitted by Sir Walter Scott. 344. So great had been the dearth of literature that the printer's art had fallen into decay. About the year 1740 there were but 4 printing houses in Edinburgh, which found scanty employment in producing school books, law papers, newspapers, sermons, and Bibles. By 1779 the number had risen from 4 to 27. 345. This rapid growth was by no means wholly due to an increase in Scotch authors. Edinburgh might have become a hotbed of genius, but such productiveness even in a hotbed would have been unparalleled. The booksellers in late years, in defiance of the supposed law of copyright, had begun to reprint the works of standard English writers, and after a long litigation had been confirmed in what they were doing by a decision given in the House of Lords. 346. English studied by the Scotch. The growth of literature in Scotland had taken a turn which was not unnatural. In the troubles of the 17th century the nation, while yet it was in its power, had neglected to refine its language. No great masters of style had risen. There had been no Sir William Temple to give cadence to its prose. 347. The settled government and the freedom from tyranny which the country enjoyed on the fall of the Stuarts, the growth of material wealth which followed on the Union, the gradual diminution of bigotry and the scattering of darkness which was part of the general enlightenment of Europe had given birth to a love of modern literature. The old classical learning no longer sufficed. Having no literature of their own which satisfied their aspirations, the younger generation of men was forced to acquire the language of their ancient rivals, brought as it had been by a long succession of illustrious authors to a high degree of perfection. 348. It was to the volumes of Addison that the Scotch student was henceforth to give his days and nights. To read English was an art soon acquired, but to write it, and still more to speak it correctly, demanded a long and laborious study. Very few, with all their perseverance, succeeded like Mallet in clearing their tongues from their native pronunciation. 349. Even to understand the language when spoken was only got by practice. A young lady from the country, who was reproached with having seen on the Edinburgh stage some loose play, artlessly replied, "Indeed they did nothing wrong that I saw, and as for what they said, it was High English, and I did not understand it." 350. Dr. Beattie studied English from books like a dead language. To write it correctly cost him years of labor. 351. The conversation of the Edinburgh authors, said Topham, showed that they wrote English as a foreign tongue, for their spoken language was so unlike their written. 352. Some men were as careless of their accent as they were careful of their words. Hume's tone was always broad Scotch, but Scotch words he carefully avoided. 353. Others indulged in two styles and two accents, one for familiar life, the other for the pulpit, the court of session, or the professor's chair. In all this there was a great and a strange variety. Lord Cams, for instance, in his social hour spoke pure Scotch, though with a tone not displeasing from its vulgarity. On the bench his language approached to English. 354. His brother judge, Lord Auchinleck, on the other hand, clung to his mother tongue. He would not smooth or round his periods, or give up his broad Scotch, however vulgar it was accounted. The sturdy old fellow felt, no doubt, a contempt for that compound of affectation and pomposity which some of his countrymen spoke, a language which no Englishman could understand. 355. In their attempt to get rid of their accent they too often arrived at the young ladies' High English, a mode of speaking far enough removed no doubt from the Scotch, but such as made the fools who used it truly ridiculous. 356. There were others who were far more successful. The conversation of the Scots, wrote Johnson, grows every day less unpleasing to the English, their peculiarities wear fast away, their dialect is likely to become in half a century provincial and rustic, even to themselves. The great, the learned, the ambitious, and the vain, all cultivate the English phrase, and the English pronunciation, and in splendid companies Scotch is not much heard, except now and then from an old lady. 357. The old lady whom he chiefly had in his memory when he wrote this was probably the Duchess of Douglas. He had met her at Boswell's table. She talks broad Scotch with a paralytic voice, he wrote to Mrs. Thrale, and is scarce understood by her own countrymen. 358. Boswell himself, by the instruction of a player from Drury Lane, who had brought a company to Edinburgh, succeeded so well in clearing his tongue of his Scotch that Johnson complimented him by saying, "Sir, your pronunciation is not offensive." 359. In their pursuit of English literature the Scotch proved as successful as in everything else which they took in hand. Whatever ill will may have existed between the two nations, there was no grudging admiration shown in England for their authors. In popularity few writers of their time surpassed Thomson, Smollett, Hume, Robertson, John Home, Macpherson, Hugh Blair, Beattie, and Boswell. Neither had Robert Blair, Mallet, Cams, John Dalrymple, Henry Mackenzie, Monboddo, Adam Ferguson, and Watson, any reason to complain of neglect. If Adam Smith and Reed were not so popular as some of their contemporaries, it was because they had written for the small class of thinkers, though The Wealth of Nations, which was published little more than 2 years after Johnson's visit, was by the end of the century to reach its 9th edition. This, I believe, is the historical age, and this the historical nation Hume wrote proudly from Edinburgh. 360. He boasted that the copy money given him for his history much exceeded anything formerly known in England. It made him not only independent but opulent. Robertson for his Charles V received £3,400, and £400 was to be added on the publication of the second edition. 361. Blair for a single volume of his sermons was paid £600. 362. Whatever ardour Scotchmen showed for English literature as men of letters, yet they never for one moment forgot their pride in their own country. In a famous club they had banded themselves together for the sake of doing away with a reproach which had been cast upon their nation. Just as down to the present time no Parliament has ventured to trust Ireland with a single regiment of volunteers, so Scotland 100 years ago was not trusted with a militia. In the words of Burns, her lost militia fired her bluid. 363. The Poker Club. In 1759 a bill for establishing this force had been brought into Parliament, and though Pitt acquiesced in the measure, it was thrown out by the young Whigs. Most Englishmen probably felt with Horace Walpole, when he rejoiced that the disaffected in Scotland could not obtain this mode of having their arms restored. 364. 2 or 3 years later the literary men in Edinburgh, affronted by this refusal, formed themselves into a League of Patriots. The name of the militia club, which they had at first thought of adopting, was rejected as too directly offensive. With a happy allusion to the part which they were to play in stirring up the fire and spirit of the country, they decided on calling themselves the Poker. Andrew Crosby, the original of Mr. Councillor Pliddle, was humorously elected assassin, and David Hume was added as his assessor, without whose assent nothing should be done. 365. It was urged with great force that Scotland was as much exposed as England to plunder and invasion. Why, it was asked, was she refused a militia when one had been granted to Cumberland and Westmoreland, and Lancashire? Had not those countries contributed more adventurers to the forces of the young Pretender than all the Lowlands? Why put a sword in the hands of foreigners for wounding the Scottish nation and name? A name admired at home for fidelity, regaled, in every clime for strictness of discipline, and dreaded for intrepidity. 366. In 1776 the bill was a second time brought in, but was a second time rejected. I am glad, said Johnson, that the Parliament has had the spirit to throw it out. 367. By this time it was not timidity only which caused the rejection. The English were touched in their pockets. It was maintained that as Scotland contributed so little to the land tax, so if she needed a militia she ought to bear the whole expense herself. What enemy, asked Johnson scornfully, would invade Scotland where there is nothing to be got? 368. It was not till the year 1793, in the midst of the alarms of a war with France, that the force was at last established, and Scotland in one more respect placed on an equality with England. In Edinburgh such a club as this, formed of all the eager active spirits in the place, could act with the greater vigor from the ease with which the members could meet. In whatever quarter of the town men lived, even if they had moved to the squares which had lately been built to the north and south, they were not much more widely separated than the residents in the colleges of Oxford. The narrowness of the limits in which they were confined is shown by the small number of hackney coaches which served their wants. In London, in 1761, there were 800. By 1784 they had risen to 1,369. In Edinburgh there were but 9, and even these, it was complained, were rarely to be seen on the stand after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was in sedan chairs that visits of ceremony were paid. The bearers were Highlanders, as in London they were generally Irishmen. 370. The dinner hour was still so early that the meal of careless and cheerful hospitality was the supper. In 1763 fashionable people dined at 2, 20 years later at 4 or even at 5. 371. At the time of Johnson's visit 3 was probably the common hour. Dr. Carlyle describes the ease with which in his younger days a pleasant supper party was gathered together. We dined where we best could, and by Cadiz, 372, we assembled our friends to meet us in a tavern by 9 o'clock, and a fine time it was when we could collect David Hume, Adam Smith, Adam Ferguson, Lord Elibank, and Doctors Blair and Jardine on an hour's warning. 373. Though the Scotch were religious observers of hospitality, 374, yet a stranger did not readily get invited to their favourite meal. To be admitted to their suppers is a mark of their friendship. At them the restraints of ceremony are banished, and you see people really as they are. The Scotch ladies, it was noticed, at these cheerful but prolonged repasts drank more wine than an English woman could well bear, but the climate required it. 375. The patriotic Knox describes the inhabitants of Edinburgh as being not only courteous, obliging, open, and hospitable, but well inclined to the bottle. It was not to the climate that he attributed this joyous devotion, but to their social dispositions and the excellence of their wines. 376. Boswell has left us a description of a supper which he enjoyed at Hume's new house in St. Andrew's Square. He had Dr. Robertson and Lord Cams for his fellow guests, and 3 sorts of ice creams among the dishes. "What think you of the northern epicurus style?" he asked. He complained, however, that he could recollect no conversation. Our writers here are really not prompt on all occasions as those of London. 377. He had been spoilt by the talk in the taverns of Fleet Street and the Turk's Head Club, and was discontented because he did not find in St. Andrew's Square a Johnson, a Burke, a Wilkes, and a Beauclerk. Johnson and David Hume. Into Hume's pleasant house Johnson unhappily never entered. 378. He even thought that his friend Dr. Adams, the master of Pembroke College, had done wrong when he had met by invitation that infidel writer at dinner, and had treated him with smooth civility. 379. Yet a man who could yield to the temptation of the talk of Jack Wilkes had no right to stand aloof from David Hume. We should like to know what he would have thought of that philosopher's soup à la reine made from a receipt which he had copied in his own neat hand, or of his beef and cabbage, a charming dish, and old mutton and old claret, in which he boasted, no man excelled him. Perhaps, however, if Johnson could have been persuaded to taste the claret, old as it was, he would have shaken his head over it and called it poor stuff. 380. The sheephead broth he would certainly have refused, though one Mr. Keith did speak of it for 8 days after. 381, and the Duke de Nivernois would have bound himself apprentice to Hume's lass to learn it. 382. The sty of that fattest of Epicurus's hogs he failed to visit. You tell me, wrote the great Gibbon to a friend who was at Edinburgh just at the time of Johnson's arrival, you tell me of a long list of dukes, lords, and chieftains of renown to whom you are introduced. Were I with you, I should prefer one David to them all. 383. Boswell could easily have brought the two men together, intimate as he was with both. Early in his life he was able to boast that one of them had visited him in the forenoon and the other in the afternoon of the same day. 384. Hume's conversation perhaps was not after the fashion which Johnson liked. It certainly would not have come recommended to him by his broad Scotch accent. Nevertheless, there was that about it which ended it to his friends. For innocent mirth and agreeable raillery he was thought to be unmatched. 385. Adam Smith has celebrated his constant pleasantry. In his wit there was not the slightest tincture of malignity. 386. But Johnson would have nothing to do with him. 387. In Boswell's house in James's Court, that Sunday he spent there in Dr. Robertson's company, he said something much too rough both as to Mr. Hume's head and heart, which Boswell thought well to suppress. In the quiet stillness of that summer Sabbath day in Edinburgh, the strong loud voice might almost have been carried across the narrow valley to St. Andrew's Square, and startled the philosopher in his retirement. Neither did Johnson see Adam Smith, who in Hume's house had his room whenever he chose to occupy it. To meet a famous stranger he would, we may well believe, have willingly crossed the Firth from his house in Kirkcaldy. But the two men had once met in London, and we did not take to each other, said Johnson. Had he been more tolerant, and sought the society of these two great Scotchmen, he would have seen in Scotland the best which Scotland had to show. Even as it was, in his visit to the capital and the seats of the other universities, in his tour through Lowlands, Highlands and Isles, he saw perhaps as great a variety of men and manners as had been seen in that country by any Englishman up to his time. Edinburgh, August 14–18. The White Horse Inn. Beginning of the tour. On Friday, the 6th of August, 1773, Dr. Johnson set off from London on his famous tour to the Western Islands of Scotland. His companion as far as Newcastle was Robert Chambers, Principal of New Inn Hall, Oxford, who had been lately appointed one of the new judges for India, and was going down to his native town to take leave of his family. The two friends travelled in a post-chaise. "Life has not many better things than this," said Johnson once when he was driven rapidly along in one with Boswell. 388. It was too costly a pleasure for him to indulge in often unless he could find a companion to share the expense. The charge for a chaise and pair of horses for 2 passengers from London to Edinburgh could scarcely have been kept under £22. 389. The weather was bright and hot. 390. At Newcastle, Chambers's place in the chaise was taken by a fellow townsman who was destined to go far beyond him in the career of the law, William Scott, afterwards Lord Stowell, the great judge of the High Court of Admiralty. The travellers entered Scotland by Berwick-on-Tweed, passing near to those 9 wells which gave their name to the estate which had come down to David Hume's father through many generations. Very likely they dined at Dunbar, that high and windy town, and thought, as they crossed the Broxburn, how Cromwell's horse and foot charged across it in the mingled light of the harvest moon and the early dawn on that September morning 123 years before. Their next stage would bring them to Haddington, past the ruined abbey where nearly 100 years later that great Scotchman, Johnson's foremost champion, was often with a contrite and almost broken heart to seek his wife's grave in the desolate chancel. As they drove on they passed by the wide plain, shut in by the sea on one side and by a morass on the other, over which, only 28 years earlier, on another misty morning in September, the rude Highlanders had chased Cope's English dragoons in shameful and headlong flight. Evening had overtaken the travellers by this time, so that they could not have seen the one solitary thorn bush round which lay the greatest number of slain, or the grey tower of the church of Prestonpans, whence the afternoon before the battle, young Alexander Carlyle had looked down upon the two armies. 391. They passed Pinkie, where the Protector Somerset's soldiers had made such a savage massacre of the routed Scotch, and Carberry Hill, where Mary took her last farewell of Bothwell as she gave herself up to the Scottish lords. They passed, too, the serfs of Tranent and Prestonpans, the colliers and salters who were in a state of slavery and bondage, bound to the collieries or salt works for life. 392. White Horse Close. The road to Edinburgh. The White Horse Inn. Entering Edinburgh by the road which goes near Holyrood House, and driving along the Canongate, they alighted at the entrance to White Horse Close, at the end of which stood the White Horse Inn. The sign, the crest of the House of Hanover, had probably been adopted on the accession of George I, and was a proof of loyalty to the reigning family. In London in the year 1761 there were 49 alleys, lanes and yards which were so called. 393. It was, however, said that the name had been given as a memorial of a white horse which, by winning a race on Laith Sands, had saved its master, the innkeeper, from ruin. 394. According to the Scotch custom, the inn was generally known not by its sign, but by the name of its landlord. 395. Thus Boswell calls this house Boyd's Inn. In the Edinburgh Directory for 1773-4 we find under the letter B, at the head of the stables, Boyd, James, Canongate Head. In the present time, when an inn, however small, assumes the dignified title of hotel, we may admire the modesty of these Edinburgh innkeepers, not one of whom pretended to be anything more than a stabler. In fact, they scarcely deserved any higher name. Their houses were on a level with the inn at Rochester where the two carriers in Falstaff's time passed so restless a night. A traveller who had stayed in this house a year or two before Johnson's visit, described it as being crowded and confused. The master lives in the stable, the mistress is not equal to the business. You must not expect breakfast before 9 o'clock, and you must think yourself happy if you do not find every room fresh mopped. 396. The date of 1683 inscribed upon the large window above the outside steps, 397. Showed that even in Johnson's time it was an old house. For the whole of the 18th century it was one of the chief starting places for the stagecoaches. It sank later on into a carrier's inn, says Sir Walter Scott, and has since been held unworthy even of that occupation. It was a base hovel. 398. Yet James Boyd, who kept it, retired with a fortune of several £1,000s. That he possessed napery to the value of £500 is stated by Chambers to be a well-authenticated fact. A large room in the house was the frequent scene of the marriages of runaway English couples. On one of the windows were scratched the words, Jeremiah and Sarah Bentham, 1768. 399. It was from this miserable inn that Johnson, on the 14th of August, sent the following note to Boswell's house. Mr. Johnson sends his compliments to Mr. Boswell, being just arrived at Boyd's. Saturday night. Boswell went to him directly, and learned from Scott that the doctor had unluckily had a bad specimen of Scottish cleanliness. He then drank no fermented liquor. He asked to have his lemonade made sweeter, upon which the waiter, with his greasy fingers, lifted a lump of sugar, and put it into it. The doctor, in indignation, threw it out of the window. Scott said he was afraid that he would have knocked the waiter down. Boswell at once carried off Johnson to his own house. Scott he left behind with the sincere regret that he had not also a room for him. Could the future eminence of the great judge have been foreseen, or had his amiable manners been generally known, surely someone would have been found eager to welcome him as a guest and rescue him from the Canongate stabler. He was one of the pleasantest men I ever knew, wrote Sir Walter Scott, 55 years later, when he met him at a dinner at Richmond Park, looking very frail and even comatose. 400. He lived some while longer, and did not die till the memory of this jaunt, and of everything else had been lost in the forgetfulness in which his mind sank beneath the burthen of 80 years and 10. 401. Let us hope that on his first visit to Edinburgh, like Matthew Bramble, he got decent lodgings in the house of a widow gentlewoman. 402. The old inn still stands, a picturesque ruin and an interesting memorial of the discomfort of a long race of wandering strangers. No one here ever repeated with emotion, either great or small, Shenstone's lines, who has travelled life's dull round, where'er his stages may have been, may sigh to think he still has found the warmest welcome at an inn. 403. With a little care it could have been made a place where a man might take his ease in his inn, for it stood aloof from the noise of the street, was well built and was sufficiently roomy. An outside stone staircase, which after a few steps turned right and left, led up to the first floor, where doubtless, according to the common Scotch custom, the principal rooms were placed. With its turrets and its gables it must have looked pleasant enough to the young runaway couples as they hurried in from the Canongate, and passed the outside staircases and open galleries of the houses on each side of the close, and so went up to the large room where many a name was scratched with a diamond ring on the pane. And they are gone like the lovers of St. Agnes Eve. 404. James's Court. James's Court. Boswell wrote Johnson to Mrs. Thrale, has very handsome and spacious rooms, level with the ground on one side of the house, and on the other 4 stories high. At this time he was living in James's Court, on the northern side of the Lawn Market, having lately removed from Chesil's buildings in the Canongate. It is not easy for the stranger who passes from the thronged street under the low archway into that quiet, but gloomy, and even shabby-looking court, to picture to himself the gay and lively company which once frequented it. Now ragged, barefooted children are playing about. In some of the windows there are broken and patched panes of glass, while high above one's head, from the different stories, are hanging out to dry garments of various sorts and hues, on a curious kind of framework, let down by a pulley and string, till it stands out square from the wall. Some of the houses are coloured with a yellow wash, in others the stones round the windows and at the corners are painted red. The uncoloured stone is a grey darkened by years of smoke. The lower windows are guarded by iron gratings. On the southern, or Lawn Market side, a block of building juts out, and makes a division in the court. This projection looks as ancient as any part, and was doubtless there in those old days when the place was inhabited by a select set of gentlemen, who kept a clerk to record their names and proceedings, had a scavenger of their own, clubbed in many public measures, and had balls and assemblies among themselves. 405. It must have pleasantly recalled to Boswell the chambers which had been lent him in the Temple that summer in which he first became acquainted with Johnson, for it, too, was a nest of lawyers. There were inhabiting it at this time 13 advocates, among them Lord Elibank, 7 writers to the signet and clerks of session, a commissioner, and 2 first clerks of advocates. The other householders were only 6 in number, 2 physicians, one of whom was Sir John Pringle, 406, the President of the Royal Society of London, a teller in the Old Bank, a teacher of French, a dancing mistress, and a gentlewoman. Pringle, who was Boswell's intimate friend, was one of the 3 topics which he begged Johnson to avoid at his father's house, Presbyterianism and Whiggism being the other 2. If any one of these subjects were introduced, an altercation was certain to follow, for all three were as dear to Lord Auchinleck as they were distasteful to Johnson. Here Hume had lived till very lately in a house which was very cheerful and even elegant, but was too small, he complained, to display his great talents for cookery. Nevertheless it had been the one spot to which, when abroad, his heart untravelled had fondly turned. Even in the palace at Fontainebleau, while fresh from the flattery of the three young princes who were in turn to be kings of France, in this high tide of his fortune it was for his easy-chair and his retreat in James's Court that twice or thrice a day he longed. Here he had welcomed Benjamin Franklin, here Adam Smith had been his frequent guest, and here he had offered a shelter to Rousseau. In his absence from Edinburgh Dr. Blair had been his tenant, and here, no doubt, had written some of those sermons and lectures which were to attain so wide a popularity, and then to sink into as deep a neglect. The time once was when Blair's shrine would have drawn a crowd of pilgrims. James's Court. Hume and Boswell had for a short time been very near neighbours, as it was in the same block of buildings, 407, that they lived. If the elder man had entertained the American patriot, Franklin, the younger had entertained the Corsican patriot, Pascal Paoli. He could boast, moreover, of the distinguished guests who thronged his house during Johnson's 2 visits, both at his first coming and on his return from the Hebrides. Judges and advocates who were destined one day to sit on the bench, the deputy commander-in-chief, men and women of high birth, authors, divines, physicians, all came to see and hear the famous Englishman. We can picture to ourselves the sedan chairs passing in under the low gateway, bearing the fine ladies and gentlemen who came to attend the levee which he held from 10 o'clock in the morning till 1 or 2. The echo of the strong loud voice with the slow deliberate utterance still almost seems to sound in our ears as we wander about in this dreary spot. I could not attend him, writes Boswell, being obliged to be in the Court of Session, but my wife was so good as to devote the greater part of the morning to the endless task of pouring out tea for my friend and his visitors. More than one caller, as he gazed on the huge frame, the scarred face, and the awkward strange movements of the man of whom they had heard so much, might have exclaimed with Lord Elibank, that hardly anything seemed more improbable than to see Dr. Johnson in Scotland. What Edinburgh said and thought of him we should greatly like to know. But no letters recording his visit seem to be extant. Even the very house has disappeared. Time, which has spared everything else in this old court, has not spared it. More than 30 years ago it was burnt to the ground. We should have liked to wander about the rooms, and wonder which was the bedchamber that Mrs. Boswell, to show all respect to the sage so politely resigned to him, and where it was that Veronica, that precocious babe of 4 months, by wishing to be held close to him, gave a proof from simple nature that his figure was not horrid. Where, we should have asked, was the dinner given him at which Mrs. Boswell did her best to aid wisdom and wit by administering agreeable sensations to the palate? Where, too, were the carpets spread on which he let the wax of the candles drop, by turning them with their heads downwards when they did not burn bright enough. In what closet did Boswell keep his books, whence on Sunday, with pious purpose, Johnson took down Ogden's sermons, and retired with them to his own room? They did not, however, detain him long, and he soon rejoined the company, which was the breakfast room where Sir William Forbes introduced to him the blind scholar and poet, Dr. Blacklock. "Dear Dr. Blacklock, I am glad to see you," he said, with a most humane complacency. "I looked on him with reverence," he wrote to Mrs. Thrale. "It has all utterly passed away. Forbes himself has been Sir Walter Scott's lamented Forbes, 408, for more than 80 years. All has passed away, not only the talk about Burke, and Garrick, and Hume, and Whitefield, and genius, and witchcraft, and the comparative difficulty of verse-making and dictionary-making, but even the very walls which might have caught it in its echoes. Where this famous old house once stood now stands a modern bank, contrasting but ill in its more elaborate architecture with the severe, and even stern, simplicity of the ancient buildings. Nevertheless, we are at no loss to picture to ourselves the home of Hume and Boswell. Their land occupied one half of the northern side of the court, the other half, which no doubt corresponded with it in almost every respect, happily escaped the flames. It is so solidly built that if it is spared by the rage of fire and of modern improvement, it has little to fear from time. Its situation, looking down as it does with its northern front on the mound, and the pleasant gardens in the valley below, has kept it from sinking in public estimation so much as most of the neighboring buildings. It has indeed seen better days, but it has not lost all the outward signs of respectability. Its panes are neither broken nor patched. The ground floor, which was, we may assume, on the same plan as Boswell's house, is occupied by a bookbinder, 409, who courteously showed me all over it. There were traces left in this busy workshop of past splendor, and I could see how handsome and spacious the rooms had once been. In the windows were deep recesses, where it must have been pleasant enough on a bright summer's day to sit in the cool shade and look out over the heads of the elm trees waving below, across the sparkling waters of the Forth, on the hills of Fife in the far distance. A stone staircase, furnished with iron gates, led down from the level of the court to the street 4 stories below, where the foundations of this lofty pile are laid in the rock. The staircase had its occupant, for at one of the windows a mat maker was busy at his trade. 410, Memorials of Great Men. There is no memorial to remind passers-by of the men who have made James's Court so famous. The stranger, as he climbs up the Lawn Market to the castle, is little likely to notice the obscure archway through which so gay and bright and learned a company was ever passing to and fro. In the public gardens Allan Ramsay, John Wilson and Adam Black have each their statue. Viscount Melville's column lifts its head in St. Andrew's Square, far above David Hume's modest house, and in its inscription, in all probability, lies "The virtues and the glories of George IV" are lavishly commemorated. Even good Queen Charlotte is not suffered to be forgotten. In Chambers Street the name of the founder of Chambers Journal is meant to live. On the finest site in all Edinburgh the insignificance of the 5th Duke of Buccleuch will struggle for immortality. We look in vain for the statue of David Hume, of Adam Smith, and of James Boswell. What street, what square, what bridge bear their names? Where does Edinburgh proudly boast to the stranger that she is the birthplace of the philosopher whose name is great in the history of the world, and of the biographer whose work has never been equalled? Where does she make it known that to her ancient city the author of the Wealth of Nations retired to spend the closing years of his life and to die? If no nobler monuments can be raised, surely some bronze tablet or graven stone might keep fresh the memory of the spot where Adam Smith had his chamber, where Benjamin Franklin came to visit David Hume, where Rousseau was offered a shelter, and where James Boswell's guests were Pascal Paoli and Samuel Johnson. A stroll through Edinburgh. It was in good company that Johnson, on the morning of Monday, the 16th of August, walked out to see some of the things which they had to show in Edinburgh, for he was under the guidance of the historian of Scotland. "I love Robertson," Johnson had said a few years earlier, "and I won't talk of his book." If Boswell had reported any part of this saying, we may hope that it was only the first half. For he who neglects the author makes but a poor recompense by loving the man. At all events, Robertson was not troubled with diffidence, for at Holyrood he fluently harangued his companion on the scenes described in his history. No doubt he told many of those anecdotes for which Johnson that morning had declared his love as they breakfasted together, and took care not to attempt to weave them into a system. The Lawn Market. As they passed into the Lawn Market they had not before them that wide expanse which in the present day makes so noble an end to the High Street. The view was obstructed by the Weigh House, the Lucken Booths, the Toll Booth, and the Guard House. 411. At the Weigh House the boast, perhaps, was made that so great was the trade of the town that the public weighing machine which was there kept brought in no less than a sum of £500 every year. At the Toll Booth and the Guard House, that long low ugly building which looked like a black snail crawling up the High Street, 412, something, perhaps, was said of the Porteous riots. But the real story of the heart of Midlothian could only have been told them by that little child of scarce 2 years in the college wind, how the wild mob on that September night, 37 years before, burned down the massive gate of the jail, and dragged their wretched prisoner by torchlight to the gallows, and how Jeanie Deans could not tell a lie even to save her sister from a shameful death. There was no one but this bright-eyed boy who could have even pointed out in the Lucken Booths the stall where poor Peter Peebles and Paul Plainstanes had for years carried on that great line of business as mercers and linen drapers which in the end led to a lawsuit that is famous all the world over. Parliament House. Having no one to tell them of all this they passed on through Parliament Close, which newfangled affectation has termed a square, 413, to the Parliament House, which still showed the grave grey hue that had been breathed over it by 150 years and which was still free from the disgrace of bright freestone and contemptible decorations. The sorrow and indignation which the restorer's wanton changes aroused troubled a later generation. 414. Here it was that the Court of Session sat, the High Court of Justice of Scotland. It was in these August days empty of lawyers, for the vacation had just begun, but Johnson on his return saw it also in term time, and thought the pleading too vehement and too much addressed to the passions of the judges. It was not the Areopagus, he said. Here Henry Erskine, the brother of the famous Chancellor, slipped a shilling into Boswell's hands, who had introduced him to Johnson, saying that it was for the sight of his bear, and here Lord Auchinleck, seeing the great man enter, whispered to one of his brethren on the bench that it was Ursa Major. In the outer hall had once sat the ancient Parliament of Scotland. Here it was that Lord Belhaven, at perhaps its last meeting, made that pathetic speech which drew tears from the audience. Here every day during term time there was a very Babel of a court of justice. Like Westminster Hall of old, it was the tribunal of many judges, as well as the gathering ground of advocates, solicitors, suitors, witnesses, and idlers in general. Here it was that the macer shouted with all his well-remembered brazen strength of lungs, "Poor Peter Peebles versus Plainstanes, pedumtusti it tough, meester the Aniel dumtusti." Here it was that a famous but portly wag of later days, Peter Robinson, seeing Scott with his tall conical white head passing through, called out to the briefless crowd about the fireplace, "Hush, boys, here comes old Peveril, I see the peak." Scott looked round and replied, my man, as we'll Peveril o' the peak one day as Peter o' the paunch. 415. Here Thomas Carlyle, a student of the university, not yet 14 years old, on the afternoon of the November day on which he first saw Edinburgh, was dragged into a scene which he never forgot, an immense hall, dimly lighted from the top of the walls, and perhaps with candles burning in it here and there, all in strange chiaroscuro, and filled with what I thought, exaggeratively, 1,000 or two of human creatures, all astir in a boundless buzz of talk, and simmering about in every direction, some solitary, some in groups. By degrees I noticed that some were in wig and black gown, some not, but in common clothes, all well dressed, that here and there on the sides of the hall, were little thrones with enclosures, and steps leading up, red velvet figures sitting in said thrones, and the black-gowned eagerly speaking to them, advocates pleading to judges, as I easily understood. How they could be heard in such a grinding din was somewhat a mystery. Higher up on the walls, stuck there like swallows in their nests, sate other humbler figures. These I found were the sources of certain wildly plangent lamentable kinds of sounds or echoes which from time to time pierced the universal noise of feet and voices, and rose unintelligibly above it, as if in the bitterness of incurable woe. Criers of the court, I gradually came to understand. And this was Themis in her outer house, such a scene of chaotic din and hurlyburly as I had never figured before. 416. Here every year, on the evening of the king's birthday, there was a scene of loyal riot. At the cost of the city funds, some 1,500 guests, on the invitation of the magistrates, roaring, drinking, toasting, and quarrelling drank the royal healths to a late hour of the night. The wreck and the fumes of that hot and scandalous night tainted the air of the court for a whole week. 417. From the hall our travellers passed into the inner house, where the 15 judges sat together as a court of review. Like Carlyle, Johnson saw great law lords this and that, great advocates, alias celebres, as Thias has it. There were Hales, and Cams, and Monboddo, on the bench, and Henry Dundas, Solicitor General. The judges wore long robes of scarlet faced with white, but though their dignity was great, their salaries were small when compared with those paid to their brethren in Westminster Hall. The President had but £1,300 a year, and each of the 14 Lords of Session but £700. 6 of them, among whom was Boswell's father, received each £300 more as a Commissioner of Justiciary. 418. The room, or rather den in which they sat, was so cased in venerable dirt that it was impossible to say whether it had ever been painted. Dismal though the whole was, the old fellows who had been bred there never looked so well anywhere else. 419. In the same great pile of buildings as the law courts is the Advocates' Library, of which Dr. Johnson took a cursory view. He, no doubt, respectfully remembered there its former librarian, Thomas Ruddiman, that excellent man and eminent scholar, just as he remembered him a few days later at Laurencecook, the scene of his labours as a schoolmaster. Perhaps a second time he regretted that his farewell letter to the Faculty of Advocates when he resigned the office of their librarian, was not, as it should have been, in Latin. According to Ruddiman's successor, David Hume, it was but a petty office of 40 or 50 guineas a year, yet a genteel one too. When that great writer came to write his letter of resignation, he used the curtest of English, and took care to express his contempt for the curators. 2 or 3 years earlier they had censured him for buying some French books, which they accounted indecent and unworthy of a place in a learned library, and he had not forgiven them. 420. It was in the lay, or under, Parliament House beneath, in which at this time were deposited the records of Scotland, that Johnson, rolling about in this old magazine of antiquities, uttered those memorable words which have overcome the reluctance or the indolence of many an author: a man may write at any time if he will set himself doggedly to it. St. Giles's Church. It was but a step from the Parliament House to the great church of St. Giles. Perhaps Johnson went round by the eastern end, and mourned over the fate which had befallen Dunedin's Cross less than 20 years before. A full century and more was to pass away before the work of the Vandals was undone, as far as it could be undone, by the pious affection of one of the greatest of Scotchmen. 421. Perhaps he turned to the west, and passed, little recking it, over the grave of John Knox. Even Boswell, Edinburgh-born though he was, did not know where the great reformer lay buried, and a few days later asked where the spot was. "I hope in the highway," Dr. Johnson burst out. "In the pavement of Parliament Close, a way of common trade, a small stone inscribed IK 1572 marks where he rests. St. Giles was at this time divided into 4 places of Presbyterian worship. "Come," said Johnson jocularly to Dr. Robertson, "let me see what was once a church." Writing to Mrs. Thrale the next day he said, "I told Robertson I wished to see the cathedral because it had once been a church. Its original magnificence, the loss of which Boswell justly lamented, has been partly restored by the lavish changes of late years." Nevertheless, the student of history may in his turn lament that in this restoration there has of necessity disappeared much that was interesting. There was swept away, with as much indifference as if it had been of yesterday, that plain, square, galleried apartment which, as the meeting place of the General Assembly, had beheld the best exertions of the best men in the kingdom ever since the year 1640. 422. Jenny Geddes and her stool, moreover, are reluctant to answer the summons of the imagination in a scene which she herself would scarcely have recognized. Johnson went into only one of the 4 divisions, the New, or the High Church, as it was beginning to be called. Here Blair was preaching those sermons which passed through editions almost innumerable, and now can be bought in their calf binding for a few pence at almost any bookstall. Scotch churches. The new church was formed out of the ancient choir. In it were ranged the seats of the king, the judges, and the magistrates of the city. When Johnson saw it, it was shamefully dirty. He said nothing at the time, but when he came to the great door of the Royal Infirmary, where upon a board was this inscription, "Clean your feet," he turned about slyly and said, "There is no occasion for putting this at the doors of your churches." Pennant also had noticed the slovenly and indecent manner in which Presbytery kept the houses of God. In many parts of Scotland, he said, our Lord seems still to be worshipped in a stable, and often in a very wretched one. 423. Nevertheless, it seemed likely that some improvement would soon be made, and that orthodoxy and dirt would not be held inseparable companions. In 1 or 2 highly favoured spots the broom and scrubbing brush had, perhaps, already made their appearance, for according to Smollett the good people of Edinburgh no longer thought dirt and cobwebs essential to the house of God. 424. It might still have been impossible for the united rhetoric of mankind to prevail with Jack to make himself clean. 425. Yet example must at last have an effect. Scotchmen had travelled and had returned from their travels, and no doubt had brought back a certain love for decency and cleanliness even in churches. In one respect, it was noticed, they surpassed their neighbours. Their conduct during service was more becoming. They did not make their bows and cringes in the middle of their very prayers as was done in England. They always waited till the sermon was over and the blessing given before they looked round and made their civilities to their friends and persons of distinction. 426. I inquired in vain when I was in Edinburgh for the post-house stairs, down which Johnson on leaving St. Giles was taken to the Cowgate. Together with so much that was ancient they have long since disappeared. He was now at the foot of the highest building in the town. As he turned round and looked upwards, he saw a house that rose above him 13 stories high, being built like James's Court on a steep slope. It has suffered the same fate as Boswell's house, having been destroyed by fire more than 60 years ago. 427, Edinburgh University. From the Cowgate, Robertson led the way up the steep hill to the college of which he was the principal. They passed through that narrow dismal alley, the College Wynd, famous to all time as the birthplace of Sir Walter Scott. Johnson would have been pleased indeed could he have known how that bright young genius would one day delight in his poems, and how the last line of manuscript that he was to send to the press would be a quotation from the Vanity of Human Wishes. 428, "Ha miserere nostra" were the melancholy words which Robertson uttered as he showed his companion the mean buildings in which his illustrious university was lodged. Johnson, in the narrative of his tour, no doubt remembering what he saw both here and at St. Andrews, grieved over a nation which, while its merchants or its nobles are raising palaces, suffers its universities to moulder into dust. Robertson, in an eloquent memorial, had lately pleaded the cause of learning. The courts and buildings of the college were so mean, he said, that a stranger would mistake them for almshouses. Instead of a spacious quadrangle there were 3 paltry divisions, encompassed partly with a range of low and even of ruinous houses, and partly with walls which threatened destruction to the passers-by. Boswell tells of one portion of the wall which, bulging out, was supposed, like Bacon's mansion, to tremble o'er the head of every scholar, being destined to fall when a man of extraordinary learning should go under it. It had lately been taken down. They were afraid it never would fall, said Johnson, glad of an opportunity to have a pleasant hit at Scottish learning. In spite of its poverty and the meanness of its buildings, such was the general reputation of the university, above all of the School of Medicine, that students flocked to it from all parts of Great Britain and Ireland, from the English settlements in North America and the West Indies, and even from distant countries in Europe. Their number at this time was not less than 600 or 700. By 1789 it had risen to 1,090. The principal did not allow himself to be soothed into negligence by this success. He grieved that with a literary education should be connected in youth ideas of poverty, meanness, dirtiness, and darkness. The sum of money which he asked for was not large in a country whose wealth was so rapidly increasing. £4 6,500, not quite double the amount which he had been lately paid for his History of Charles V. 16 teaching rooms could be provided, while £8,500 more would supply everything else that was needed. Yet it was not till 1789 that the foundation stone was laid of the new College of Edinburgh. Happily Robertson was spared to play his part on that great day. Preceded by the mace, with the Professor of Divinity on his right hand, and the Professor of Church History on his left, followed by the rest of his colleagues according to seniority, and by the students, each man wearing a sprig of green laurel in his hat, he headed the procession of the university. 429, However mean were the buildings in general, with the library Johnson was much pleased. 50 years earlier a traveller had noticed that the books in it were cloistered with doors of wire which none could open but the keeper, more commodious than the multitude of chains used in the English libraries. 430. I was surprised to find that so late as 1723 the use of chains was generally continued in England. Yet about that time one of the Scotch exhibitionists at Balliol College reported that the knives and forks were chained to the tables in the hall, 431, so that it was likely that at least as great care was taken with books of value. Johnson's attention does not seem to have been drawn to an inscription over one of the doors, which the French traveller, Saint Fond, read with surprise, Musi et Christo. Had he noticed it, it would scarcely have failed to draw forth some remark. The Old Library. From the college the party went on to the Royal Infirmary. In the Bodleian Library I have found a copy of the History and Statutes of that institution printed in 1749. In it is given a table of the 3 kinds of diet which the patients were to have, low, middle, and full. The only vegetable food allowed was oatmeal and barley meal, rice and panado. 432. There was no tea, coffee, or cocoa. The only drink was ale, but in low diet it was not to be taken. It is to be hoped that the infirmary was not under the same severe ecclesiastical discipline as the workhouse. There the first failure to attend divine worship was to be followed by the loss of the next meal, while for the second failure the culprit was to be denied victuals for a whole day. 433. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Inchkeith Holyrood House. The last sight which Johnson was shown in his running about Edinburgh was the Abbey of Holyrood House, that deserted mansion of royalty as Boswell calls it with a sigh. It was more the absence of a charwoman than of a king that was likely to rouse the regrets of an Englishman. The stately rooms, wrote Wesley, are dirty as stables. 434. Even the chapel was in a state of miserable neglect. 435. It was in Holyrood that Robertson fluently harangued on the scenes of Scottish history. In the room in which David Rizzio was murdered Johnson was overheard repeating in a kind of muttering tone, a line of the old ballad, Johnny Armstrong's last good night, and ran him through the fair body. The mood in which he was when he made so odd a quotation was perhaps no less natural than Burns's when he wrote, with awestruck thought and pitying tears, I view that noble, stately dome, where Scotia's kings of other years famed heroes, had their royal home. 436. The castle, that rough, rude fortress was not visited by Johnson till his return in November. He owned that it was a great place, yet a few days after he affected to despise it, when Lord Elibank was talking of it with the natural elation of a Scotchman. It would, he said, make a good prison in England. Perhaps there was not so much affectation as Boswell thought, for Johnson believed, he said, that the ruins of some one of the castles which the English built in Wales would supply materials for all those which he saw beyond the Tweed. 437. Inchkeith, the 18th of August. Inchkeith. On the morning of Wednesday, the 18th of August, the travellers, accompanied by Mr. Nairn, an advocate, set out on their northern tour. They were attended by Boswell's servant, Joseph Ritter, a Bohemian, a fine stately fellow above 6 feet high, who had been over a great part of Europe, and spoke many languages. He was, adds Boswell, the best servant I ever saw. Dr. Johnson gave him this character: "Sir, he is a civil man, and a wise man." At Leith they took boat for Kinghorn on the other side of the Firth of Forth. In the passage Johnson observed the island of Inchkeith, which, to his surprise, his companions had never visited, though lying within their view, it had all their lives solicited their notice. He flattered his pride as a true-born Englishman by reflecting, had it been as near London as it was to Edinburgh, with what emulation of price a few rocky acres would have been purchased. "I'd have this island," he said. "I'd build a house, make a good landing place, have a garden and vines, and all sorts of trees. A rich man of a hospitable turn here would have many visitors from Edinburgh." By his wish they landed, putting in at a little bay on the northwest, the same wild, stony little bay no doubt, into which Thomas Carlyle and Edward Irving ran their boat one summer evening more than 40 years later. "We found the island," writes Johnson, "a rock somewhat troublesome to climb, about a mile long and half a mile broad. In the middle were the ruins of an old fort, which had on one of the stones, Mariae 1564. It had been only a block house 1 story high. The rock had some grass and many thistles, both cows and sheep were grazing. There was a spring of water. We pleased ourselves with being in a country all our own. The ruins have long since disappeared, with the stones a lighthouse was built." How our travellers were affected by the beautiful scenery that was all around, if indeed they were affected, we are not told. For natural beauties Boswell hoped to be able some day to force a taste. In the description of visible objects he honestly owned he found a great difficulty. Johnson's descriptions of scenery are almost all of the artificial school. Both men were far too wise to affect raptures which they did not feel. Happily the view that the chance wanderer sometimes sees in that lonely island has been sketched for us by the hands of a master. Carlyle thus describes what he saw: "The scene in our little bay, as we were about proceeding to launch our boat, seemed to me the beautifulest I had ever beheld. Sun about setting just in face of us, behind Ben Lomond far away. Edinburgh with its towers, the great silver mirror of the Frith girt by such a framework of mountains, cities, rocks, and fields and wavy landscapes on all hands of us, and reaching right underfoot, as I remember, came a broad pillar as of gold from the just sinking sun, burning axle, as it were, going down to the center of the world." 438. The weather was fine, so that our travellers had a pleasant crossing over that great gulf which Hume regarded with horror and a kind of hydrophobia that kept him, he said, from visiting Adam Smith at Kirkcaldy. 439. In Humphrey Clinker Matthew Bramble had had so rough a passage, that when he was told that he had been saved by the particular care of Providence, he replied, "Yes, but I am much of the honest Highlander's mind," after he had made such a passage as this. His friend told him he was much indebted to Providence. "Certainly," said Donald, "but by my soul, mon, I ne'er trouble Providence again so long as the brig of Stirling stands." 440. The drive to St. Andrews, the 18th of August. Post-chaises and roads. At Kinghorn, a mean town which was said to consist chiefly of horse-hirers and boatmen noted all Scotland over for their impudence and impositions, 441, our travellers took a post-chaise for St. Andrews. A few years earlier Johnson would not have found there his favourite mode of conveyance. By the year 1758 post-chaises had only penetrated as far north as Durham. 442, he found the roads good, neither rough nor dirty. The absence of toll gates afforded a southern stranger a new kind of pleasure. He would not have rejoiced over this absence had he known that their want was supplied by the forced labour of the cotters. On these poor men was laid an annual tax of 6 days' labour for repairing the roads. 443, used as he was to the rapid succession of carriages and riders, and to the beautiful and varied scenery in the neighbourhood of London, he complained that in Scotland there was little diversion for the traveller, who seldom sees himself either encountered or overtaken, and who has nothing to contemplate but grounds that have no visible boundaries, or are separated by walls of loose stone. There were few of the heavy wagons which were seen on the roads in England. A small cart drawn by one little horse was the carriage in common use. A man seemed to derive some degree of dignity and importance from the reputation of possessing a 2-horse cart. Kirkcaldy. 3 miles beyond Kinghorn they drove through Kirkcaldy, a very long town, meanly built, where Adam Smith perhaps at that very time was taking his one amusement, a long, solitary walk by the seaside, smiling and talking to himself and meditating his wealth of nations. 444, here, too, Thomas Carlyle was to have will and weigate upon all his friend Irving's books, and here with greedy velocity he was to read the decline and fall of the Roman Empire at the rate of a volume a day. Along the beach he was to walk in summer twilights, a mile of the smoothest sand, with one long wave coming on gently, steadily, and breaking in gradual explosion into harmless, melodious white at your hand all the way. 445, of all the scenery which Johnson saw, either here or on the rest of his drive, his description is of the briefest. The whole country, he wrote, is extended in uniform nakedness, except that in the road between Kirkcaldy and Cooper I passed for a few yards between 2 hedges. Night, however, had come on before their journey was ended, for they had lost time at Inchkeith. They could not, moreover, have been driven at a fast pace, for between Kinghorn and St. Andrews, a distance of nearly 30 miles, there was no change of horses to be had. 446. They crossed, perhaps without knowing it, Magus Moor, where Archbishop Sharp, driving home from a council day, was killed by a party of furious men. 447. In going over this same moor many years later, Sir Walter Scott, being moved, as he says, by the spirit to give a picture of the assassination, so told his tale that he frightened away the night's sleep of one of his fellow travellers. 448. St. Andrews, August 18 to 20. St. Andrews. Coming as they did through the darkness to St. Andrews, they saw nothing of that august appearance which the seat of the most ancient of the Scotch universities presented from afar. It appears, said an early traveller, much like Bruges in Flanders at a distance, its colleges and fine steeples making a goodly appearance. 449. They arrived late, after a dreary drive, but found a good supper at Glass's Inn, and Dr. Johnson revived agreeably. Who was Glass and which was his inn I could not ascertain. The old Scotch custom of calling a house not after its sign but its landlord, renders identification difficult. Wherever it was they found it full, but by the interposition of some invisible friend, to use Johnson's words, lodgings were provided at the house of one of the professors. The invisible friend was a relation of that most universal genius Dr. Arbuthnot, whom Johnson once ranked first among the writers in Queen Anne's reign. Their host was Dr. Robert Watson, the author of the History of Philip II and Philip III of Spain, an interesting, clear, well-arranged, and rather feeble-minded work as Carlyle described it. 450. St. Leonard's College. His house had formerly been part of St. Leonard's College, but had been purchased by him at the time when that ancient institution, by being merged in St. Salvator's, lost its separate existence. A traveller who had visited St. Andrews about the year 1723 saw the old cells of the monks, 2 stories high, on the southern side of the college. On the west was a goodly pile of buildings, but all out of repair. 451. Wesley, who came to the town 3 years after Johnson, does not seem to have known how large a part of the old buildings had been converted into a private house, for he wrote that what was left of St. Leonard's College was only a heap of ruins. 452. Of the inside of the ancient chapel Johnson could not get a sight. I was always, by some civil excuse, hindered from entering it. A decent attempt, as I was since told, has been made to convert it into a kind of greenhouse, by planting its area with shrubs. This new method of gardening is unsuccessful, the plants do not hitherto prosper. To what use it will next be put, I have no pleasure in conjecturing. It is something, that its present state is at least not ostentatiously displayed. Where there is yet shame, there may in time be virtue. St. Leonard's College. The virtue was somewhat slow in coming. Saint Fond, who got a peep into the chapel, inferred that it was used for a winter storehouse for the carrots and turnips which grew in the kitchen garden that surrounded it. It has of late years been cleared of rubbish and restored to decency, which, perhaps, is all the restoration that is desirable. Some shrubs and overhanging trees have been allowed to throw a graceful veil over man's neglect. One strange sight the old monkish cells had witnessed earlier in the century. A man of liberal views had been elected rector of the university. In his honor the students made a bonfire at St. Leonard's Gate, into which they threw some of the Calvinistic systems which they were enjoined to read. 453. Not very many years before this innocent and even meritorious sacrifice was made, the terrible flames of religious persecution had blazed up in this city dedicated to piety and learning. It is possible that Johnson passed in the streets some aged man who in his childhood had seen a miserable woman burnt to death for witchcraft on the Witch Hill. So late as the 7th year of the present century a gentleman was living who had known a person who had witnessed this dreadful sight. 454. In Dr. Watson's house the two travellers found very comfortable and genteel accommodation. The host wondered at Johnson's total inattention to established manners, but he does not seem to have let his wonder be discovered by his guest. "I take great delight in him," said Johnson. How much delight Watson took in him we are not told. He allowed him a very strong understanding, and as well he might, for he heard some good talk. It was at his breakfast table that Johnson proudly pointed out how authors had at length shaken themselves free of patrons. "Learning," he said, "is a trade. We have done with patronage. If learning cannot support a man, if he must sit with his hands across till somebody feeds him, it is as to him a bad thing." It was here, moreover, that he gave that amusing account of the change of manners in his lifetime. "I remember," said he, "when all the decent people in Lichfield got drunk every night, and were not the worse thought of. That smoking had gone out seemed to him strange, for it was a thing which requires so little exertion, and yet preserves the mind from total vacuity." Buchanan's house. The exact spot where he was so comfortably lodged is doubtful. In the Hebrides some of the chambers in which he slept are still known. In a university, where the traditions of a scholar should surely linger long, the very house has been forgotten. It is believed, however, that Dr. Watson occupied that part of the ancient building which had once been Buchanan's residence. Some portion of that great scholar's study still remains, having outlived both time and change. Yet that Johnson should not have been informed of a fact which to him would have been so interesting, or that being informed he should not have mentioned it, is indeed surprising. His admiration for Buchanan's genius seems almost unbounded. If the city attracted him because it had once been archiepiscopal, so did the university, because in it Buchanan had once taught philosophy. His name, he adds, has as fair a claim to immortality as can be conferred by modern Latinity, and perhaps a fairer than the instability of vernacular languages admits. Sir Walter Scott loved him almost as much as Johnson. He was his favorite Latin poet as well as historian. 455. Our travelers rose much refreshed from their fatigue, and to the enjoyment of a very fine day. They went forth to view the ruins not only of a cathedral, but almost of a city and a university. That it had once flourished as a city was shown by history. Its ancient magnificence as the seat of a great archbishopric was witnessed by the mournful memorials which had escaped the hands of the devastator. Of its 3 colleges only 2 were standing. It was the skeleton of a venerable city, said Smollett. 456. Many years earlier a traveller, applying to it Lord Rochester's words, had described it as being in its full perfection of decay. Pennant, who visited it only the year before Johnson, on entering the West Port, saw a well-built street, straight, and of a vast length and breadth, lying before him, but it was so grass-grown, and so dreary a solitude, that it seemed as if it had been laid waste by pestilence. 457. Another traveller, who came a little later, praised the noble wide street but lamented that most of the houses were disfigured by what is termed a forestair, that is, an open staircase on the outside, carried in a zigzag manner across the front of the house. Before most of them was heaped up a huge dunghill. 458. A young English student fresh from Eton, the grandson of Bishop Berkeley, who entered the university about the year 1778, on seeing this dreary deserted city, wept to think that he was to remain there 3 long years. So fond nevertheless did he become of the place that he shed more tears at leaving than at entering. 459. Saint Fond saw grass growing in all the streets, tout whist triste, silencio, le peuple, y vivant dans l'ignorance des arts et du commerce, offre l'image de l'insouciance et de la langue. 460. Grass-grown streets. I was told by an old inhabitant that not a single new house was built till after the year 1851, and that not long before that time sheep might be seen feeding in the grass-grown streets. Our travellers were touched by the general gloom. It was, said Boswell, somewhat dispiriting to see this ancient archiepiscopal city now sadly deserted. One of its streets, wrote Johnson, is now lost, and in those that remain there is the silence and solitude of inactive indigence and gloomy depopulation. This loss of a street seems to have been imaginary. He was speaking, no doubt, of the road known under the name of the Scores, which runs in front of the castle, and follows the line of the coast. But along its course neither pavements nor foundations have ever been discovered. 461. Nevertheless the desolation was very great. The castle. Over one ruin, however, a good man might have justly exulted. In the Archbishop's castle on the edge of the sea is shown the dreadful pit in which the unhappy prisoner, far below the level of the ground, spent his weary days in wretchedness and darkness, listening to the beating of the waves. Here ofttimes he waited for the hour to come when he should be raised by a rope to the surface, as if he were a bucket of water, and not a man, and dragged off to die before the people. Sometimes those poor eyes, grown weak by a darkness which was never broken, of a sudden had to face, not only the light of day, but the blaze of the torch which was to kindle the martyr's pile. Thinking on all this, on Patrick Hamilton, on Henry Forrest, on George Wishart, and on Walter Milne, who for their faith suffered death by fire at St. Andrews, who does not rejoice that this dismal den was shattered to pieces, and that where once an atheist priest made the good tremble by his frown, now on the pleasant sward innocent children play about, and strangers from afar idly dream an hour away. St. Andrews Castle. St. Andrews. Docks. None of these thoughts came into the minds of the two travellers. They did not see this dreadful dungeon, for it was hidden beneath the rubbish of the ruined walls. The sight of it would, I hope, have moved Johnson to write otherwise than he did. Had he looked down into its gloomy depths, he would scarcely have said that Cardinal Beaton was murdered by the ruffians of Reformation. Never surely was a more righteous sentence executed than that whereby this murderer of George Wishart, in the very room where, lolling on his velvet cushion, he had looked forth on the martyr's sufferings, was himself put to death. The Cathedral. With far different feelings are we animated as we look at the poor remains of the stately cathedral. If we do not grieve for the rooks, nevertheless we mourn over the wild folly which struck down so glorious a rookery. Would that that fair sight still caught the sailor's eye which met John Knox's gaze when, hanging tired over his oar in the French galley, he saw the white steeples of St. Andrews rising out of the sea in the mist of the summer morning. 462. Desolate as is the scene of ruin now, it was far more desolate when Johnson saw it. The ground lay deep in rubbish. The few broken pillars which were left standing were almost hidden in the ruins heaped up around them. The cathedral until very lately had been made a common quarry, and every man had carried away the stones who fancied that he wanted them. Now all is trim. The levelled ground, the smooth lawn, the gravelled paths, the gently sloping banks, the trees and the shrubs, all bear witness to man's care for the venerable past, and to his reverence for the dead who still find their last resting place by the side of their forefathers. The wantonness of the destruction, however, mocks at repair. The work was too thoroughly done by those fierce reformers, and by the quiet quarrymen of after ages. In all the cities of Scotland there were craftsmen, but it was in Glasgow alone that they rose to save their beloved cathedral. Yet everywhere the people should have felt, to use Johnson's homely words, as, wrapped up in contemplation he surveyed these scenes, that differing from a man in doctrine is no reason why you should pull his house about his ears. We may exclaim, as Wesley exclaimed at Aberbrothick, when he was told that the zealous reformers burnt the abbey down, God deliver us from reforming mobs. 463. Talk in the cloisters. In the ruined cloisters as our travellers paced up and down, while the old walls gave a solemn echo to their steps and to Johnson's strong voice, he talked about retirement from the world. For such a discourse there could not easily have been found a more fitting scene. I never read of an hermit, he said, but in imagination I kiss his feet, never of a monastery, but I could fall on my knees and kiss the pavement. But I think putting young people there, who know nothing of life, nothing of retirement, is dangerous and wicked. It is a saying as old as Hesiod. 464. That is a very noble line, not that young men should not pray, or old men not give counsel, but that every season of life has its proper duties. I have thought of retiring, and have talked of it to a friend, but I find my vocation is rather to active life. Here, too, it was a different scene upon which he looked from that which meets our view. The gravestones which are now set against the walls of the cloisters were then buried beneath the rubbish of the cathedral. On the other side of this wall, in the grounds of the priory, were situated those 2 vaults or cellars where our travellers found a strange inmate. In one of them, writes Johnson, lives an old woman, who claims an hereditary residence in it, boasting that her husband was the 6th tenant of this gloomy mansion in a lineal descent, and claims by her marriage with this lord of the Cavern an alliance with the Bruces. Mr. Boswell stayed a while to interrogate her, because he understood her language. She told him that she and her cat lived together, that she had 2 sons somewhere, who might perhaps be dead, that when there were quality in the town notice was taken of her, and that now she was neglected, but did not trouble them. Her habitation contained all that she had. Her turf for fire was laid in one place and her balls of coal dust in another, but her bed seemed to be clean. Boswell asked her if she never heard any noises, but she could tell him of nothing supernatural, though she often wandered in the night among the graves and ruins, only she had sometimes notice by dreams of the death of her relations. I made as diligent an inquiry as I could after this kinswoman of the royal family of Scotland, but all in vain. The glories of our blood and state are shadows, not substantial things. The memory has been preserved of some cellar-looking places, but no tradition of human habitation has come down to our time. Dr. Johnson wanted to mount the steeples, writes Boswell, but it could not be done. One of them, which he was told was in danger, he wished not to be taken down, for, said he, it may fall on some of the posterity of John Knox, and no great matter. St. Rule's Tower. Among the posterity was to be born 28 years later a little girl, destined to become famous as the wife of Thomas Carlyle. 465. What was the hindrance to the ascent of St. Rule's Tower I could not ascertain. The staircase, which is perfect, has in no part a modern appearance, but nevertheless, it is possible that some of the steps were missing. St. Fond, nevertheless, went up it not long after Johnson's visit. Sir Walter Scott, a few years before his death, visiting the ruins, wrote that he had not been strong enough to climb the tower. When before did I remain sitting below when there was a steeple to be ascended? I sat down on a gravestone, and recollected the first visit I made to St. Andrew's, now 34 years ago. What changes in my feelings and my fortunes have since then taken place, some for the better, many for the worse. I remembered the name I then carved in runic characters on the turf beside the castle gate, and I asked why it should still agitate my heart. 466, West Door, St. Andrews. As we wander among these ancient ruins, it is pleasant to think not only on the days when the cathedral stood in all its magnificence, and on those other days when the wild mob raved through it, but also on old Samuel Johnson, wrapped up in contemplation or preaching about retirement, and on Walter Scott resting on a gravestone and dreaming of his first love. We may pause, too, for one moment in the old chapel beneath the tower, at the spot where that good man and good antiquary Robert Chambers lies in everlasting rest. From the top of the tower I looked with pleasure on the long row of young trees planted along the main street. The reproach of bareness will not long hang over the town. Indeed, much had been done to remove it by an earlier generation, for this noble street was adorned not many years ago by a fine group of trees. Unfortunately, a reforming provost arose, who swept them away. Near the cathedral I noticed an inscription which might have called forth Johnson's sarcastic wit had he chanced to see it. It bore the date of 1712, and was in memory of John Anderson, who was minister of the Gospel of St. Andrews. The professor's dinner. While the travellers were strolling about, dinner was mentioned. Said Johnson. Amidst all these sorrowful scenes I have no objection to dinner. They were to be the guests of the professors, who entertained them at one of the inns. An ill-natured story was circulated, says Boswell, that, after grace was said in English, Johnson, with the greatest marks of contempt, as if he had held it to be no grace in an university, would not sit down till he had said grace aloud, in Latin. This would have been an insult indeed to the gentlemen who were entertaining us. But the truth was precisely thus. In the course of conversation at dinner, Dr. Johnson, in very good humour, said, "I should have expected to have heard a Latin grace. Among so many learned men, we had always a Latin grace at Oxford. I believe I can repeat it." This grace had been written by the learned Camden for Pembroke College, to which, to use Johnson's own words, the zeal or gratitude of those that love it most can wish little better than that it may long proceed as it began. In the afternoon they went to see the monument to Archbishop Sharp. His great-granddaughter they met at supper. Saint Fond, confounding him with Cardinal Beaton, says, "Il paraît que les parents du Cardinal Beaton n'ont pas voulu déguiser la paternité du Saint Archevêque, puisque sa fils représentait tout en plus, les bras tendus vers son père." 467, Golf at St. Andrews. A declining university. The two colleges which formed the university greatly interested Johnson. The natural advantages of St. Andrews for a seat of learning had been pointed out by an earlier traveller, who maintained that it had the best situation he had ever seen for an university, being out of all common roads, and having fine downs or links, as they call them, for exercising the scholars. 468. The golfers who now throng the links and boast that when professors by their learning could not save the ancient city from sinking into decay, they by their idleness have lifted it into prosperity, must have been numerous even in Johnson's time. Of all the old manufactures, that of golf balls alone was left, and it maintained, or rather helped to destroy, several people. The trade, says Pennant, is commonly fatal to the artists, for the balls are made by stuffing a great quantity of feathers into a leathern case, by help of an iron rod with a wooden handle pressed against the breast, which seldom fails to bring on a consumption. 469. To Johnson, though he makes no mention of the links, St. Andrews seemed to be a place eminently adapted to study and education. Nevertheless, he had to grieve over a declining university. The fault was not, he said, in the professors. The expenses of the students, moreover, were very moderate. For about £15, board, lodging, and instruction were provided for the session of 7 months for students of the highest class. Those of lower rank were charged less than 10. Percival Stockdale, who was there in 1756, says that for a good bedroom, coals, and the attendance of a servant, he paid 1 shilling a week. 470. At this period an Oxford commoner, Johnson says, required 100 a year and a petty scholarship to live with great ease. 471. To anyone who could pay for what he bought in ready money, living was made cheaper by the system of giving a discount of a shilling in the pound. A Scotch gentleman who resided much in England, finding that this was not done in that country, was in the habit when he purchased anything of putting the cash in a piece of paper, on which he wrote what it was to pay. This he kept in his desk 12 months, saying that the English traders are a set of rascals. 472. The poorer Scotch students, however, had to bear great privations. The miserable holes which some of them inhabit, writes a young English traveller, their abstemiousness and parsimony, their constant attendance to study, their indefatigable industry, border on romance. 473. At St. Andrews they often were too poor to buy candles, and had to study by firelight. 474. In spite of the extraordinary cheapness of the life, their numbers were dwindling. They did not at this time exceed 100, says Johnson. 3 years later Wesley was told that there were only about 70. 475. To the site of archiepiscopal ruins Johnson was reconciled, he said, by the remoteness of the calamity which had befallen them. Had the university been destroyed 2 centuries ago we should not have regretted it, but to see it pining in decay and struggling for life fills the mind with mournful images and ineffectual wishes. Some improvement, nevertheless, had of late been made. St. Salvator's College. Defoe, in the year 1727, had described the whole building of St. Salvator's College as looking into its grave. 476. The account given by Boswell of the fabric is much more cheerful. The rooms for students, he writes, seemed very commodious, and Dr. Johnson said the chapel was the neatest place of worship he had seen. Nevertheless, At the beginning of this century some of the lecture rooms were described as being places in which a gentleman would be ashamed to lodge his hacks or his terriers. 477. It was fortunate for the reputation of the college that our two travellers had not visited it earlier in the summer, otherwise they would have had to report a disgraceful sight which 3 years later shocked John Wesley. It was soon after the beginning of the long vacation that he was there, before the glaziers had repaired the wreck which marked the end of the yearly course. It was the custom, he was told, for the students to break all the windows before they left. Where, asks Wesley, indignantly, are their blessed governors in the meantime? Are they all fast asleep? 478. The young Etonian, Bishop Berkeley's grandson, had the merit of putting an end to this bad practice. Window croons. On entrance he was required to deposit a crown for window money. When, model of virtue as he was, he objected that he had never yet broken a window in his life, and was not likely to begin, he was assured that he would before he left St. Andrews. The college porter, who collected these window croons, told him of a poor student who had shed tears on being called on to pay. His father, a cotter, had sold one of his 3 cows to find money for his education at the university, and had sent him up with a large tub of oatmeal, a pot of salted butter, and 5 shillings in his pocket. 6pence of this money had already been spent, and the rest the porter took. 479. When the window-breaking time came on, and Berkeley was summoned to take his part in the riot, he refused. As a boy at Eton, he said, though sometimes with more wine in his head than was good for him, he had never performed such a valiant feat, and he was not therefore going to begin as a young man. His comrades yielded to his remonstrances, and the windows were no longer broken. 480. At St. Mary's College Johnson was shown the fine library which had been finished within the last few years. Dr. Murison, the principal, was abundantly vain of it, for he seriously said to him, "You have not such a one in England." Johnson, though he has his laugh at the doctor for hoping to irritate or subdue his English vanity, yet admits that if it was not very spacious, it was elegant and luminous. It is not, of course, to be compared with the largest libraries at Oxford. If a man has a mind to prance, it is not at St. Andrews, but at Christ Church and All Souls, that he must study. 481. Nevertheless it confers great dignity on the university, and with its 120,000 volumes there is no English college that it would disgrace. Murison's vanity had therefore some excuse. He was, however, a man barely sufficient for the post which he held. Over his slips in Latin the lads sometimes made merry. In the Divinity Hall he one day rebuked a student for delivering a discourse which was too high-flown and poetical. "Lord help him, poor man," said the indignant youngster, "he knows no better." 482. St. Mary's College Library. A fine plane tree. On the 2nd day of our travellers' stay they went, says Boswell, and saw Colonel Nairn's garden and grotto. Here was a fine old plane tree. 483. Unluckily the colonel said there was but this and another large tree in the country. 484. This assertion was an excellent cue for Dr. Johnson, who laughed enormously, calling to me to hear it. The colonel's father, Lord Nairn, had been out in the 45 while the son, who fought in the king's army, had been sent to batter down the old castle of his forefathers. George II wished to reward his fidelity with the command of a regiment, but was hindered by the Duke of Cumberland, who told the king that it was impossible that a man who had suffered so much could ever forget or forgive it. 485. His garden and grotto were at the back of the chapel. The grotto has disappeared with its petrified stocks of trees unless perchance some remains of it are seen in a small building, which looks like a private chapel, and which might have been transformed by that ingenious collector of curiosities, the colonel. The plane tree survived till about the beginning of the century. An old gentleman still living was told by his grandfather that in the branches a wooden platform had been built, on which tea parties were held. 486. I remember seeing in my boyhood a similar platform in a large willow tree overhanging Isaac Walton's sedgy lee. That the good people of St. Andrews have not in their traditions made Johnson drink a dozen or 2 cups of tea in this airy summer house is a proof either of their truthfulness or of the sluggishness of their imagination. A reviving university. Every Scotchman, it was said long ago, thought it his duty once in his life to visit the city of the Scarlet Gown and to see the ruins of the great cathedral. 487. No longer, happily, is the mind of the pilgrim filled with mournful images and ineffectual wishes. No longer does he see a university pining in decay and struggling for life. No longer does he wander through grass-grown streets, listening to the sound of his own solitary steps. The town is thriving and animated. The university sees the number of its students steadily increasing. It had long been depressed by poverty, but a noble endowment happily has this very year, 488, fallen to its lot. If it can never hope to attain to those stately avenues and lawns and gardens and buildings, as beautiful as they are venerable, which are the boast of Oxford, nevertheless in the bracing pureness of its air, in its fine situation on the shores of the northern sea, in its seclusion from that bustle which distracts the student's life, and from that luxury which too often makes poverty, however honest, hang its head, it has advantages which are not enjoyed by any other of our universities. Elgars and Aberbrothick. August 20. Elgars Church. Johnson, closing his description of St. Andrews with his lament over its declining university, goes on to say like a wise man, as we knew sorrow and wishes to be vain, it was now our business to mind our way. Perhaps, as he wrote these words he had in his memory 2 lines of Matthew Green, though they were originally used of quitting, not what was painful, but what was pleasant, though pleased to see the dolphins play, I mind my compass and my way. 489. View on the Tay. He and Boswell started about noon for Montrose on the other side of the Firth of Tay, a distance of a little over 40 miles, but with good reason made a halt at Elgars, on observing the fine old Norman church. 490. They were fortunate enough to see it before it was restored, for nothing ancient remains but the apse and chancel. The new portion in the interior is ugly in the most approved Scottish fashion. In the outside it would be insignificant were it not added as a vast excrescence to the ancient building. It stands on a little hill at the end of the village, with the churchyard round it falling away on the southern side in steep slopes to the road. Hard by are some well-grown trees round the manse where Boswell waited on the aged minister, a very civil old man, to learn what he could. He was told that the church was supposed to have stood 800 years. St. Andrew's certainly can show nothing so ancient. The village is built solidly enough of stone, but seems careless of pleasing the eye. There are no little gardens before the houses, no roses trained up the walls, scarcely any flowers in the windows. Take care of the beautiful, the useful will take care of itself has not been a gospel sounded in Scottish ears. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. Montrose Aberbrothick. The Road to the Tay, which Boswell enlivened by leading Johnson to discuss the doctrine of transubstantiation, lay through a pleasant undulating country that bears luxuriant crops and at the present time is no longer wanting in trees. Their chaise was taken across the Firth in a ferryboat at a charge of 4 shillings. How Johnson, who always delighted in what he called the accommodations of life, would have exulted in the great bridge which now spans the flood. He would have noticed too with pleasure the long avenue of young trees planted along the bank. Passing through Dundee, a dirty despicable town as he describes it, but now the seat of a vast commerce, they came about the close of the day to the ruined Abbey of Aberbrothick. 491. The sight of these fragments of stupendous magnificence struck Johnson perhaps more than anything which he saw on the whole of his tour. I should scarcely have regretted my journey, he said, had it afforded nothing more than the sight of Aberbrothick. John Wesley declared that he knew nothing like the abbey in all North Britain. I paced it and found it 100 yards long. The breadth is proportionable. Part of the west end which is still standing shows it was full as high as Westminster Abbey. 492. It had been left in much the same state of neglect as the Cathedral of St. Andrews. Boswell, whose inquisitiveness was seconded by great activity, wanted to climb one of the towers. He scrambled in at a high window, but found the stairs within broken, and could not reach the top. The entrance to the other tower they could not discern, and as the night was gathering upon them he gave up the attempt. Not clearly remembering Johnson's account, I told the old man who shows the abbey that I had read in an old book that 100 years and more ago the staircase was broken down. Then they lead, he answered angrily, indignant for its reputation for antiquity. I learned from him that an ancient inn, which had been recently pulled down, had been found to have been built of the hewn stones taken from the abbey. In the ruins, no doubt, for many a long year the town had had its quarry. Johnson noticed one room of which he could not conjecture the use, as its elevation was very disproportionate to its area. The chapter house. I was told that it was the chapter house, but my informant, a queer little urchin who acted as underguide, was not trustworthy, for he informed me that the ruins had been caused by a fire in which the abbey was burnt down 1,000 years ago. In this room I found hanging on the wall likenesses of Mary Queen of Scots and of Pope Pius IX. Surely the bitterness of the Reformation has passed away even in Scotland. Aberbrothick. Ruins and advertisements. The grounds are still used as a graveyard. Here and elsewhere in Scotland I noticed in the inscriptions that the English term wife is slowly supplanting the old Scotch term spouse. On one side of the great gateway 2 ugly arches have been lately built as entrances to pompous family burial places. These excrescences should surely be removed and the dead left to their quiet insignificance. On the outside, underneath a lofty wall, a pleasant bowling green has been laid out for public enjoyment, with flower borders running round. The town was keeping a public holiday the day I was there, and the ground was thronged with players and spectators. I was sorry to see in many places that ivy in the true Cockney spirit has been trained up the ruins. Unless the strong sea breezes, which cut off the tops of the trees as soon as they show their heads too high, come to the rescue, it will in time hide the dark red sandstone beneath a uniform mantle of green. Though the ruins are now cared for, and the ground cleared of the long grass and weeds which hindered Johnson from tracing the foundations, nevertheless the lofty wall close to the main entrance is disgraced by huge advertisements. As the stranger approaches the venerable pile from the high street he gives one angry thought to the town council which leases it to the dealers in sewing machines, in blue, and in Irish whiskey for advertising their wares. Where there is yet shame there may in time be virtue. Would that this protest of mine may rouse a feeling of shame in the unworthy guardians of so glorious a ruin. On the way to Montrose. Montrose, Laurencecock and Monboddo, August 20–21. Montrose. The road along which Johnson and Boswell drove as they journeyed from Dundee through Arbroath to Montrose, is described by Defoe as a pleasant way through a country fruitful and bespangled, as the sky in a clear night with stars of the biggest magnitude, with gentlemen's houses, thick as they can be supposed to stand with pleasure and conveniency. 493. Our travellers in the latter part of the drive saw nothing of all this, for the sun had set before they left the great abbey. It was not till 11 at night that they arrived at Montrose. There they found but a sorry inn, where, writes Boswell, I myself saw another waiter put a lump of sugar with his fingers into Dr. Johnson's lemonade, for which he called him rascal. It put me in great glee that our landlord was an Englishman. I rallied the doctor upon this and he grew quiet. The town Johnson praised as neat last century stood very high among the terms of commendation, though it is now supplanted by elegant among Americans, and by nice among English people. At the time of the rebellion of 1745, the townsfolk had been described as very genteel, but disaffected. 494. To the clerk of the English chapel Johnson gave a shilling extraordinary, saying, he belongs to an honest church. He had the great merit also of keeping his church clean to a degree unknown in any other part of Scotland, so that his shilling was well earned. Gardenston Arms. From Montrose the road led through a country rich with an abundant harvest that was almost ripe for the sickle, but bare of everything but crops. Even the hedges, said Johnson, were of stone. Boswell calls this a ludicrous description, but it could have been easily defended as good Scotch, for in the Scots Magazine for January of the previous year, we read of the stone hedges of Scotland. 495. It is strange that Johnson had not noticed these roughly built walls in Northumberland, for in the northern part of that county, according to Pennant, hedges were still in their infancy. 496. Laurencecock. At Laurencecock our travellers stopped to dine, and respectfully remembered that great grammarian Ruddiman who had spent 4 years there as schoolmaster. More than 70 years before their visit, Dr. Pitcairn, the author of that Latin epitaph on Dundee which Dryden translated, being weather-bound at the village inn, inquired if there were no persons who could interchange conversation and partake of his dinner. The hostess mentioned Ruddiman. He came, pleased Pitcairn, and was by him brought to Edinburgh. 497, a village library. Francis Garden, one of the Scotch judges, under the title of Lord Gardenston, the laird and almost the founder of this thriving village, had furnished the inn with a collection of books, that travellers might have entertainment for the mind as well as the body. Dr. Johnson praised the design, but wished there had been more books, and those better chosen. The inn still stands with the library adjoining it. Round the room is hanging a series of portraits in French chalk of Gardenston's feus or tenants, who, after the laird, were the chief people of the place when Johnson and Boswell passed through. Many of the books remain on the shelves, though some have been lost through carelessness or the dishonesty of travellers. There are among them a few works of light literature such as Dryden's Virgil, and Gil Blas in French, but the solid reading which most of them afford makes us think with a feeling of respect that almost amounts to awe, of the learning of the Scotch travellers in those good old days. Tavern chairs were no thrones of human felicity in Laurencecock if such works as the following were commonly perused by those who chanced to fill them: Magnot's Observations on Anatomy, in Latin; Keel's Introduction to the Study of Astronomy; Aristophanes, with Latin notes; Boerhaave's Commentaries on the Aphorisms of Diseases, naturalized into English; Tull's Horse Hoeing Husbandry; Watt's Logic; Newton's Principia; Clarke's Sermons; Machiavelli, in Italian. 498, in Marischal College, Aberdeen, there is a portrait of Lord Gardenston in his judge's robes. He has a somewhat conceited look, such as we might expect in a man who wrote a pamphlet upon his village, as if he had founded Thebes, and who provided such improving reading for his weary fellow creatures. Lord Monboddo. A mile or two off the road from Laurencecock to Aberdeen lived the famous old Scotch judge, James Burnet, Lord Monboddo. I knew, wrote Boswell, that he and Dr. Johnson did not love each other, yet I was unwilling not to visit his lordship, and was also curious to see them together. I mentioned my doubts to Dr. Johnson, who said he would go 2 miles out of his way to see Lord Monboddo. The two men had not much in common except their love of learning, and their precision of speech. Monboddo, according to Foote, was an Ellsworth edition of Johnson. In a letter to Mrs. Thrale, Johnson thus describes him: "He has lately written a strange book about the origin of language, in which he traces monkeys up to men, and says that in some countries the human species have tails like other beasts." He inquired for these long-tailed men of Banks, and was not well pleased that they had not been found in all his peregrinations. He talked nothing of this to me, and I hope we parted friends, for we agreed pretty well, only we disputed in adjusting the claims of merit between a shopkeeper of London and a savage of the American wildernesses. Our opinions were, I think, maintained on both sides without full conviction. Monboddo declared boldly for the savage, and I perhaps for that reason sided with the citizen. Johnson a few years earlier had contrasted Monboddo with Rousseau, who talked nonsense so well that he must know he was talking nonsense, whereas, he added, chuckling and laughing, I am afraid Monboddo does not know that he is talking nonsense. He was undoubtedly a man of great learning, but he was almost destitute of the critical faculty. In the 6 volumes of his Ancient Metaphysics we come across such strange passages as the following: "Not only are there tailed men extant, but men such as the ancients describe satyrs have been found, who had not only tails, but the feet of goats, and horns on their heads." We have the authority of a Father of the Church for a greater singularity of the human form, and that is of men without heads but with eyes in their breasts. There is another singularity as great or greater than any I have hitherto mentioned, and that is of men with the heads of dogs. 499. After stating his readiness to believe that a tame and gentle animal once existed, having the head of a man and the body of a lion, he continues: "The variety of nature is so great that I am convinced of the truth of what Aristotle says, that everything exists, or did at some time exist, which is possible to exist." 500. The orang-outang he describes as being of a character mild and gentle, affectionate, too, and capable of friendship, with the sense also of what is decent and becoming. 501. The ancients, he stoutly maintained, were in every respect better and stronger than their descendants. He shocked Hannah More by telling her that he loved slavery upon principle. When she asked him how he could vindicate such an enormity, he owned it was because Plutarch justified it. 502. In one respect he was wise in following the example of the ancients. In an age when bathing was very uncommon even among the wealthy, he constantly urged the daily use of the cold bath. He reminded our fine gentlemen and ladies that the Ateat man, oh my, who came from a country where the inhabitants bathed twice a day, complained of the offensive smell of all the people of England. 503. It was believed, however, that Monboddo impaired the health of his children by the hardy treatment to which he exposed them. He despised Johnson because he had compiled a dictionary of a barbarous language, a work which a man of real genius rather than undertake would choose to die of hunger. 504. In the latter part of his life he used every year to pay a visit to London, and he always went on horseback, even after he had passed his 80th year. A carriage, a vehicle that was not in common use among the ancients, he considered as an engine of effeminacy and sloth. To be dragged at the tail of horses seemed in his eyes to be a ludicrous degradation of the genuine dignity of human nature. In court he never sat on the bench with the other judges, but within the bar, on the seat appropriated for peers. 505. Yet with all his singularities he was a fine old fellow. There was no kinder landlord in all Scotland. While around him the small farms were disappearing, and farmers and cottagers were making room for sheep, it was his boast that on his estate no change had been made. Neither he nor his father before him had ever turned off a single cottager. One of my tenants, he wrote, who pays me no more than £30 of rent has no less than 13 cottagers living upon his farm. I have on one part of my estate 7 tenants, each of whom possesses no more than 3 acres of arable land, and some moorish land for pasture, and they pay me no more than 12 shillings for each acre, and nothing for the moor. I am persuaded I could more than double the rent of their land by letting it off to one tenant, but I should be sorry to increase my rent by depopulating any part of the country, and I keep these small tenants as a monument of the way in which I believe a great part of the lowlands was cultivated in ancient times. 506. He befriended Burns, who repaid his kindness by celebrating his daughter's beauty in his address to Edinburgh, and by the elegy which he wrote on her untimely death. In a note to Guy Mannering, Sir Walter Scott describes his supper parties, where there was a circulation of excellent Bordeaux in flasks garlanded with roses, which were also strewed on the table after the manner of Horace. The best society, whether in respect of rank or literary distinction, was always to be found in St. John's Street, Canongate. The conversation of the excellent old man, his high, gentlemanlike, chivalrous spirit, the learning and wit with which he defended his fanciful paradoxes, the kind and liberal spirit of his hospitality, must render these noctes scenic dear to all who, like the author, though then young, had the honor of sitting at his board. Monboddo House. Boswell's manservant, who had been sent on to ascertain whether Lord Monboddo was at home, awaited the travellers' arrival at the turn in the road, with the news that they were expected to dinner. We drove, says Boswell, over a wild moor. It rained, and the scene was somewhat dreary. Dr. Johnson repeated with solemn emphasis Macbeth's speech on meeting the witches. Monboddo is a wretched place, wild and naked, with a poor old house, though, if I recollect right, there are 2 turrets, which mark an old baron's residence. Lord Monboddo received us at his gate most courteously, pointed to the Douglas arms upon his house, and told us that his great-grandmother was of that family. The old arms are still above the door, with the inscription, RIED 1635. RI was Robert Irvine, a colonel in the army of Gustavus Adolphus, the Lion of the North, and possibly the superior officer of Major Dugald Dalgetty. ED was Elizabeth Douglas. Their daughter married one of the Burnets, of Crafts Castle. There is nothing wretched, wild, or naked about Monboddo in the present day. As I saw it, no thought of a blasted heath and of Macbeth's witches could by any freak of the imagination have entered the mind. The land all round has been brought into cultivation, and there is no moor within 5 miles. The road along which I drove was bordered by a row of beech trees, which might have been planted by Lord Monboddo or his father. The ancient part of the house, which remains much as Boswell saw it, though large additions have been made, so far from striking one as poor and wretched, has a picturesque, old-fashioned look of decent comfort. Close to it stand a holly and a yew, which have seen the lapse of more centuries than one. The lawns are wide and soft, and very pleasant. Hard by a brook prattles along, almost hidden by rhododendrons and firs. The distant view of the Grampians, the pure, bracing air, whether the wind blows it from the sea on the east or from the mountains on the west, the lawns, the trees, the old house, picturesque in itself, and interesting in its associations, render Monboddo a most pleasant abode. In the time of the old judge it was no doubt bare enough. Where there are now lawns and flower beds there most likely corn and turnips grew, for he was almost as fond of farming as he was of the ancients. When he received our travellers, he was dressed, says Boswell, in a rustic suit, and wore a little round hat. He told us we now saw him as Farmer Burnet, and we should have his family dinner, a farmer's dinner. He produced a very long stalk of corn as a specimen of his crop, and said, "You see here the Letas segetes." An instance of his agricultural enthusiasm used to be recounted by Sir Walter Scott, returning home one night after an absence, I think, on circuit. He went out with a candle to look at a field of turnips, then a novelty in Scotland. 507, he had a glimpse, it should seem, of some of the wonders which chemistry was soon to work in agriculture, for being one day at court, he told George III that the time would come when a man would be able to carry in his waistcoat pocket manure enough for an acre of land. 508, Monboddo. The farmer's dinner was good enough to satisfy Dr. Johnson, for he made a very hearty meal. Yet with all the pride of a man who has a vigorous appetite, he said, "I have done greater feats with my knife than this." The low, square, panelled room in which they dined is much as they saw it, with its 3 windows with deep recesses looking onto the lawns and trees. It is a solid, comfortable apartment, which might have recalled to Johnson's memory an Oxford common room, and which harmonized well with the solid talk he had with his host. In it there is a curious clock, so old that it might have told the hours to Colonel Irvine and his wife Elizabeth Douglas, and have attracted Johnson's notice by its antiquity. Aberdeen, August 21–24. The New Inn at Aberdeen. Late in the afternoon our travellers drove on to Aberdeen. We had tedious driving, writes Boswell, and were somewhat drowsy. Though they travelled with the gentle pace of a Scotch driver, nevertheless Johnson, much as he delighted in the rapid motion of the English post-chaise, bore this journey of 25 miles with greater philosophy than his friend. We did not, he writes, affect the impatience we did not feel, but were satisfied with the company of each other, as well riding in the chaise as sitting at an inn. It was not far short of midnight when they arrived at Aberdeen. The new inn at which they stopped was full, they were told. This was comfortless. Fortunately Boswell's father, when on circuit, always put up there for the 5 nights during which he was required by law to stay in each assize town. 509. The son was recognized by his likeness to the father, and a room was soon provided. Mr. Boswell's name, writes Johnson, overpowered all objection, and we found a very good house, and civil treatment. A few weeks later the old judge went this same circuit. 2 men being indicted before him at Aberdeen on the 30th of September for petty thefts, petitioned, and were banished to the plantations for life, their service adjudged for 7 years to the transporter. 510. What these poor wretches had petitioned was that they might be transported instead of being hanged. The transporter, who bore the cost of shipping them to America, was rewarded for his outlay by having the use of them as slaves for 7 years. At the end of that time they would have their freedom, but if they returned to Scotland, and were seized, in all likelihood they would have been sent to the gallows under their old sentence. It is not at all improbable that these 2 thieves were in the town prison at the very time of our travellers' visit. If so, they were separated from them merely by a wall or 2, for the new inn formed part of the same block of buildings as the common prison. In the central tower the ordinary prisoners were confined, 2 rooms in the western end being reserved for burgesses, or any of the better rank who were committed for debt. 511. The judge in all the festivities of his circuit dinner was often close to some poor wretch whom that same day he had sentenced to the gallows, and who was awaiting his dreadful end in the gloom and misery of his dismal cell. Aberdeen Town House. On the other side of the tower, but in the same block, was the town house, or town hall as we should call it in England. When I was in Aberdeen, a man of whom I asked the way to the town hall, replied that he did not know where it was, but when I corrected myself, and asked for the town house, he at once showed it me. The freedom of the city. Here it was that the freedom of the city was conferred on Johnson. At 1 o'clock, writes Boswell, we waited on the magistrates in the town hall, as they had invited us in order to present Dr. Johnson with the freedom of the town, which Provost Jopp did with a very good grace. Dr. Johnson was much pleased with this mark of attention, and received it very politely. There was a pretty numerous company assembled. It was striking to hear all of them drinking. Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, in the town hall of Aberdeen, and then to see him with his burgess ticket, or diploma, in his hat, which he wore as he walked along the street, according to the usual custom. The hall in which the ceremony was performed was a room 46 feet long, 29 broad, and 18 high, with 5 large windows in front, with many elegant sconces double-branched set round it, and 3 diamond-cut crystal lustres hanging from the roof. 512. It has been swept away with the new inn and the prison, and replaced by the stately pile which rises on the old site. The Scotch towns last century seem to have been somewhat lavish in the honours which they conferred. Pennant was made a freeman of at least 3 or 4 places. Monk Berkeley, the St Andrew's student, had the freedom of Aberdeen and some other towns presented to him, though he was scarcely 19 when he left Scotland. Like the dutiful young gentleman that he was, he constantly presented the diplomas to his mother, requesting her to take great care of them. 513. George Coleman the Younger, who, at the age of 18 was sent to King's College, says in his Random Records sad smiley 514, I had scarcely been a week in old Aberdeen, when the Lord Provost of the new town invited me to drink wine with him one evening in the town hall. There I found a numerous company assembled. The object of this meeting was soon declared to me by the Lord Provost, who drank my health, and presented me with the freedom of the city. 2 of his English fellow students, of a little older standing, had received the same honor. A suspicion rises in the mind that it was sometimes not so much a desire to confer honor as to drink wine at the public expense which stirred up these town councillors. Nevertheless, the testimony of an English gentleman, who a few years earlier had been made a citizen of Glasgow, goes far towards freeing them from so injurious a supposition. The magistrates, he wrote, are all men of so reasonable a size, and so clear of all marks of gluttony and drunkenness, that I could hardly believe them to be a mayor and alderman. 515. With the distinction itself, on whatever account it was given, Johnson was greatly pleased. I was presented, he wrote, with the freedom of the city, not in a gold box, but in good Latin. Let me pay Scotland one just praise, there was no officer gaping for a fee. This could have been said of no city on the English side of the Tweed. In his own University of Oxford the fee for the honorary degree of D.C.L. used to be 10 guineas. Cox, the Esquire Bedell, records in his Recollections of Oxford, how glum Canning looked when he was called on to pay it. 516. Wesley, who in the April of the previous year had been made a freeman of Perth, praised the Latinity in which the honour was conferred on him. I doubt, he wrote, whether any diploma from the City of London be more pompous or expressed in better Latin. 517. The burgess ticket or parchment on which the freedom was inscribed, after being read aloud in the hall, was made into a roll, and, with the appending seal, was tied on to the new citizen's hat with red riband. I wore, wrote Johnson, my patent of freedom pro more in my hat from the new town to the old, about a mile. In his narrative he states that it is worn for the whole day. In a town of 16,000 inhabitants, for Aberdeen had no more at that time, 518, it might be supposed that the face of the youngest freeman would thus become known to most of his brother burgesses. but the population at the present day is 7 or 8 times as large, and the old custom has died out, perhaps because its use was lost. On those rare occasions when the honor is conferred, the diploma is still tied to the hat. The new citizen covers himself for a moment, and then bares his head while he returns thanks. He might, I was told, perhaps wear his ticket for a short distance to his hotel or a club, but certainly not farther. The entry of Johnson's freedom in its good Latin still remains in the city register. I read it with much interest. The chapel at Aberdeen. Our travellers, as they passed a Sunday in Aberdeen, went to the English chapel. The word chapel, as my friend Dr. Murray has clearly pointed out in his learned dictionary, which in England was generally used of the places of worship of the nonconformists, and in Ireland of those of the Roman Catholics, in Scotland was properly and universally applied to the English churches. It is the term used both by Boswell and Johnson. Mrs. Carlyle in one of her early letters describes a certain Haddington Episcopalian as a man without an arm, who sits in the chapel. 519, we found, says Boswell, a respectable congregation and an admirable organ. By respectable he meant what would a little later have been described as genteel. The congregation, wrote Johnson, was numerous and splendid. The volunteer who accompanied the Duke of Cumberland's army in 1747 described the chapel as the finest he had seen in Scotland. The handsomest young ladies, he adds, are generally attendants of those meeting houses, as they call them here, and are generally esteemed as Jacobites by the stanch Whigs. 520, Wesley, who had attended the service here a year earlier than Johnson, could not but admire the exemplary decency of the congregation. This was the more remarkable, he adds, because so miserable a reader I never heard before. Listening with all attention, I understood but one single word, Balak, in the first lesson, and one more, Begat, was all I could possibly distinguish in the second. 521. The Aberdeen chapel was no doubt one of those licensed ones served by clergymen of English or Irish ordination, where alone in Scotland the form of worship of the Church of England could be legally practised. The nonjuring clergy at St. Andrews, Boswell recorded that he had seen in one of its streets a remarkable proof of liberal toleration, a nonjuring clergyman strutting about in his canonicals, with a jolly countenance, and a round belly, like a well-fed monk. By an Act of Parliament passed in 1747, a heavy and cruel blow had been struck at the Scotch nonjurors as a punishment for the support which many of them had given to the young pretender. Under severe penalties all clergymen were forbidden to officiate who had received their ordination from an nonjuring bishop, even though they took the oaths. They had now to undergo some of the suffering which in their day of triumph they had inflicted on the Covenanters. They in their turn sought the shelter of woods and moors. We read of one of them at Muthiel, in Perthshire, baptizing a child under the cover of the trees in one of Lord Rollo's parks to prevent being discovered. 522. 2 years later one Mr. John Skinner had been sent to Aberdeen jail for 6 months for officiating contrary to law. He survived this persecution 55 years, and so was contemporary with persons still living. 523. By another act all episcopal clergymen were required, whenever they celebrated worship before 5 people, to pray for the king and the members of the royal family by name, under the penalty of 6 months' imprisonment for the first offense, and of banishment to America for life for the second. Many under this act were thrown into jail, and so late as 1755 one unhappy man was banished for life. 524. Others complied with the law at the expense of their lungs. An English lady who visited Scotland about the year 1778, says, "I have heard a reverend old divine say that he has read the English liturgy so repeatedly over to only for that frequently by evening he has scarce been able to speak to be heard." 525. The persecutions had come to an end by the time of Johnson's visit. The nonjuring ministers were, he says, by tacit connivance quietly permitted in separate congregations. On the death of the young Pretender on the 31st of January, 1788, the nonjuring bishops met at Aberdeen and directed that, beginning with Sunday, the 25th of May, King George should be prayed for by name. His Majesty was graciously pleased to notify his approbation. 526. Even a tutor or pedagogue in a gentleman's family was required to take the oaths. This difficulty, however, was easily surmounted. They could be engaged under the name of factor, or clerk, or comrade, as the Bishop of Murray pointed out in a letter written in 1754. 527. The Universities of Aberdeen. In Aberdeen there were 2 colleges, or rather 2 universities, for each had professors of the same parts of learning and each conferred degrees. In 1860 they were incorporated into one body. King's College. In Old Aberdeen stood King's College. The chapel and its crown tower founded by James IV, who fell at Flodden, has survived time and restorers. They are much as Johnson saw them. Of their architectural beauty and of the ancient richly carved oak screen he makes no mention. He had not come to Scotland, he said, to see fine places, of which there were enough in England, but wild objects, peculiar manners, in short, things which he had not seen before. The discipline of the universities and the method and cost of instruction he examined with attention. In Scotch universities the students generally lived, as they live at present, in lodgings in the town, scarcely under even the pretence of control except in the hours in which they attended lectures. But in King's College a few years earlier the English system had been introduced. Dr. Thomas Reid, the famous professor of moral philosophy, in a letter written in 1755 gives an interesting account of the change which had been made. The students have lately been compelled to live within the college. We need but look out at our windows to see when they rise and when they go to bed. They are seen 9 or 10 times throughout the day statedly by one or other of the masters, at public prayers, school hours, meals, and in their rooms, besides occasional visits which we can make with little trouble to ourselves. They are shut up within walls at 9 at night. This discipline hath indeed taken some pains and resolution, as well as some expense to establish it. The board at the first table is 50 merks, 528, per quarter, at the second, 40 shillings. The rent of a room is from 7 to 20 shillings in the session. There is no furniture in their rooms but bedstead, tables, chimney grate and fender, the rest they must buy or hire. They provide fire, and candle, and washing to themselves. The other dues are 2 guineas to the master, to the professors of Greek and Humanity, Latin, for their public teaching, 5 shillings each. All other perquisites not named, from 12 shillings to 17 and sixpence. 529, King's College, Aberdeen. English students. Whether this reformed system lasted in its full extent to the time of Johnson's visit, I do not know. Some part of it at all events remained. In the King's College, he says, there is kept a public table, but the scholars of the Marischal College are boarded in the town. In Aberdeen, as well as in the other Scotch universities, students from England were commonly found. Johnson was surprised at finding in King's College a great-grandson of Waller the poet. But in the state of degradation into which the English universities were sunk, what was more natural than that young Englishmen should be sent to places where the professors still remembered that they had a duty to perform as well as a salary to receive? I have seen in the Royal Society of Edinburgh a manuscript letter written by Dr. Blair from that town to David Hume in 1765, in which he says, "Our education here is at present in high reputation. The English are crowding down upon us every season, and I wish may not come to hurt us at last." Excellent though the Aberdeen professors were as teachers, yet before the great Englishmen they seemed afraid to speak. Johnson, writing to Mrs. Thrale, said, Boswell was very angry that they would not talk. Marischal College. Reynolds's Portrait of Beattie. In Marischal College scarcely a fragment remains of the old building which our travellers saw, except the stone with the curious inscription, Tai Hafe said, Cat say Tai, Lat Tame say. In the spacious modern library is shown, however, a famous picture which Reynolds was at that time painting. On that very morning when Robertson was showing Johnson Holyrood Palace, Reynolds began the allegorical picture in which he represented truth and the amiable and harmonious Beattie triumphing together over skepticism and infidelity. 530. It was commonly said that in the group of discomfited figures could be recognized the portraits of Voltaire and Hume. Goldsmith, if we may trust Northcote, reproached Reynolds for wishing to degrade so high a genius as Voltaire before so mean a writer as Dr. Beattie. 531. If Voltaire's face is to be found in the picture, the likeness is so remote that even he, sensitive though he was, could scarcely have take offence, while of Hume not even the caricature can be discovered. Feeble though the allegory is, the portrait of Beattie is a very fine piece of workmanship. In Marischal College, by the generosity of his grandnieces, it has found its fitting resting place, for here for many years he was professor of moral philosophy. Here a few years earlier he had been visited by Gray, who, to quote Johnson's words, found him a poet, a philosopher, and a good man. 532, Ayan. Slains Castle and the Bullis of Buchan. August 24–25. At Aberdeen Johnson had found awaiting him a letter from London which must have been 6 days on the road. 533. He did not receive another till he arrived at Glasgow, nearly 10 weeks later. He was now going to the World's End extra anni solisque vias, where the post would be a long time in reaching him to apply to the Hebrides the words which 4 years later he used of Brighton. 534. It was only 27 years before he drove out from Aberdeen that the Duke of Cumberland with 6 battalions of foot and Lord Mark Kerr's dragoons had marched forth along the same road to seek the rebels. With a gentle breeze and a fair wind his transports at the same time moved along shore. 535. Though no military state waited upon our travellers, yet their fame went before them. At Ayan, where they breakfasted, the landlady asked Boswell, "Is not this the great doctor that is going about through the country? There's something great in his appearance." "They say," said the landlord, "that he is the greatest man in England, except Lord Mansfield." The road to Slains Castle. They turned here out of their course to visit Slains Castle, the seat of the Earl of Errol. The country over which they drove this day was more desolate than any through which they had as yet passed. "In one place," writes Johnson, "the sand of the shore had been raised by a tempest, and carried to such a distance that an estate was overwhelmed and lost." Sir Walter Scott, who in the summer of 1814, sailed along the shore in a lighthouse yacht, says that northwards of Aberdeen the coast changes from a bold and rocky to a low and sandy character. Along the Bay of Belhelvie a whole parish was swallowed up by the shifting sands, and is still a desolate waste. It belonged to the Earls of Errol, and was rented at £500 a year at the time. When these sands are passed the land is all arable. Not a tree to be seen, nor a grazing cow, or sheep, or even a labour horse at grass, though this be Sunday. 536. The Earl who welcomed Johnson to Slains Castle had done what he could to overcome nature. He had cultivated his fields so as to bear rich crops of every kind, and he had made an excellent kitchen garden with a hothouse. His successors have diligently followed in his steps, and taking advantage of a hollow in the ground have even raised an avenue of trees. They can only grow to the height of 15 or 20 feet. For when the shoots rise high enough to catch the blasts from the North Sea they are cut down the following winter. Slains Castle. The situation of the castle struck Johnson as the noblest he had ever seen. "From the windows," he said, "the eye wanders over the sea that separates Scotland from Norway, and when the winds beat with violence, must enjoy all the terrific grandeur of the tempestuous ocean. I would not for my amusement wish for a storm, but as storms, whether wished or not, will sometimes happen, I may say, without violation of humanity, that I should willingly look out upon them from Slains Castle." Slains Castle. Boswell was also impressed with the position of this old house, set on the very verge of life. The King of Denmark, he says, is Lord Errol's nearest neighbor on the northeast. The castle was built on the edge of the granite cliffs, in one spot not leaving even a foothold for the daring climber. A foolhardy fellow who had tried to get round lost his life in the attempt. I was greatly disappointed at finding that the excellent old house which Boswell describes, with its outside galleries on the first and second story, no longer remains. I had looked forward to standing in the very bow window of the drawing-room fronting the sea where Johnson repeated Horace's ode, Jam Satis Teres. In the new building, however, the bow window has not been forgotten, and there I looked out on the wild scene which met his view. I saw the cut in the rock made by the influx of the sea into which the rash climber had fallen as he tried to go round the castle. Below me there were short slopes of grass ending in a precipice. So near was the edge that a child could have tossed a ball over it from the window. Red granite rocks in sharp and precipitous headlands ran out into the sea. A fishing boat with brown sails was passing close by, while in the distance in a long line lay a fleet of herring smacks. The seabirds were hovering about and perching on the rocks, mingling their melancholy cries with the dashing of the waves. The dark waters were surging through the narrow chasms formed by rocky islets and the steep sides of the cliffs. For the storm-tossed sailor it is a dreadful coast. A shipwreck off Slains Castle. On a wild night in winter not many years ago one of the maids, as she was letting down the blinds in the drawing-room, heard confused sounds which came, she thought, from the servants' hall beneath. The butler in another part of the house had caught them too. Yet when they reproached their fellow servants with their noisiness they were told that it was not from them that the sounds had come. They thought no more about it that night, but next morning when the day broke the masts were seen of a shipwrecked vessel on the rocks below the castle. The waves were breaking over it, and not a soul was left alive. Then they understood that it was the despairing cries of the unhappy sailors which had in vain reached their ears. The story, that was told me as I stood looking out on the sea, gave an air of sadness to a room which had already raised sad thoughts in my mind. The Earl of Kilmarnock. For on the wall was hanging the portrait of an innocent and pretty boy who, before so many years were to pass over him, on the scaffold on Tower Hill was to pay the penalty of rebellion with his life. Pitied by gentle minds Kilmarnock died. On the table was lying a curious but gloomy collection of the prints of his trial and execution. 537. Boswell's rest was troubled by the thoughts of this unhappy nobleman. He had been kept awake by the blazing of his fire, the roaring of the sea, and the smell of his pillows, which were made of the feathers of some sea fowl. I saw in imagination, he writes, Lord Errol's father, Lord Kilmarnock, who was beheaded on Tower Hill in 1746, and I was somewhat dreary. In the drawing-room was hanging that fine whole-length picture of Lord Errol, which led Johnson to talk of his friend, the great painter, and to conclude his panegyric by saying, Sir Joshua Reynolds, sir, is the most invulnerable man I know, the man with whom if you should quarrel, you would find the most difficulty how to abuse. In the rebellion of 1745, Lord Errol, following a plan not unknown among the Scotch nobility, had served on the opposite side from his father. At Culloden he had seen him brought in prisoner. The Earl of Kilmarnock had lost his hat, and his long hair was flying over his face. The son stepped out of the ranks, and taking off his own hat placed it over his father's disordered and wind-beaten locks. 538. The young man, in his loyalty to George II, did not follow the example of his forefathers, for he was descended from at least 3 lines of rebels. He united in his person the 4 earldoms of Errol, Kilmarnock, Linlithgow, and Callander. The last 2 were attainted in 1715, and Kilmarnock in 1746. 539. As we gaze at the haughty-looking man whom Reynolds has so finely painted in the robes of a peer, we call to mind the coronation of George III, where he played his part as High Constable of Scotland. "The noblest figure I ever saw," wrote Horace Walpole. 540. To Johnson he recalled Homer's character of Sarpedon. 541. At the coronation banquet in Westminster Hall, Walpole thought, as well he might, on that most melancholy scene, which he had witnessed less than 15 years before in that same hall, when the Earl's father, tall and slender, his behaviour a most just mixture between dignity and submission, had in vain pleaded for mercy. 542. The Bullace of Buchan. The Bullace of Buchan. From Slains Castle our travellers drove a short distance along the coast to the famous Bullace of Buchan, a sight, writes Johnson, which no man can see with indifference, who has either sense of danger or delight in rarity. Boswell describes the spot as a circular basin of large extent, surrounded with tremendous rocks. On the quarter next the sea, there is a high arch in the rock, which the force of the tempest has driven out. This place is called Buchan's Bulla, or the Bulla of Buchan, and the country people call it the Pot. Mr. Boyd said it was so called from the French bouloy. 543. It may be more simply traced from boiler in our own language. We walked round this monstrous cauldron. In some places the rock is very narrow, and on each side there is a sea deep enough for a man of war to ride in, so that it is somewhat horrid to move along. However, there is earth and grass upon the rock, and a kind of road marked out by the print of feet, so that one makes it out pretty safely. Yet it alarmed me to see Dr. Johnson striding irregularly along. As the weather was calm they took a boat and rowed through the archway into the cauldron. It was a place, writes Johnson, which, though we could not think ourselves in danger, we could scarcely survey without some recoil of mind. He thought that it might have served as a shelter from storms to the little vessels used by the northern rovers. Sir Walter Scott, however, was told that this was impossible, for in a high gale the waves rush in with incredible violence. An old fisher said he had seen them flying over the natural wall of the Bullace, which cannot be less than 200 feet high. 544. In the Gentleman's Magazine for 1755, p. 200, two strange pictures are given of this curious place, which must surely have been drawn in St. John's Gate, Clerkenwell, by an artist who had never seen it. Dunby. Not far off is Dunby, 545, a lofty island rock placed in an angle of the shore that is formed by no less lofty cliffs. The sea, with its dark waters in endless rise and fall, washes through the narrow channel, its ceaseless murmur answering to the cries of the countless waterfowl who high up on the ledges breed in safety. On one side, where there is a steep, grassy slope, Dunby can be scaled. I climbed up it many years ago one hot summer's day, and thought that I had never seen so strange and wild a spot. Johnson had also visited it, but his mind was not affected as was my young imagination, for he said that upon these rocks there was nothing that could long detain attention. Banff and Elgin, August 25 to 26. Starting from Slains Castle on the morning of the 25th of August, Boswell and Johnson drove on to Banff, where they spent the night in an indifferent inn. In this little town a dreadful sight had been witnessed when the Duke of Cumberland's army arrived on an early day in April, 1746. The savage way in which the narrative is written testifies to the ferocity of many of the followers of the Butcher Duke. At Banff, writes Ray, 2 rebel spies were taken. The one was notching on a stick the number of our forces, for which he was hanged on a tree in the town, and the other a little out of town, and for want of a tree was hanged on what they call the ridging tree of a house that projected out from the end, and on his breast was fixed in writing, a rebel spy, which, with the addition of good entertainment, might have been a very famous sign. 546. From Banff our travellers drove on to Elgin, passing through Lord Findlater's domain. It is strange that neither of them mentions the passage of the Spey, which ofttimes was a matter of great difficulty and even danger. Wesley describes it as the most rapid river, next the Rhine, he had ever seen. 547. It was no doubt very low, owing to that long continuance of dry weather which, as Johnson complained a few days later, divested the fall of Foyers of its dignity and terror. At Elgin they dined, and dined badly. It was, he said, the first time he had seen a dinner in Scotland that he could not eat. The Red Lion at Elgin. He might have reasonably expected something better, for in the account of Scotch inns given in the Gentleman's Magazine for 1771, p. 544, the Red Lion at Elgin, kept by Leslie, is described as good. It is added that he is the only landlord in Scotland who wears ruffles. As this was the inn in which the civic feasts were always held, the honour not only of the landlord, but also of the town was wounded by the publication of Johnson's narrative. I am glad to be able to inform the world that a satisfactory explanation has been given, and that Elgin and the Red Lion were not guilty of the inhospitality with which they have so long been reproached, and so unjustly. It seems that for some years before Johnson's visit a commercial traveller, Thomas Porfer by name, used in his rounds to come to this inn. He cared little about eating, but liked the more exhilarating system of drinking. His means were limited, and he was in the habit of ordering only a very slender dinner, that he might spend the more in the pleasures of the bottle. This traveller bore a very striking resemblance to Dr. Johnson. When the doctor arrived at the inn, the waiter, by a hasty glance, mistook him for Porphyr, and such a dinner was prepared as Porphyr was wont to receive. The doctor suffered by the mistake, for he did not ask for that which was to follow. Thus the good name of Elgin suffered, through the mistaking of the person of the ponderous lexicographer. This fact is well known, and is authenticated by some of the oldest and most respectable citizens of the town. 548, Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. and Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Find later an Elgin funeral bill. Mr. Porphyr's means must have been indeed limited, for unless prices had greatly risen in the previous 30 years, a good dinner and wine could have been provided at a most moderate charge, to judge by the following entries in an Elgin funeral bill dated the 26th of September, 1742, 1 dozen strong old claret, bottles being returned, 14s.0d 4 pound 12 ounces of sugar 3s.4d 5 dozen eggs 5d 6 hens 2s.0d 549, 1 pound of sugar, it will be noticed, cost as much as 2 hens, and a little more than 8 dozen eggs. With sugar at such a price it must have given a shock to a careful Scotch housewife to see well-sweetened lemonade flung out of the window merely because a waiter had used his dirty fingers to drop in the lumps. Elgin. To Johnson Elgin seemed a place of little trade and thinly inhabited. Yet Defoe, writing only 50 years earlier, had said, "As the country is rich and pleasant, so here are a great many rich inhabitants, and in the town of Elgin in particular, for the gentlemen, as if this was the Edinburgh or the court for this part of the island, leave their highland habitations in the winter, and come and live here for the diversion of the place and plenty of provisions." 550. The piazzas in Elgin. Much of its ancient prosperity has returned to it. If it cannot boast of being a court for the north, it is at all events a pleasant little market town that shows no sign of decay. The covered ways which in many places ran on each side of the street have disappeared. Probably, writes Boswell, it had piazzas all along the town, as I have seen at Bologna. I approved much of such structures in a town, on account of their conveniency in wet weather. Dr. Johnson disapproved of them, because, said he, it makes the understory of a house very dark, which greatly overbalances the conveniency, when it is considered how small a part of the year it rains, how few are usually in the street at such times, that many who are might as well be at home, and the little that people suffer, supposing them to be as much wet as they commonly are in walking a street. They were a grand place for the boys to play at marbles, said an old man to me, who well remembered the past glories of Elgin and the delights of his youth. Even at the time of our traveller's visit, they were frequently broken by houses built in the modern fashion. In many cases they have not been destroyed, but converted into small shops. There are, writes a local antiquary, some fine old piazzas in the high street which have been whitewashed over and hidden. He suggests that some of these might be restored to the light of day. 551. It would be a worthy deed for the citizens, even in one spot, to bring back the former appearance of their ancient town. Elgin Cathedral. Cathedrals in ruins. The noble ruins of the great cathedral Johnson examined with the most patient attention, though the rain was falling fast. They afforded him another proof of the waste of Reformation. His indignation was excited even more than by the ruins at St. Andrews, for the cathedral was not destroyed by the tumultuous violence of Knox, but suffered to dilapidate by deliberate robbery and frigid indifference. By an order of council the lead had been stripped off the roof and shipped to be sold in Holland. I hope, adds Johnson, every reader will rejoice that this cargo of sacrilege was lost at sea. On this passage Horace Walpole remarks in a letter to Lord Hailes, I confess I have not quite so heinous an idea of sacrilege as Dr. Johnson. Of all kinds of robbery that appears to me the lightest species which injures nobody. Dr. Johnson is so pious, that in his journey to your country he flatters himself that all his readers will join him in enjoying the destruction of 2 Dutch crews, who were swallowed up by the ocean after they had robbed a church. I doubt that uncharitable anathema is more in the spirit of the Old Testament than of the New. 552. While Johnson censured the frigid indifference of the Scotch, he did not forget the ruin that was being slowly worked in England by the avarice and neglect of deans and canons. Let us not, he wrote, make too much haste to despise our neighbours. Our own cathedrals are mouldering by unregarded dilapidation. It seems to be part of the despicable philosophy of the time to despise monuments of sacred magnificence, and we are in danger of doing that deliberately which the Scots did not do but in the unsettled state of an imperfect constitution. He had learnt, there seems good reason to believe, that the chapter of the cathedral of his own town of Lichfield intended to strip the lead off its roof and cover it instead with slate. As he had first printed his narrative he had much more closely pointed the attack. It had run as follows: there is now, as I have heard, a body of men not less decent or virtuous than the Scottish Council, longing to melt the lead of an English cathedral. What they shall melt, it were just that they should swallow. Before publication he had the leaf cancelled, from the tender recollection that the Dean had done him a kindness about 40 years before. He is now very old, and I am not young. Reproach can do him no good, and in myself I know not whether it is zeal or wantonness. 553. 4s. As I turned away from the ruins with my thoughts full of the past, of the ancient glory of the cathedral, of the strange sights which had been seen from its tower when the young Pretender's Highlanders hurried by, closely followed by the English army, of old Johnson wandering about in the heavy rain, I was suddenly reminded of the vastness of the abysm of time by which they are separated from us, by reading in an advertisement placarded on the walls, that for £3 16s. 5d could be had a ticket from Elgin to Paris and back. Nairn and Corder, August 27 to 28. The Royal Borough of Nairn. Leaving Elgin that same afternoon, our travellers drove on to Fours, where they passed the night. Next morning, continuing their journey early, they breakfasted at Nairn. Though a county town and a royal borough, it is, writes Boswell, a miserable place. Johnson also describes it as being in a state of miserable decay. Nevertheless, the chief annual magistrate, he says, is styled Lord Provost. If it sank as a royal borough, it has raised its head again as a popular bathing place. In this respect it has not its rival, I was told, in the north of Scotland. Here Johnson fixed the verge of the Highlands, for here he first saw peat fires, and first heard the Erse language. 554. Over the room in the inn where he and Boswell sat a girl was spinning wool with a great wheel, and singing an Erse song. It was 30 years later that Wordsworth in like manner heard the solitary reaper, yon solitary Highland lass reaping and singing by herself. Even so far back as the reign of James VI. Both languages were spoken in Nairn. It was one of that king's witticisms to boast that in Scotland he had a town sae lang that the folk at the tie end could na understand the tongue spoken at the tother. 555. Gaelic is no longer heard in its streets. The verge of the higher lands must now be fixed farther to the west. 9 years before Johnson's visit the little town had been stirred up by Wesley. On Monday, the 11th of June, 1764, he recorded in his journal, "While we were dining at Nairn, the innkeeper said, 'Sir, the gentlemen of the town have read the little book you gave me on Saturday, and would be glad if you would please give them a sermon.' Upon my consenting, the bell was immediately rung, and the congregation was quickly in the kirk." 556. Cawdor Manse. From Nairn our travellers turned a few miles out of their course to visit the Reverend Kenneth Macaulay in his manse at Cawdor. To Johnson he was known by his History of St. Kyla, a very pretty piece of topography as he called it to the author, who did not seem much to mind the compliment. To us he is interesting as the great-uncle of Lord Macaulay. From his conversation, says Boswell, Dr. Johnson was convinced that he had not written the book which goes under his name. "There is a combination in it," he said, "of which Macaulay is not capable." To those who happen to have read the work, writes Sir George Trevelyan, Johnson's decision will give a very poor notion of my ancestor's abilities. 557. Let him take comfort. The present minister of Cawdor, to whose civility I am indebted, told me that in the Kirk Session records is a minute by Macaulay most beautifully expressed. I had hoped to sit in the very parlour where Johnson had reproached him with being a bigot to laxness, and where he had given his little son a Sallust, promising at the same time to get him a servitorship at Oxford when he was ready for the university. But hopes that are based on the permanence of buildings are often disappointed. Of the old manse nothing remains. The minister, who rejoiced in having a more comfortable home than his predecessors, refused to share in my sentimental regrets. The situation seemed a pleasant one, as I saw it on a fine evening in July, with the sun setting behind the hills on the other side of the Murray Firth. The haymakers were busy at their work close to the house, in a field which is bounded on one side by a deep hollow, with a little brook flowing at the bottom, and in front by a row of old ash trees. Corder. Talk in Corder manse. In the company of Macaulay, Boswell had dreaded that a whole evening would be heavy. However, he adds, Mr. Grant, an intelligent and well-bred minister in the neighborhood, was there, and assisted us by his conversation. His grandson is Colonel Grant, who shares with Captain Speke the glory of having discovered the sources of the Nile. It was indeed an unusual gathering that August evening in the parlor of the quiet manse. Johnson, the first of talkers, Boswell, the first of biographers, the great-uncle of our famous historian, and the grandfather of our famous discoverer. My hopes rose high when I was told that a diary which Mr. Grant kept was still in existence. Of this evening's talk some record surely would have been made. With sorrow I learnt from his grandson that accounts of expenses, sermons preached, peat cutting, stipends, washing twice a year, births, and are the principal things which are mentioned. This washing twice a year must not be taken as a proof that this divine had no passion for clean linen. A Scotch friend of mine remembers a man who owned 3 farms in the neighborhood of Campbelltown. In his house they only washed twice a year, though both he and his 3 sons who lived with him changed their shirts every second day. A time was chosen when there was a slackness in the ordinary work, and then the female servants were gathered from the 3 farms for a week's hard washing. This same custom exists, I believe, to the present day in Norway. Corder Church. In the churchyard I found Mr. Grant's tombstone. He lived till 1828, 55 years after he had met Johnson. He used to tell a story about the doctor which happily has been preserved. He had supped with him, as we learn from Boswell, at the inn at Inverness. Johnson, who was in high spirits, gave an account of the kangaroo, which had lately been discovered in New South Wales, and volunteered an imitation of the animal. The company stared. Mr. Grant said nothing could be more ludicrous than the appearance of a tall, heavy, grave-looking man like Dr. Johnson standing up to mimic the shape and motions of a kangaroo. He stood erect, put out his hands like feelers, and gathering up the tails of his huge brown coat so as to resemble the pouch of the animal, made 2 or 3 vigorous bounds across the room. 558, Pennant's Ring, Corder Church. Drawbridge, Corder Castle. Near Mr. Grant lies his friend and predecessor Kenneth Macaulay, with an inscription which tells that he was notus in fratres animi paterni. This animus paternus descended in full measure to Lord Macaulay. On the porch of the church is still fastened by an iron chain the old Pennant's ring which Pennant saw 120 years ago. Observed, he writes, on a pillar of the door of Calder Church a jorg, i.e., an iron yoke or ring, fastened to a chain, which was in former times put round the necks of delinquents against the rules of the church, who were left there exposed to shame during the time of divine service, and was also used as a punishment for defamation, small thefts, and c. But these penalties are now happily abolished. 559. From such penance as this there was perhaps an escape for those who were well-to-do. From Hudibras we learn that the Presbyterian saints could sentence to stools or poundage of repentance, which passage is explained by the commentator as doing penance in the Scotch way, upon the stool of repentance, or commuting the penance for a sum of money. 560. Cawdor Castle. Cawdor Castle. By the direction of Mr. Macaulay, writes Johnson, we visited Cawdor Castle, from which Macbeth drew his second title. That they should have needed a direction to visit so beautiful a spot seems strange, for they must have passed close by it on their way to the manse. As I first caught sight of it by the light of a summer evening, I thought that I had rarely seen a fairer spot. This castle hath indeed a pleasant seat, I said. All the barrenness of the eastern coast I had left behind me, and had found in its stead a luxuriance of growth that would have graced the oldest mansion in England. Everything seemed beautiful, and everything harmonious. The ancient castle, with its high-pitched roof and its lofty tower, the swift-flowing river, with its bridge of a single arch, the curve in the road where it crosses it, the avenue of lofty trees, the lawns enclosed by limes, the shrubberies, and the range of mountains in the distance still showing the light of the sun which had set for us. The water murmured pleasantly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. I found a little inn close by the park gate, where homely fare and decent lodging are provided. A man of a quiet meditative mind might pass a few days there pleasantly enough if he sought shelter in the woods on the afternoons when the castle is thrown open to visitors. Next morning I watched the school children, barefooted, but clean and tidy, carrying on their arms their slates covered with sums in neat figures, trooping merrily by, and winding over the bridge on their way to school. By the kindness of the Earl of Cawdor I was allowed to go over the castle from turret almost to foundation stone at a time when it was not generally open. The old tower, says Boswell, must be of great antiquity. There is a drawbridge, what has been a moat, and an ancient court. There is a hawthorn tree, which rises like a wooden pillar through the rooms of the castle, for, by a strange conceit, the walls have been built round it. The thickness of the walls, the small slanting windows, and a great iron door at the entrance on the second story as you ascend the stairs, all indicate the rude times in which this castle was erected. There were here some large venerable trees. Vault. It is surprising that he should have thought that there could ever have been a moat on a rock high above the river. Johnson nevertheless also mentions it. What they mistook for a moat is the excavation made in quarrying the stone for the castle. In clearing it out some while ago, the workmen came to a place where the masons had left some stones half dressed. Mr. Irving, who visited Cawdor, has had the fine entrance copied, I am told, in his scenery for Macbeth, adding, however, a portcullis, of which no traces remain. I was shown in a kind of vault the trunk of the old hawthorn which Boswell mentions. There is a tradition that a wise man counselled a certain thane to load an ass with a chest full of gold, and to build his castle with the money at the third hawthorn tree at which the animal should stop. The ass stopped where Cawdor Castle is built, and the tree was enclosed. The Thane's only child, a little girl, was carried off by Campbell of Inverliver, on Loch Awe. In his flight he was overtaken by the Cawdors. Being hard pressed, he cried out in Gaelic, "It is a far cry to Loch Awe, and a distant help to the Campbells," a saying which became proverbial in the north to express imminent danger and distant relief. 561. He won the day, however, and the child when she grew up married a son of the Earl of Argyll. From them is descended that prosperous gentleman the present Thane or Earl of Cawdor. Tapestry Chamber. I passed through the great iron door which Boswell mentions, and other strong doors too, and climbed up the staircase which is built in the thickness of the wall. I was shown the place in the roof where Lord Lovat, when fleeing from justice early in his bad career, had lain in hiding for some weeks. I saw, moreover, more than one chamber hung with old tapestry. In one of them stands the state bed of Sir Hugh Campbell, who in 1672 married Lady Henrietta Stuart. Their initials, with the date, are carved on the outside wall of the court. At one end of the hall runs a gallery which bears the name of the Fiddler's Walk. There the musicians used to play, keeping time with their steps to their tune. Inverness, August 28–30. From Cawdor Johnson and Boswell drove to Fort George, the most regular fortification in the island according to Johnson, where he continues, "They were entertained by Sir Ercot, the governor, with such elegance of conversation, as left us no attention to the delicacies of his table." Wolfe, who saw it in 1751, when it was partly made, writes, "I believe there is still work for 6 or 7 years to do. When it is finished one may venture to say, without saying much, that it will be the most considerable fortress, and the best situated in Great Britain." 562. In the evening our travellers continued their journey to Inverness, a distance of 12 miles. Culloden. The review of Johnson's narrative in the Scots Magazine expresses his wonder that as he must have passed near the field of Culloden he studiously avoided to mention that battle. 563. Boswell is equally reticent. The explanation is perhaps merely due to the dusk of evening, in which they passed by the spot. It is not unlikely, on the other hand, that the silence was intentional. Johnson shows a curious reticence in a passage in which he refers to the rebellion of 1745. In his description of Rasay he writes, "Not many years ago the late Laird led out 100 men upon a military expedition." The Butcher Duke. Had he visited Culloden or described the campaign, his indignation must have flamed forth at the cruelties of the Butcher Duke. Boswell, Lowlander though he was, said that they would never be forgotten. With Smollett, in his Tales of Scotland, they might well have exclaimed, "Yet when the rage of battle ceased, the victor's soul was not appeased, the naked and forlorn must feel devouring flames and murdering steel." Johnson does indeed speak of the heavy hand of a vindictive conqueror. 564. It was about this time, or only a little later, that Scott was learning to detest the name of Cumberland with more than infant hatred. 565. That an Englishman could travel in safety, unarmed and unguarded, through a country which only 27 years before had been so mercilessly treated seems not a little surprising. For the next day or two he was to follow a course where fire and sword had swept along. Wolfe, whose great name we boast, was compatriot with our own, who had so little of the savage spirit of war that he would rather have written Gray's elegy than take Quebec. Even he exulted that as few prisoners were taken of the Highlanders as possible. We had an opportunity of avenging ourselves. The rebels left near 1,500 dead. Yet he did not think that enough had been done. The carnage pile was not lofty enough. Surveying the battlefield 5 years later, he writes in a letter to his father, a general in the army, "I find room for a military criticism. You would not have left those ruffians the only possible means of conquest, nor suffered multitudes to go off unhurt with the power to destroy." 566. Ruffians indeed they had shown themselves in their raid into England, but enough surely had been done in the way of slaughter to satisfy the most exacting military critic. How merciless our soldiers had been is proved by the letters that were written from the camp. A dispatch sent off from Inverness on the 25th of April, 9 days after the battle, says that the misery and distress of the fugitive rebels was inexpressible, hundreds being found dead of their wounds and through hunger at the distance of 12, 14, and even 20 miles from the field. 567. On June the 5th an officer wrote from Fort Augustus, "His Royal Highness has carried fire and sword through their country, and driven off their cattle, which we bring to our camp in great quantities, sometimes 2,000 in a drove. The people are deservedly in a most deplorable way, and must perish either by sword or famine, a just reward for traitors." 568. The Fiddler's Walk in the Drawing-Room, Cawdor Castle. The Highlands laid waste. On the 26th of July another officer wrote from the same fort to a friend at Newcastle, "We hang or shoot everyone that is known to conceal the Pretender, burn their houses and take their cattle, of which we have got some 8,000 head within these few days past, so that if some of your Northumberland graziers were here they might make their fortunes." 569. The author of a plain narrative of the rebellion, tells with exultation how they marched to Lochiel, the stately seat of old Esquire Cameron the Lochiel of Campbell's spirited lines. His fine chairs, tables, and all his cabinet goods were set on fire and burnt with his house. His fine fruit garden, above a mile long, was pulled to pieces and laid waste. A beautiful summer house that stood in the pleasure garden was also set on fire. From hence the party marched along the sea-coast through Moidart, burning of houses, driving away the cattle, and shooting those vagrants who were found about the mountains. For 50 miles round there was no man or beast to be seen. 570. Andrew Henderson, in his History of the Rebellion, after admitting that in the rout several of the wounded were stabbed, and some who were lurking in houses were taken out and shot, urges by way of excuse that the rebels had enraged the troops. Their habit was strange, their language still stranger, and their way of fighting was shocking to the utmost degree. 571. Besides the massacre after the battle and the executions by courts-martial, there were the hangings, drawings and quarterings, and beheadings by judge and jury. 76 had been sent to the scaffold by September 1747, 572, and above 1,000 were transported. 573, even George II said that he believed William had been rough with them. 574, when it was proposed to confer on the Duke the freedom of the City of London, an alderman was heard to say that it ought to be the freedom of the Butchers' Company. So late as the summer of 1753 7 rebels were seized in a hut on the side of Loch Owen, at no great distance from the way along which Johnson was to pass only 20 years later. 575, nevertheless he everywhere travelled in safety. Among the chieftains, no doubt, his tenderness for the unfortunate house of Stuart was known, but to the common people he would only be an Englishman, a man of the race that had slaughtered their fathers and wasted their country. That both he and Boswell were not free from uneasiness they avowed when at Auchnasheal they were surrounded by the wild Macrass. In the memory of men not much past the middle age, tales of the cruel Duke used to be told in the winter evenings in the glens of these western highlands. They have at last died away, and infant hatred is no longer nourished. 576, Inverness. Our travellers, whatever may have been their motive, leaving the field of Culloden unvisited and unnoticed, arrived at Inverness, the capital of the Highlands. They put up at Mackenzie's Inn. Of their accommodation they say nothing, but it can scarcely have been good, if we may trust an English traveller who 2 years earlier had found, he said, the Horns Inn, kept by Mrs. Mackenzie, dirty and ill-managed. 577. Perhaps they felt as Wolfe did when he was stationed in the town with his regiment. It would be unmanly, he wrote, and very unbecoming a soldier to complain of little evils, such as bad food, bad lodging, bad fire. With these reflections I reconcile myself to Inverness, and to other melancholy spots that we are thrown upon. He adds that the post goes but once a week, and that as there are rapid rivers on the road that have neither bridge nor boat, it is often delayed by the floods. 578. Wesley describes Inverness as the largest town he had seen in Scotland after Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Aberdeen. It stands in a pleasant and fruitful country, and has all things needful for life and godliness. The people in general speak remarkably good English, and are of a friendly, courteous behaviour. 579. Their good English they were said to derive from the garrison which Cromwell had settled among them. It had been noticed by Defoe. They speak, he said, perfect English, even much better than in the most southerly provinces of Scotland, nay, some will say that they speak it as well as at London, though I do not grant that neither. 580. Their behavior had greatly improved in the 13 years which had elapsed between Wulf's second and Wesley's first visit, unless the soldier had viewed them with the stern eye of the conqueror, or they had displayed the sullenness of the conquered. A little while he wrote, serves to discover the villainous nature of the inhabitants and brutality of the people in the neighborhood. 581. Yet the brutality was quite as much on the side of the army, for a year later, 5 full years after the battle, we find the people still treated with harshness and insolence. The magistrates had invited Lord Berry, the general in command, to an entertainment on the Duke of Cumberland's birthday. He said he did not doubt but it would be more agreeable to the Duke if they postponed it to the day following, the anniversary of Culloden. They said they could not promise on their own authority, but would go and consult their body. They returned, told him it was unprecedented and could not be complied with. Lord Berry replied he was sorry they had not given a negative at once, for he had mentioned it to his soldiers, who would not bear a disappointment, and was afraid it would provoke them to some outrage upon the town. This did, they celebrated Culloden. 582. The old town had witnessed a strange sight in the first days after the battle. The soldiers had held a fair for the sale of the plunder which they had made. The traffic on the Rialto Bridge was nothing in comparison to the business done by our military merchants, here being great assortments of all manner of plaids, broadswords, dirks and pistols, and plaid waistcoats, officers' laced waistcoats, hats, bonnets, blankets, and oatmeal bags. 583. The severity that was so long exercised by government at length sank into neglect. Only 5 years before the arrival of our travellers all the prisoners, just before the opening of the assize, made their escape from the town jail, so the Lord Pitt for a writer to the Signet wrote, will have the trouble only of fugitation and reprimanding the magistrates. 584. How miserable the jail was is shown in a memorial from the town council, dated the 17th of March, 1786, stating that it consists only of 2 small cells for criminals, and 1 miserable room for civil debtors. Their situation is truly deplorable, as there are at present and generally about 30 persons confined in these holes, none of which is above 13 feet square. 585. While the poor prisoners were so cruelly treated, the lawyers had a merry time of it every time that so hospitable a judge as Boswell's father came the circuit. Lord Auchinleck made a most respectable figure at the head of his circuit table. It was his rule to spend every shilling of his allowance for the circuit, a thing less to be expected that in everything else he was supposed to be abundantly economical. He had a plentiful table. He laughed much at the rule laid down by some of his brethren of asking gentlemen but once to dinner. It is said he, treating them like beggars at a burial, who get their alms in rotation. 586. We are not surprised that Boswell found that everybody at Inverness spoke of Lord Auchinleck with uncommon regard. The English chapel, which Johnson describes as meanly built, but with a very decent congregation was pulled down many years ago. On its site, in the midst of the same old graveyard, another building has been raised in what may be perhaps called the churchwarden style of Macbeth's castle. What is called the Castle of Macbeth, writes Johnson with his usual caution, nothing remains. If we may trust Boswell, it perfectly corresponded with Shakespeare's description. It has been replaced by a modern building of chaste castellated design, to borrow the language of the guidebook. I was told, however, that our travellers had been misinformed, and that the old original Macbeth's castle stood on a height a little distance from the town. This pleasant seat has been treated, I found, even worse than its rival, for a builder, thinking that the air might nimbly and sweetly recommend itself to the public as well as to a king, began the erection of a crescent. Owing to a difficulty about a right-of-way, the speculation hitherto has not been so successful as might have been feared. The entrance to the highlands. At Inverness the lowland life came to an end. To the west of that town no road had ever been made till some years after the rising of 1715. All beyond was the work of General Wade and the other military engineers. Here, writes Johnson, the appearance of life began to alter. I had seen a few women with plaids at Aberdeen, but at Inverness the Highland manners are common. There is, I think, a kirk in which only the Erse language is used. The plaid, which was not peculiar to the Highlands, had been rapidly going out of fashion. Ramsay of Arctotyre says that in 1747, when he first knew Edinburgh, 9/10 of the ladies still wore them. 5 years later one could hardly see a lady in that piece of dress. In the course of 7 or 8 years the very servant girls were ashamed of being seen in that ugly antiquated garb. 587. The Gaelic language does not seem to have lost much ground in Inverness, for I was told that there are 5 churches in which it is used every Sunday at one of the services. Dungadai, a vitrified fort near Foyers. Inverness Tuanach, August 30–31. Want of roads. At Inverness Johnson bade farewell to post-chaises, which had brought him in comfort all the way from London. This day, writes Boswell, we were to begin our equitation, as I said, for I would needs make a word to. We might have taken a chaise to Fort Augustus, but had we not hired horses at Inverness we should not have found them afterwards. We had 3 horses for Dr. Johnson, myself, and Joseph, and one which carried our portmanteaus, and 2 Highlanders who walked along with us. They took but little baggage, and soon found the advantage of their moderation in climbing crags and treading bogs. How often, continues Johnson, a man that has pleased himself at home with his own resolution, will in the hour of darkness and fatigue be content to leave behind him everything but himself. After leaving the fort they were to enter upon a country upon which perhaps no wheel had ever rolled. In the Commercial Map of Scotland, published by J. Knox in 1784, there is not a single road marked in any one of the Hebrides. After long wanderings, and the lapse of almost 7 weeks, Johnson's heart was cheered by the sight of a road marked with cartwheels as on the mainland, a thing which we had not seen for a long time. It gave us a pleasure similar to that which a traveller feels when, whilst wandering on what he fears is a desert island, he perceives the print of human feet. It was in pleasant weather that they began their ride. The shores of Loch Ness. The day, though bright, was not hot. On the left were high and steep rocks shaded with birch and covered with fern or heath. On the right the limpid waters of Loch Ness were beating their bank and waving their surface by a gentle agitation. In one part of the way, adds Johnson, we had trees on both sides for perhaps half a mile. Such a length of shade, perhaps, Scotland cannot show in any other place. Boswell, though he thought Fleet Street more delightful than Tempe, nevertheless felt the cheering powers of this delightful day. The scene he found as sequestered and agreeably wild as could be desired. Pennant, who had been there 4 years earlier, describes the scenery as most romantic and beautiful. 588. Wesley thought the neighborhood of Inverness one of the pleasantest countries he had ever seen. 589. In striking contrast with the enjoyment of these 4 travelers are the feelings of those who a few years before had seen the spot when the alarms of war were still fresh. On each side of Loch Ness, writes Ray, is a ridge of most terrible barren woody mountains. You travel along the banks through a road made by blowing up monstrous rocks, which in many places hang declining over passengers and higher than houses, so that 'tis frightful to pass by them. 590. A volunteer describes the mountains as high and frightful as the Alps in Spain, so we had nothing pleasant to behold but the sky. 591. Loch Ness. Click here to see a larger version of map. Map of Foyers. The General's Hut. Our travelers halted for dinner at the General's Hut, a small public house nearly 18 miles from Inverness. 592. Here, says Johnson, Wade had lodged while he superintended the works upon the road. I have seen it stated in a guidebook that on its site is built the Foyers Hotel, but this is a mistake. In the map of the King's Roads made by General Wade, dated 1746, the General Hut, is marked just where the road takes a sudden bend to the south, a short distance after which it passes the church of Burlasig. Dr. Garnett, who travelled through the Highlands at the end of the century, says that the present public house, which is still called the General's Hut, is very near the place where Wade had a small house, which was afterwards used as an inn. It commands a delightful view up the lake. The change of site must have been made, it would seem, between his visit and Johnson's. The old inn was on the northeast or Inverness side of the church, whereas the Foyers Hotel is a little distance beyond it to the southwest. It is a pity that the ambition of landlords has not allowed the old name to remain. It was the only thing I found wanting in this comfortable hotel. Sir Walter Scott was surprised that when these roads were made there was no care taken for inns. The King's House and the General's Hut are miserable places, he adds, but the project and plans were purely military. 593. Johnson, however, was not dissatisfied with his entertainment. We found, he says, the house not ill-stocked with provisions. We had eggs and bacon, and mutton, with wine, rum, and whiskey. I had water. The little church hard by Boswell describes as the meanest parish kirk I ever saw. It is a shame it should be on a high road. It might have been pleaded, perhaps, as an alleviation of its disgrace, that the high road had come to it and that it had not come to the high road. His reproach seems to have had some effect, for it has been removed to another place. The ruins, however, still remain. A middle-aged woman who dwells in the neighborhood told me that there was an old man living when she first came, who said he did not mind when it was a church, but his father did. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Foyers. The Falls of Foyers. While Boswell mentions the mean kirk, with his indifference to natural objects he passes over in silence the celebrated Falls of Fiers or Foyers. He does not even mention the bridge over the river, or the rocks which on three sides of it rise to a great height. Here Johnson's imagination was deeply impressed, for he describes them as exhibiting a kind of dreadful magnificence, standing like the barriers of nature placed to keep different orders of being in perpetual separation. Dismounting from their horses, we clambered, he writes, over very rugged crags, till we came at last to a place where we could overlook the river, and saw a channel torn, as it seems, through black piles of stone, by which the stream is obstructed and broken, till it comes to a very steep descent, of such dreadful depth, that we were naturally inclined to turn aside our eyes. But we visited the place at an unseasonable time, and found it divested of its dignity and terror. Nature never gives everything at once. A long continuance of dry weather, which made the rest of the way easy and delightful, deprived us of the pleasure expected from the Falls of Fiers. This same month Mason, the poet, was complaining that the cascades at Lodore had been reduced by the dry season to a scanty reel, which took away more than half the beauties of the scene. 594. Invermoriston. Fort Augustus. It was dark when our travellers reached the wretched inn at Fort Augustus. Happily it was not in it that they were to lodge, for the governor invited them to sleep in his house. Of the fort, the rebels had made a bonfire on the 15th of April, 1746, the day before Culloden, to celebrate the Duke of Cumberland's birthday. 595. It had since been rebuilt and greatly strengthened, being surrounded by 2 trenches filled with water, and having drawbridges, strong walls, and bastions. 596. Nothing is left of it. Where rough soldiers once carried things with a high hand, now smooth priests rule. On the site of the old fortifications which bore the second name of the Butcher Duke has been raised a college and monastery dedicated to Saint Benedict. Johnson long remembered the rest which he enjoyed in the governor's hospitable home. Nearly 4 years later he recorded in his diary, "I passed the night in such sweet uninterrupted sleep as I have not known since I slept at Fort Augustus." The following year, writing to Boswell, he said, "The best night that I have had these 20 years was at Fort Augustus." From this spot to the seashore opposite Skye they had about 44 miles of highland paths to traverse. This part of their journey they were forced to divide very unequally, as Anook, the only place where they could find entertainment, was scarcely a third of the way. Glen Morrison. Crossing the mountains by a road which had been made with labor that might have broken the perseverance of a Roman legion, early in the afternoon they came through a wild country to Glen Morrison. 597. They did not, as the guidebook says, follow the course of the River Morriston from Invermorriston, but joined it some miles higher up, above the fine scenery and the wild tumble of water which are shown in the accompanying sketch. This fact I did not discover till too late. Anook Johnson describes as standing in a glen or valley pleasantly watered by a winding river. It consists of 3 huts, one of which is distinguished by a chimney. It was in the house thus distinguished that they lodged. When I visited this spot last summer, we halted at a farmhouse hard by to rest our horses and take some lunch. We sat on the bank of a dried-up brook, beneath a row of wych elms. A cuckoo was flying about, resting now and then on the garden wall. Its twofold shout it scarcely uttered, thinking, perhaps, that as it was the month of June, it would be heard, not regarded. The wind rustled in the leaves, the river, blue beneath a blue sky, ran swiftly by, now under a shady bank, and now round a stony foreland, till it lost itself at last from our sight behind a bend. To the west rose lofty mountains, on the other side of the valley were sloping hills. We lunched on frothing milk, oat cakes, scones, and butter, the sheepdogs playing around us, and with wistful gaze asking for their share of the feast. We lay on the ground and looked across the little ravine at an old hut that was distinguished by a chimney. This we all voted, and very likely with truth on our side, was the very place where our travellers had lodged. Talking of far-off things of Johnson and the copy of Cocker's arithmetic which he gave to his landlord's gentle and pleasing daughter, of her father's library of odd volumes, and of the old hut and the old life, an hour slipped quickly and pleasantly by. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. The Morriston River English Soldiers. As our travellers passed on through the dreariness of solitude on their way hither, they had come upon a party of soldiers working on the road, to whom they gave a couple of shillings to spend in drink. With the true military impatience of coin in their pockets, these men had followed them to the inn, having marched at least 6 miles to find the first place where liquor could be bought. There they made merry in the barn. We went and paid them a visit, writes Boswell, Dr. Johnson saying, "Come, let's go and give 'em another shilling apiece." We did so, and he was saluted my lord by all of them. Johnson avows that one cause of his generosity was regard to his and Boswell's safety. Having never been before in a place so wild and unfrequented, I was glad of their arrival, because I knew that we had made them friends, and to gain still more of their goodwill, we went to them when they were carousing in the barn, and added something to our former gift. The money was ill bestowed. The poor soldiers got too much liquor. Some of them fought and left blood upon the spot, and cursed whiskey next morning. Perhaps Johnson had them in his mind when, a few years later, he said, "Why, sir, a common soldier is usually a very gross man." To the degradation of one of the English regiments which had been stationed in the Highlands, testimony is borne by Wolfe, who on his return from Scotland in 1753, wrote, "If I stay much longer with the regiment I shall be perfectly corrupt. The officers are loose and profligate, and the soldiers are very devils." 598. Johnson soon found that he had no need of a guard. His host had indeed fought in the Highland army at Culloden, but he was a quiet honest fellow. The account which he gave of the campaign moved Boswell to tears. If he told them the following story which I have found in Henderson's History of the Rebellion, he would have moved also Johnson to anger. The Grants of Glenmorrison. A party of the Grants of Glenmorrison had joined the Pretender's army at Edinburgh. The laird, who had remained loyal, came, after the Battle of Culloden, with about 500 of his vassals to Inverness, whence they were sent into the country of the Macintoshes. Whereupon the Grants in the rebellion begged his intercession. He repaired to the Duke of Cumberland, and said, "Here are a number of men come in with their arms, who would have submitted to none in Britain but to me." "No," answered the Duke, "I'll let them know that they are my father's subjects, and must likewise submit to me." So he gave orders to embark them with the other prisoners, and they were shipped off to Tilbury Fort. 599. Smollett tells how great numbers of the miserable captives who were sent to London by sea, being crowded in the holds of the vessels, perished in the most deplorable manner for want of necessaries, air, and exercise. 600. If the Grants escaped this fate, very likely they were transported to America. The ruins of the house at Anoch. Thatched house. Anoch to Glenelg, September 1. It was a long and heavy journey that this day lay before our travellers, so that they rose in good time and started about 8 o'clock. Boswell, who had awakened very early, had been a little scared by the thought that their landlord, being about to emigrate, might murder them to get their money, and lay it upon the soldiers in the barn. "When I got up," he adds, "I found Dr. Johnson asleep in his miserable sty, as I may call it, with a coloured handkerchief round his head. With difficulty could I awaken him. So miserable had their beds looked that we had some difficulty," writes Johnson, "in persuading ourselves to lie down in them. At last we ventured, and I slept very soundly in the vale of Glenmorrison amidst the rocks and mountains. The road which they were to follow is but little traversed at the present day, for tourists either keep to the south by the Caledonian Canal, or to the north by the railway to Strome Ferry. The Happy Valley. They thereby miss, to use Boswell's words, a scene of as wild nature as one could see. To this part of my tour I had long looked forward. It is many a year since I first formed the wish to visit that narrow valley, not very flowery, but sufficiently verdant, where Johnson planned the history of his tour. I sat down on a bank, he says, such as a writer of romance might have delighted to feign. I had indeed no trees to whisper over my head, but a clear rivulet streamed at my feet. The day was calm, the air was soft, and all was rudeness, silence, and solitude. Before me and on either side were high hills, which by hindering the eye from ranging, forced the mind to find entertainment for itself. Whether I spent the hour well I know not, for here I first conceived the thought of this narration. In a letter to Mrs. Thrale he describes the same scene, but makes no mention of the book which he had in mind. I sat down to take notes on a green bank, with a small stream running at my feet, in the midst of savage solitude, with mountains before me, and on either hand covered with heath. I looked around me, and wondered that I was not more affected, but the mind is not at all times equally ready to be put in motion. If my mistress and master, and Queenie, 601, had been there, we should have produced some reflections among us, either poetical or philosophical, for though solitude be the nurse of woe, 602, conversation is often the parent of remarks and discoveries. My hopes of finding this classical rivulet were great. A kind correspondent, the Reverend Alexander Matheson, minister of Glen Shiel, had been told by some old people of the neighborhood that they knew by tradition the exact spot. Though he had nearly 20 miles to come, he undertook to show me it. I arrived at the little inn at Cluny earlier than he had expected, and there meeting him found to my disappointment that I had passed the spot some 6 or 7 miles. Both horses and travelers were too weary to retrace their steps. The tradition of the old people had on further investigation proved to be worthless. Like myself, he had been at first misled by Boswell's narrative, which places this happy valley at the western end of Glen Shiel. But on looking at Johnson's account, aided too by his own knowledge of the locality, he had detected the error. The rivulet by which they had made their noonday halt must have been in Glen Cluny, near the eastern end of the loch, for Johnson describes how after their rest they continued their journey along the side of a loch which at last ended in a river broad and shallow. Beyond it is a valley called Glen Shiel. For my disappointment there was some consolation to be found. The long drought of nearly 2 months which had preceded my tour had dried up those rivulets which Johnson crossed, running, as he describes them, with a clear, shallow stream over a hard, pebbly bottom. The main river had still water in it, but we saw few indeed of the streams rushing down the steep which fed it. In that part of the narrow valley where he reposed we should have had only a choice of dried up water courses, had we tried to select the bank on which he sat. Yarrow unvisited. For me Yarrow still remains unvisited. I have still to see its silvery current flow with uncontrolled meanderings. Cluny. Passing through Glen Cluny, which now boasts of a little inn where the traveller can find clean, if homely lodgings, they reached Glen Shiel. It is worth notice that though the word Glen is in Johnson's dictionary, so unfamiliar was it at this time to English ears, that using it in the letter in which he describes this day's journey, he adds, so they call a valley. In Glen Shiel, writes Boswell, they saw where the battle was fought in 1719. It was in the second and last of the Spanish invasions of our island that this fight took place. An armament of 10 ships of war and transports, having on board 6,000 regular troops with arms for 12,000 men, had sailed from Cadiz under the command of the Duke of Ormond, in the hope of restoring the Stuarts to that throne which they had forfeited by their tyranny and their folly. The winds and waves fought for us, as they had fought long before in the time of the Great Armada. 2 ships only succeeded in reaching the coast of Scotland. Eilindonan Castle. They landed their troops near Eilindonan Castle on Loch Duich, the seat of the chief of the Mackenzies. 4 years earlier the fighting men of this clan had gone off to join the forces of the Earl of March, and had taken part in the Battle of Sheriff Muir. The grandfather of the present minister of the parish in which Eilindonan stands, had known an aged parishioner, who had seen the clansmen dance on the leads of the castle the evening before they started on their expedition. There were among them 4 chieftains, each bearing the name of John, and known as the 4 Johns of Scotland. They all danced at Eilindonan, and all fell at Sheriff Muir. Battle of Glen Shiel. I was told also of a tradition which still exists among the people, that at Glen Shiel the clansmen had sent their women and children to wave flags on the hills as if they were a fresh body of men. Deceived by this appearance, the regular troops had at first retreated. The battle with the Spaniards was fought at a spot where on both sides the mountains draw close, and the valley narrows to a ravine through which the river when swollen by the rains rushes foaming along in fine cascades. Along the right bank the rocks were so steep that till the present road was cut no passage was possible. On the left bank there was a narrow opening beneath a precipitous crag. A little above the uppermost of the waterfalls the country folks still point out the Black Colonel's grave, some swarthy Spaniard, perhaps, who fell that day far from the cork groves of southern Spain. They tell too how the Spanish soldiers who surrendered themselves as prisoners of war first cast their arms into the deep pool below. A dreadful story has been recorded by an Englishman who lived for many years at Inverness. He had been assured, he writes, by several officers who were in the battle, that some of the English soldiers who were dangerously wounded were left behind for 3 or 4 hours. When parties were sent to them with hurdles made to serve as litters, they were all found stabbed with dirks in 20 places. 603. The story may not be true. If it is, the clansmen were as savage after Glen Shiel, as were the regular troops 27 years later after Culloden. Eilindonan. Glen Shiel battlefield. The mountain like a cone. In the warm sunshine of a day in June we sat on a bank above the dark pool beneath whose eddying waters some of the arms perhaps still lie. There was a gentle breeze, the larks were singing over our heads, The water was sparkling and splashing. The sides of the torrent were overhung with the mountain ash and were green with ferns, but below us and in front lay a scene of wild desolation. Far off to the west was the mountain which Boswell had pointed out to Johnson as being like a cone. "No, sir," said Johnson. "It would be called so in a book, and when a man comes to look at it, he sees it is not so. It is indeed pointed at the top, but one side of it is larger than the other. Its Gaelic name, Faushag, which signifies whelk, shows that though Johnson's objection may have been a proof of his perceptive quickness, yet Boswell's description was quite accurate enough for two men out on a tour. We tried in vain to distinguish which among the mountains was the considerable protuberance. Perhaps the Johnson Club may not disdain to appoint a committee who shall be instructed to bid farewell for a time to the delights of Fleet Street and visit Glen Shiel, with full powers to come to a final decision in this important matter. A long drive down the steep pass brought us to the place which Boswell said was a rich green valley, comparatively speaking. Auchnashiel. A little way beyond it lay the 20 huts which formed the village of Auchnashiel. One of them, says Johnson, was built of loose stones, piled up with great thickness into a strong, though not solid wall. From this house we obtained some great pails of milk, and having brought bread with us were very liberally regaled. The curious scene which they witnessed here is thus described by Boswell: "We sat down on a green turf seat at the end of a house. They brought us out 2 wooden dishes of milk, 604, which we tasted. One of them was frothed like a syllabub. I saw a woman preparing it with such a stick as is used for chocolate, and in the same manner. We had a considerable circle about us, men, women, and children, all M. Crass, Lord Seaforth's people. Not one of them could speak English. I observed to Dr. Johnson, it was much the same as being with a tribe of Indians. Johnson: Yes, sir, but not so terrifying. I gave all who chose it snuff and tobacco. Governor Traport had made us buy a quantity at Fort Augustus, and put them up in small parcels. I also gave each person a piece of wheat bread, which they had never tasted before. I then gave a penny apiece to each child. I told Dr. Johnson of this, upon which he called to Joseph and our guides, for change for a shilling, and declared that he would distribute among the children. Upon this being announced in us, there was a great stir. Not only did some children come running down from neighboring huts, but I observed one black-haired man, who had been with us all along, had gone off, and returned, bringing a very young child. My fellow traveler then ordered the children to be drawn up in a row, and he dealt about his copper, and made them and their parents all happy. Faushag. It was the best day the MacCrass declared they had seen since the time of the old Laird of Macleod. He, no doubt, had made a halt in their valley on his way to or from Skye. The snuff and tobacco must have won their hearts more even than the money. Nothing, Johnson was told, gratified the Highlanders so much. Knox recorded a few years later that any stranger who cannot take a pinch of snuff or give one is looked upon with an evil eye. 605. So uncommon was wheaten bread even a quarter of a century later, that Dr. Garnett, after leaving Inverary, tasted none till he reached Inverness. 606. At present it can be had in most places, being brought by the steamers in large boxes from Glasgow, and transported inland in the country carts. The way in which the villagers had gathered round the travellers had startled even Johnson, stout-hearted though he was. I believe he says, they were without any evil intention, but they had a very savage wildness of aspect and manner. My friend, the minister of Glenshiel, pointed out to me that it was no doubt mere curiosity which brought them round him. Johnson was as strange a sight to them as they were to Johnson. An earlier traveller in the Hebrides has expressed this very well. Every man and thing I met with, he writes, seemed a novelty. I thought myself entering upon a new scene of nature, but nature rough and unpolished. Men, manners, habits, buildings, everything different from our own, and if we thought them rude and barbarous, no doubt the people had the same opinion of what belonged to us, and the wonder was mutual. 607. Sheep instead of men. Auchnashiel has been swept away, nothing of it is left but a few banks of earth and the foundations of the one stone house. The same fate has befallen it which befell that other village near Fort Augustus, where Coleridge heard a Highland widow mourn over the desolation of the land. Within this space, she said, how short a time back, there lived 173 persons, and now there is only a shepherd and an underling or two. Yes, sir. 173 Christian souls, man, woman, boy, girl, and babe, and in almost every home an old man by the fireside, who would tell you of the troubles before our roads were made, and many a brave youth among them who loved the birthplace of his forefathers, yet would swing about his broadsword, and want but a word to march off to the battles over sea. Aye, sir, and many a good lass who had a respect for herself. Well, but they are gone, and with them the bristled bear, barley, and the pink haver, oats, and the potato plot that looked as gay as any flower garden with its blossoms. I sometimes fancy that the very birds are gone, all but the crows and the gleeds, kites. Well, and what then? Instead of us all, there is one shepherd man, and it may be a pair of small lads, and a many, many sheep. And do you think, sir, that God allows of such proceedings? 608. The desolation had already begun even at the time of our travellers' visit. Their host of the evening before was following 70 of the dalesmen to America, whither they had been driven by a rack-renting landlord. I asked him, writes Johnson, whether they would stay at home if they were well treated. He answered with indignation, that no man willingly left his native country. Taking leave of these inoffensive, if wild-looking people, our travellers rode on, much refreshed by their repast. They had, as Johnson complained, very little entertainment, as they travelled either for the eye or ear. There are, I fancy, he adds, no singing birds in the Highlands. It is odd that he should have looked for singing birds on the 1st of September. Had it been earlier in the summer he would have found melody enough. Nowhere have I heard the thrushes sing more sweetly than at Glenelg. Wesley, visiting Inverness on an early day of May, heard abundance of birds welcoming the return of spring. 609. If so late in the summer there was no music for the ear, the eye surely should have been something more than entertained, when in the evening light the first sight was caught of Loch Duich and the waters of the Atlantic, and the barrier of mountains which so nobly encloses them. Yet they are passed over in silence by both our travellers. So fine is the scenery here that I longed to make a stay in the comfortable inn at Shiel, near the head of the loch. Sheep shearing in Shiel. But we were forced to press on, having first witnessed, however, sheep shearing on a large scale on a farm close by. In front of a storing house for wool 15 men were seated all hard at work with their shears, their dogs lying at their feet. They wore coloured jerseys in which the shades of blue and green were all the pleasanter to the eye because they were somewhat faded. Young lads were bringing up the sheep from the fold. The forelegs of each animal were tied. It was then lifted onto a narrow bank of turf which had been raised in front of each shepherd, thrown on its back, and in a moment the busy shears were at work. In the long summer day a quick hand could finish 80, we were told. As soon as the fleece fell loose, an old woman came forward, folded it up tight, and carried it into the storehouse, while a boy, dipping the branding iron into boiling pitch, scored the side of each sheep with a deep black mark. From time to time the farmer went round with a bottle and a small glass, and gave each man a dram of pure whisky. Not far from here on the banks of the loch was an old house where it was said that Johnson made a halt. It is so pleasant a place, with its grove of trees and its garden of roses, and so kindly was I welcomed, that I would willingly believe the tradition. I could wish, however, that he and Boswell had not treated it with the same neglect as they did the view. Had their reception been as kind as mine they would certainly have expressed their gratitude. Mamratarkin. It was here that I was told of the address which he made to the mountain at the foot of which the house stands, and up which he was now to climb. Goodbye, Mamratarkin, I hope never to see your face again. 610. They did not reach it till late in the afternoon. Both Johnson and the horses were weary, and they had a terrible steep to climb. Going down was almost worse than going up, for his horse now and then stumbled beneath his great weight. On the edge of one of the precipices he was, he thought, in real danger. He grew fretful with fatigue, and was not comforted by the absurd attempt made by his guide to amuse him. Having heard him, in the forenoon, express a pastoral pleasure on seeing the goats browsing, just when the doctor was uttering his displeasure, the fellow cried, with a very Highland accent, "See, such pretty goats." Then he whistled hoo, and made them jump. Little did he conceive what Dr. Johnson was. Here now was a common ignorant Highland clown imagining that he could divert, as one does a child, Dr. Samuel Johnson. The ludicrousness, absurdity, and extraordinary contrast between what the fellow fancied, and the reality, was truly comic. At the bottom of the mountain a dreary ride of 6 or 7 long miles through a flat and uninteresting country still awaited them. They were too tired even for talk. Boswell urged on his horse so that some preparation might be made for the great man at the inn at Glenelg. He called me back, he writes, with a tremendous shout, and was really in a passion with me for leaving him. I told him my intentions, but he was not satisfied, and said, "Do you know, I should as soon have thought of picking a pocket, as doing so." Boswell. I am diverted with you, sir. Johnson. Sir, I could never be diverted with incivility. Doing such a thing makes one lose confidence in him who has done it, as one cannot tell what he may do next. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Mamratakan, even after he had reached the inn, his violence continued. "Sir," he said, "had you gone on, I was thinking that I should have returned with you to Edinburgh, and then have parted from you, and never spoken to you more." The next morning he owned that he had spoken in passion, that he would not have done what he threatened, and that if he had, he should have been 10 times worse than I, and he added, "Let's think no more on't." As we drove down the mountain on a summer afternoon, the peacefulness of the pastoral scene, the sheep dotted about quietly nibbling the grass, with their lambs by their side, the hazy air on the hills, all seemed to contrast strangely with the violence of his passion. To an old man, however, tired with a long day's ride over rough ways, and in want of his dinner, something must be forgiven. He is not the only tourist who, in his need of rest and food, has relieved his feelings by quarrelling with his companion. Bernera Barracks. When they were not far from the end of their ride they passed the barracks at Bernera. "I looked at them wistfully," writes Boswell, "as soldiers have always everything in the best order, but there was only a sergeant and a few men there." Pennant, who had visited them a year earlier, describes them as handsome and capacious, designed to hold 200 men, at present occupied only by a corporal and 6 soldiers. The country lament this neglect. They are now quite sensible of the good effects of the military. By introducing peace and security, they fear lest the evil days should return, and the ancient thefts be renewed as soon as the banditti find this protection of the people removed. 611. The banditti were the Highlanders of this district in general. Less than 30 years earlier the whole country between Loch Ness and the sea to the west had been, he says, a den of thieves. The constant petition at grace of the old Highland chieftains was delivered with great fervour in these terms: "Lord, turn the world upside down, that Christians may make bread out of it." 612. The country had to lament a loss of trade as well as of security. The cottagers who had been drawn together to supply the wants of the soldiers are described by Knox, a few years later, as being in the utmost poverty. The barracks had fallen into so ruinous a state, that it justified the report that the building of them had been a notorious job. Even the sergeant and his 6 soldiers had been removed. I was entertained, says Knox, by the commanding officer and his whole garrison. The former was an old corporal, and the latter was the corporal's wife. The entertainment snuff and whisky. 613. The Inn at Glenelg. When at length our travellers, weary and disgusted, reached Glenelg, our humour, writes Johnson, was not much mended by our inn, which, though it was built of lime and slate, the Highlander's description of a house which he thinks magnificent, had neither wine, bread, eggs, nor anything that we could eat or drink. When we were taken upstairs, a dirty fellow bounced out of the bed where one of us was to lie. Boswell blustered, but nothing could be got. At last a gentleman in the neighbourhood, who heard of our arrival, sent us rum and white sugar. Boswell was now provided for in part, and the landlord prepared some mutton chops which we could not eat, and killed 2 hens, of which Boswell made his servant broil a limb, with what effect I know not. We had a lemon and a piece of bread, which supplied me with my supper. Boswell's account of the place is no less dismal. There was no provender for our horses, so they were sent to grass with a man to watch them. A maid showed us upstairs into a room damp and dirty, with bare walls, a variety of bad smells, a coarse black greasy fur table, and forms of the same kind, and out of a wretched bed started a fellow from his sleep, like Edgar in King Lear, "Poor Tom's a cold." Johnson slept in his clothes and great coat, on a bed of hay. Boswell laid sheets upon his bed which he had brought from home, and reposed in linen like a gentleman. Skye, from Glenelg. Here, again, was I struck by the contrast between the past and the present. Of the old inn, with all its magnificence of lime and slate, not even the site is known. In its place stands a roomy and comfortable hotel. It was on the 21st of June when we visited it, and we found it half asleep and almost empty, for the season had not yet begun. At the most delightful time of the year, when the days were at their longest and no candles were burnt, there was scarcely a single stranger to enjoy the quiet and the beauty. There were woods and flowering shrubs, rhododendrons and the Portugal laurel, and close to the water's edge the laburnum in full bloom. There were all the sights of peaceful country life, the cocks crowing, the sheep answering with their bleats their bleating lambs, the cows with their calves in the noonday heat seeking the shade of the tall and wide-spreading trees. The waves lapped gently on the shore, and in the distance, below the rocky coast of Skye, the waters were whitened by the countless sea-birds. We drove up a beautiful valley to the Pictish forts, and saw an eagle hovering high above us. Bernera Barracks, Glenelg. The Sound of Slate. Corricatukin, September 6–8, 25–28. Landing on Skye. On the morning of Thursday, September 2nd, our travellers took boat at Glenelg, and launched into one of the straits of the Atlantic Ocean. Rowing along the Sound of Slate towards the southwest, they reached the shore of Armidale in Skye early in the afternoon. They had intended to visit in his castle the owner of half the island, Sir Alexander MacDonald. But, wrote Johnson, he had come from his seat in the middle of the island to a small house on the shore, as we believe, that he might with less reproach entertain us meanly. Boswell was so much disgusted with this chieftain's parsimony, that he meditated an escape from his house the very next day, but Dr. Johnson resolved that we should weather it out till Monday. Corricotachin. When the day of escape at length came, they started on horseback in a northwesterly direction for Corricotachin, a farmhouse near Broadford, 614, belonging to Sir Macdonald, but tenanted by a Mackinnon, a clan to which all this district had formerly belonged. Here they were entertained better than at the landlord's. Here they enjoyed the comfort of a table plentifully furnished, and here for the first time they had a specimen of the joyous social manners of the inhabitants of the Highlands. Books, too, were not wanting, both Latin and English. Among them was a copy of the abridgment of Johnson's dictionary. He might have said here, as 4 years later with some eagerness he said at Lord Scarsdale's, when he discovered the same book in his lordship's dressing-room, qua regio in terris nostri non plena laboris. Here, too, he wrote that Latin ode to Mrs. Thrale, which so caught Sir Walter Scott's imagination, that when he first set foot on Skye, it was the thing which first came into his thoughts. And here on their return after a lapse of nearly 3 weeks, Boswell got so tipsy and so piously penitent next day. He had not gone to bed till nearly 5 o'clock on a Sunday morning, by which time 4 bowls of punch had been finished. I awaked at noon, he records, with a severe headache. I was much vexed that I should have been guilty of such a riot, and afraid of a reproof from Dr. Johnson. I thought it very inconsistent with that conduct which I ought to maintain, while the companion of the Rambler. About 1 he came into my room, and accosted me, "What, drunk yet?" His tone of voice was not that of severe upbraiding, so I was relieved a little. "Sir," said I, "they kept me up." He answered, "No, you kept them up, you drunken dog." This he said with good-humoured English pleasantry. Soon afterwards, Corricotachin, Cole, and other friends, assembled round my bed. Corry had a brandy bottle and glass with him, and insisted I should take a dram. Said Dr. Johnson, "Fill him drunk again. Do it in the morning, that we may laugh at him all day. It is a poor thing for a fellow to get drunk at night, and skulk to bed, and let his friends have no sport." Finding him thus jocular, I became quite easy, and when I offered to get up, he very good-naturedly said, "You need be in no such hurry now." I took my host's advice, and drank some brandy, which I found an effectual cure for my headache. When I rose, I went into Dr. Johnson's room, and taking up Mrs. Kinnon's prayer book, I opened it at the 20th Sunday after Trinity, in the epistle for which I read, "And be not drunk with wine, wherein there is excess." Some would have taken this as a divine interposition. Before the afternoon was over, by the help of good cheer and good society, he felt himself comfortable enough, and his piety was drowned in philosophy. "I then thought," he says, "that my last night's riot was no more than such a social excess as may happen without much moral blame, and recollected that some physicians maintained that a fever produced by it was, upon the whole, good for health. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. and Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. Corricottekin near Broadford Sky. The Highlanders were more seasoned drinkers than he was, for the following night they had another drinking bout. They kept a smart lad lying on a table in the corner of the room, ready to spring up and bring the kettle whenever it was wanted. They continued drinking, and singing us songs, till near 5 in the morning, when they all came into my room, where some of them had beds. Unluckily for me, they found a bottle of punch in a corner, which they drank, and Corricottekin went for another, which they also drank. They made many apologies for disturbing me. I told them that, having been kept awake by their mirth, I had once thoughts of getting up and joining them again. Honest Corricottekin said, "To have had you done so, I would have given a cow." Johnson was better lodged than Boswell, for he had a room to himself at night, though in the day it was the place where the servants took their meals. Yet he was pleased with the kindness shown him, and discovered no deficiencies. Our entertainment, he wrote, was not only hospitable but elegant. The company he describes as being more numerous and elegant than it could have been supposed easy to collect. He gave as much pleasure as he received, and when he left, the Scottish phrase of honest man, which is an expression of kindness and regard, was again and again applied to him. The house he describes as very pleasantly situated between two brooks, with one of the highest hills of the island behind it. Boswell with good reason remarks on the entire absence of a garden. Corricottekin, he writes, has not even a turnip, a carrot, or a cabbage. Where these were wanting, there would be no roses clustering on the porch, no flower beds before the door. This scene of hospitality and jovial riot is now a ruin. We walked to it from Broadford across a moorland, the curlews flying round us with their melancholy cry. The two brooks were shrunk with the long drought, and flowed in very quiet streams. Yet one of them, I was told, in a time of flood once broke into Mackinnon's house. We crossed it on a bridge formed of two trees, with a long piece of iron wire for a railing. There we rested a while, now looking down at the sunlight dancing in the shallows, and now gazing at the ruined farm and the mountain rising behind in steep crags of barren rock. Far up the valley to the west a flock of sheep was coming white from the shearing, bleating as they spread out along the hillside. Another flock the dogs were gathering into what had been the yard of the old house. It had been solidly built, 2 stories high, about 36 feet long by 15 broad in the inside measurements. On the outside, over the door, was carved, LMKJMK 1747. Johnson's host was Lachlan Mackinnon, and the initials are, I suppose, his and his wife's. It was but a small place to hold the large and festive company that was gathered at the time of our traveller's visit, but, as Boswell says, it was partly done by separating man and wife, and putting a number of men in one room and of women in another. As I looked up at the windows which still remain, though the floors have fallen in, I wondered which was the room which was Johnson's chamber at night, and the ladies' parlour by day, where Boswell sat among them writing his journal. Changes in Sky. At the hotel at Broadford, I was struck by the change that has come about since Johnson's time, in this verge of European life, to use the term which he applied to Skye. Corrichatachin remains almost as he saw it. A house had fallen in ruins and had been replaced by another, and a small grove of trees had been planted. A garden had been made, and patches of ground which once were pasture had been ploughed up. But the broad face of nature is unchanged. This region of obscurity is, however, obscure no longer. Where he was nearly 10 weeks without receiving letters, now even the poor, far from their homes, by means of the telegraphic wire can, as it were, live along the line. A maid-servant who goes to distant services, on her arrival, by means of a telegram, at once frees her mother from her heart-struck anxious care. The owner of the hotel, from whom I learned this fact, said that Rowland Hill had done more for the poor man than all the ministers since, and that many of the Highlanders in gratitude had called their sons after him. Corrichatachin. Rassay, September 8–12. From Corrichatachin our travellers rode down to the seaside at Broadford, 2 miles off, where they took boat for the island of Rassay. The Magillichallam, or Laird of Rassay, John MacLeod, had politely sent his coach and six, as he called his 6-oart boat, to fetch them over. Though it was thus dignified with a pompous name, writes Johnson, there was no seat, but an occasional bundle of straw. I never, he adds, saw in the Hebrides a boat furnished with benches. In it had come the learned Donald M. Queen, a minister, and old Malcolm MacLeod, who had been out in the 45, and had aided the young Pretender in his escape. The Highland dress. I had at one time thought that it was to him that Johnson alludes, when he speaks of having met one man, and one only, who defied the law against wearing the Highland dress. By him, he adds, it was worn only occasionally and wantonly. 615. I now believe, however, that it was MacDonald of Kingsborough who was meant. Ever since the last rebellion the national garb had been suppressed. It had been enacted that no person whatsoever should wear or put on those parts of the Highland clothes, garb, or habiliments which are called the plaid, filibeg, 616, or little kilt, or any of them. Any offender not being a landed man, or the son of a landed man, shall be tried before a justice of the peace in a summary way, and shall be delivered over to serve as a soldier. 617. Even the loyal Highlanders in the Duke of Cumberland's army had been compelled in part to adopt the southern garb. Near Linlithgow, writes Henderson, the whole army passed in review before their illustrious general. When the Highlanders passed, he seemed much delighted with their appearance, saying, "They look very well, have breeches, and are the better for that." 618. Some years later, when Pitt called for soldiers from the mountains of the north to allure them into the army, it was thought proper to indulge them in the continuance of their national dress. 619. Numerous were the devices to evade the law, and great must have been the perplexities of the magistrates. One of Wolfe's officers wrote in 1752, that one of his sergeants had taken a fellow wearing a blanket in form of a philibeg. He carried him to Perth, but the sheriff substitute did not commit him, because the blanket was not a tartan. On his return he met another of the same kind, so, as he found it needless to carry him before a magistrate, he took the blanket philibeg and cut it to pieces. Another officer wrote 2 months later, one of my men brought me a man to all appearance in a philibeg, but on close examination I found it to be a woman's petticoat, which answers every end of that part of the Highland dress. I sent him to the sheriff substitute, who dismissed him. 620. Smollett, in his Humphrey Clinker, pleads the cause of the dejected Highlanders, who had not only been deprived of their ancient garb, but, what is a greater hardship still, are compelled to wear breeches, a restraint which they cannot bear with any degree of patience. Indeed, the majority wear them, not in the proper place, but on poles or long staves over their shoulders. 621. In 1782 the Marquis of Graham brought in a bill to repeal this prohibitory act. One of the English members asked that if it became law, the dress should still be prohibited in England. When 6 Highland soldiers had been quartered at a house in Hampshire, the singularity of their dress, he said, so much attracted the eyes of the wife and daughters of the man of the house that he found it expedient to take a lodging for them at another place. 622. A Lowland friend tells me that one day at church her grandfather turned 2 Highland officers out of his pew, as he thought their dress improper where there were ladies. This she learnt from her aunt who had been present. Old Malcolm MacLeod, if he did not return altogether to the ancient dress, nevertheless broke the law. He wore a pair of brogues, tartan hose which came up only near to his knees, and left them bare, a purple camblet kilt, a black waistcoat, a short green cloth coat bound with gold cord, a yellowish bushy wig, a large blue bonnet with a gold thread button. Sir Walter Scott tells us that to evade the law against the tartan dress, the Highlanders used to dye their variegated plaids and kilts into blue, green, or any single color. 623. Malcolm had done this with his kilt, but in his hose he asserted his independence. Yet so early as the beginning of last century, according to Martin, the Highland dress was fast dying out in Skye. They now, he writes, generally use coat, waistcoat, and breeches, as elsewhere. Persons of distinction wear the garb in fashion in the south of Scotland. 624. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. Rassay Castle. The road to Rassay. While Johnson in the voyage to Rassay sat high on the stern of the boat like a magnificent Triton, old Malcolm, no less magnificent through his attire, took his turn at tugging the oar, singing an song, the chorus of which was Heu in foam foamery, with words of his own. The original was written in praise of Allen of Mudet, a chief of the Clanranald family. The following is a translation of the complete chorus: along, along, then haste along, for here no more I'll stay, I'll braid and bind my tresses long, and o'er the hills away. 625. In the sound between Scalpa and Rassay, the wind, writes Boswell, made the sea very rough. I did not like it. This now, said Johnson, is the Atlantic. If I should tell, at a tea table in London, that I have crossed the Atlantic in an open boat, how they'd shudder, and what a fool they'd think me to expose myself to such danger. In his letter to Mrs. Thrale he makes light of the roughness of the waves. The wind blew enough to give the boat a kind of dancing agitation. For a moment or two his temper was ruffled, for by the carelessness of their manservant his spurs were carried overboard. There was something wild, he said, in letting a pair of spurs be carried into the sea out of a boat. What a fine opening we have here for the enthusiasm of the Johnson Club! An expedition properly equipped should be sent to dredge in this sound for the spurs, with directions to proceed afterwards to the Isle of Mull, and make search for that famous piece of timber, his walking stick, which was lost there. Highland singing. As the boat drew near the land, the singing of the reapers on shore was mingled with the song of the rowers. It was frequently noticed by travellers how the Highlanders loved to keep time with their songs to whatever they were doing. Gray heard the masons singing in us all day long as they were building the park wall at Glamis Castle. 626. An earlier writer tells how the women in harvest work keep time by several barbarous tones of the voice, and stoop and rise together as regularly as a rank of soldiers when they ground their arms. They proceed with great alacrity, it being disgraceful for anyone to be out of time with the sickle. 627. According to Pennant, in the songs of the rowers the notes are commonly long, the airs solemn and slow, rarely cheerful, it being impossible for the oars to keep a quick time. The words generally have a religious turn, consonant to that of the people. 628. Ramsay of Arctotia says that the women's songs are in general very short and plaintive. In travelling through the remote highlands in harvest, the sound of these little bands on every side has a most pleasing effect on the mind of a stranger. The custom, we learn from him, was rapidly dying out at the end of last century. 629. I did not myself hear any of this singing in my wanderings, but a Scotch friend tells me that more than 40 years ago she remembers seeing a field in which 30 Highland reapers were at work in couples, a man and a woman together, all singing their Gaelic songs. Rassay. 3 or 4 hours' stout rowing brought the boat to the shore below the Laird of Rassay's house. The approach to it, says Boswell, was very pleasing. We saw before us a beautiful bay, well defended by a rocky coast, a good family mansion, a fine verdure about it, with a considerable number of trees, and beyond it hills and mountains in gradation of wildness. At the entrance to the bay is a rocky islet, where we landed, when we visited Rassay on the afternoon of a bright June day. As it was unoccupied, we took formal possession, with a better claim than the European nations have to the well-peopled islands of the southern seas. Its name, we learned from our boatman, was Goat Island, and just as Johnson was addressed as Island Isa, so we were willing to derive our title from our new acquisition. We passed a full half an hour in our domain with great satisfaction. Who, we asked, would change the rocks of Scotland for the strand? The waves beat on our coast, breaking in white crests far away in the open sound. We looked across the little bay on the sunny shore of our nearest neighbour, the Laird of Rassay, and did not envy him the pleasant grassy slope, almost ready for the scythe, which stretched from his mansion to the edge of the sea, or the fine woods which covered the hills at the back of his house. We thought how much the scene is changed since our travellers saw it. Then there was no landing place, steps had not been even cut in the natural rock. The crags, Johnson complained, were irregularly broken, and a false step would have been very mischievous. Yet a few men with pickaxes might have cut an ascent of stairs out of any part of the rock in a week's time. There is now a small stone pier. The hayfield, in the memory of people still living, was all heathland down to the water's edge, with a rough cart track running across it. Trees have been everywhere planted, and the hillsides are beautifully wooded. Even before Johnson's time something had been done in the way of improvement. Martin, in his description of the Western Isles, 630, mentions an orchard with several sorts of berries, potherbs, and c. In the copy of Martin's work in the Bodleian Library, Toland has entered in the margin, wonderful in Scotland anywhere. Boswell mentions a good garden, plentifully stocked with vegetables, and strawberries, raspberries, currants, and c. The house, that neat modern fabric which Johnson praises as the seat of plenty, civility, and cheerfulness, still remains, but it is almost hidden beneath the great additions which have in later years been made. In a letter to Mrs. Thrale, he says, "It is not large, though we were told in our passage that it had 11 fine rooms, nor magnificently furnished, but our utensils, 631, were most commonly silver." We went up into a dining room about as large as your blue room, where we had something given us to eat, and tea and coffee. The blue room, less fortunate than its rival at Rassay, has been swept away, with all the beauty and the associations of Streatham Park. I was shown his chamber, with his portrait hanging on the wall. A walking stick which he had used is treasured up. From his windows he looked down into the garden. However productive it may have been, it was not, I fear, so gay with flowers as it was when I saw it, or so rich in shrubs. I walked between fuchsia hedges that were much higher than my head. One fuchsia bush, or rather tree, which stood apart, covered with its branches a round of 60 feet. Its trunk was as thick as a man's thigh. The Western Islands are kept free from severe frosts by the waters of the Gulf Stream, so that in the spots which face the southern suns, and are sheltered from the north and east, there is a growth which rivals, and perhaps outdoes, that of Devonshire and Cornwall. Rassay. Not far from the house is the ruined chapel which provoked Johnson's sarcasm. It has been, he writes, for many years popular to talk of the lazy devotion of the Romish clergy. Over the sleepy laziness of men that erected churches we may indulge our superiority with a new triumph, by comparing it with the fervid activity of those who suffer them to fall. Boswell took a more cheerful view. There was something comfortable, he wrote, in the thought of being so near a piece of consecrated ground. The Macleods of Rassay. Here they looked upon the tombs of the Macleods of Rassay, that ancient family which boasted that during 400 years they had not gained or lost a single acre, which was worthily represented in their host, which lasted for 2 generations longer, and then sank in ruins amidst the wild follies of a single lead. Whilst rack-renting landlords were driving their people across the wide Atlantic, Macleod of Rassay could boast that his island had not yet been forsaken by a single inhabitant. Pleased with all he saw, Johnson was in fine spirits. "This," he said, "is truly the patriarchal life, this is what we came to find." He was delighted with the free and friendly life, the feasting and the dancing, and all the pleasures of this little court. The evening of their arrival, as soon as dinner was finished, the carpet was taken up, the fiddler of the family came, and a very vigorous and general dance was begun. According to Boswell, Johnson was so delighted with this scene, that he said, "I know not how we shall get away." It entertained me to observe him sitting by, while we danced, sometimes in deep meditation, sometimes smiling complacently, sometimes looking upon Hooke's Roman History, and sometimes talking a little, amidst the noise of the ball, to Mr. Donald M. Queen, who anxiously gathered knowledge from him. The same accommodating hospitality was shown here as at Corrichatachin in finding sleeping room for the large party that was assembled. "I had a chamber to myself," writes Johnson, "which in 11 rooms to 40 people was more than my share." How the company and the family were distributed is not easy to tell. Macleod, the chieftain of Dunvegan, and Boswell and I had all single chambers on the first floor. There remained 8 rooms only for at least 37 lodgers. I suppose they put up temporary beds in the dining room, where they stowed all the young ladies. There was a room above stairs with 6 beds, in which they put 10 men. The patriarchal life. The patriarchal life was so complete that in this island, with a population estimated at 900,632, there was neither justice of the peace nor constable. Even in Skye there was but one magistrate, and, so late as 40 years ago, but one policeman. Rassay is still without a justice. The people, I was told, settle all their disputes among themselves, and keep clear of crime. Much of the land is still held on the old tribal system. I have ascertained, writes Sir Henry Maine, that the families which formed the village communities only just extinct in the Western Highlands had the lands of the village redistributed among them by lot at fixed intervals of time. 633. In Rassay there are little plots of land which every year are still distributed by lot. So small are they, and so close together that it often happens that 5 or 6 families are all at the same time getting in their harvest on a strip not much larger than a couple of lawn tennis grounds. Scottish dances. Boswell with 3 Highland gentlemen spent one day in exploring the island, and in climbing to the top of Duncan, or Rassay's Cap, as sailors called the mountain, to whom far away at sea it was a conspicuous landmark. On the top they danced a Highland reel. If we may trust the statement of a young English tourist, the dance was just as enjoyable, though there were no ladies for partners. The Scotch, he writes, admire the reel for its own merit alone. A Scotchman comes into an assembly room as he would into a field of exercise, dances till he is literally tired, possibly without ever looking at his partner. In most countries the men have a partiality for dancing with a woman, but here I have frequently seen 4 gentlemen perform one of these reels seemingly with the same pleasure as if they had had the most sprightly girl for a partner. They give you the idea that they could with equal glee cast off round a joint stool or set to a corner cupboard. 634. Beyond Duncan to the northwest the travellers visited the ruins of the old castle, once the residence of the Lairds of Rassay. On their return from their walk of 24 miles over very rugged ground, we piqued ourselves, Boswell writes, at not being outdone at the nightly ball by our less active friends, who had remained at home. Duncan. Of the ancient crosses which he mentions I fear but one is remaining. Martin, who looked upon them as pyramids to the deceased ladies of the family, found 8. Malcolm MacLeod thought that they were false sentinels, a common deception to make invaders imagine an island better guarded. The learned M. Queen maintained that they marked the boundaries of the sacred territory within which an asylum was to be had. In this opinion Boswell concurred. Delightful as the mansion at Rassay seemed to the travellers, with the rough ocean and the rocky land, the beating billows and the howling storm without, while within was plenty and elegance, beauty and gaiety, the song and the dance, yet it had seen another sight only 27 years earlier. In the island the young pretender in his distress was hidden for 2 nights, and the king's troops burned the whole country, and killed some of the cattle. You may guess, continues Johnson, at the opinions that prevail in this country. They are, however, content with fighting for their king, they do not drink for him. We had no foolish healths. An earthly paradise. Pleased as our travellers were with their 4 days' residence here, in the midst of storms and rain, how much would their pleasure have been increased could they have seen it as I saw it in the bright summer weather. No one who visited it then would have said with Johnson that it has little that can detain a traveller, except the laird and his family. It has almost everything that nature can give in the delightfulness of scenery and situation. 635, like Boswell, as I gazed upon it, I might for a moment have doubted whether unhappiness had any place in Rassay, but, like him, I might soon have had the delusion dispelled by recalling Johnson's lines, yet hope not life from grief or danger free, nor think the doom of man reversed for thee. Portree Harbour. Portree and Kingsborough, September 12 to 13. Much as Johnson had delighted in the patriarchal life at Rassay, yet after 4 days' stay he became impatient to move. There was, writes Boswell, so numerous a company, mostly young people, there was such a flow of familiar talk, so much noise, and so much singing and dancing, that little opportunity was left for his energetic conversation. He seemed sensible of this, for when I told him how happy they were at having him there, he said, "Yet we have not been able to entertain them much." The weather, which had been very wet and stormy, cleared up on the morning of the 12th of September. Though it was Sunday, says Johnson, we thought it proper to snatch the opportunity of a calm day. The row to Portree. A row of some 5 or 6 miles brought them to Portree in Skye, a harbour whose name commemorated the visit of King James V. The busy little town on the top of the cliff, with its courthouse, hotels, banks, and shops, which has grown up at the end of the landlocked harbour, did not then exist. Sir James Macdonald, the Marcellus of Scotland as Boswell called him, had intended to build a village there, but by his untimely death the design had come to nothing. There seems to have been little more than the public house at which the travellers dined. It was, Johnson believed, the only one of the island. He forgot, however, as Boswell pointed out to him when he read his narrative, another at Sconser, and a third at Dunvegan. These, Boswell adds, are the only inns properly so called. There are many huts where whiskey is sold. 636, Highland Volunteers. On the evening which I spent at Portree, a company of Highland Volunteers were going through their yearly inspection, in tartan plaids and kilts, with the bagpipes playing as only bagpipes can. Had it been as it was in the days of their forefathers, when 12 Highlanders and a bagpipe made a rebellion, there was ample provision made here for at least 5 or 6. Each volunteer, in addition to his guilt as a rebel, both for the arms which he carried, and the garb which he wore, would have been liable to be sent off by summary process to serve as a common soldier. But happily we live in loyal days, and under milder laws. These bold citizen soldiers ran but one risk, which no doubt was averted by a good-natured and sympathetic magistracy. To a fine of 5 shillings for being drunk and disorderly, some of them certainly became exposed as the evening wore away. Let us hope that their excess was little more than an excess of loyalty in drinking the health of a Hanoverian queen. Kingsborough. Flora MacDonald. At Portree our travellers took horse for Kingsborough, a farmhouse on Loch's Neesort, whither they went, though a little off their road, in order to see Flora MacDonald. She had married a gentleman of the same clan, and so had not changed her name. Here, writes Johnson, I had the honour of saluting the far-famed Miss Flora MacDonald, who conducted the Prince, dressed as her maid, through the English forces, from the island of Lewis, and when she came to Skye, dined with the English officers, and left her maid below. She must then have been a very young lady, she is now not old, of a pleasing person and elegant behaviour. She told me that she thought herself honoured by my visit, and I am sure that whatever regard she bestowed on me was liberally repaid. Boswell describes her as a little woman of a genteel appearance, and uncommonly mild and well-bred. To see Dr. Samuel Johnson, the great champion of the English Tories, salute Miss Flora MacDonald in the Isle of Skye was a striking sight. By salute I have little doubt that both Boswell and Johnson meant kiss. Johnson in his dictionary gives it as the third meaning of the word, though he cites no authority for the usage. The Scotch wrote Topham in 1774, have still the custom of salutation on introduction to strangers. It very seldom happens that the salute is a voluntary one, and it frequently is the cause of disgust and embarrassment to the fair sex. 637. By the uncouth appearance of the man who thus saluted her, Flora MacDonald might with good reason have been astonished, for the news had reached her that Mr. Boswell was coming to Skye, and one Mr. Johnson, a young English buck, with him. Her husband, a large stately man, with a steady, sensible countenance who was going to try his fortune in America, was perhaps for that reason the more careless of obeying the laws of the country he was leaving. This evening he wore the Highland costume. He had his tartan plaid thrown about him, a large blue bonnet with a knot of black riband like a cockade, a brown short coat of a kind of duffil, a tartan waistcoat with gold buttons and gold buttonholes, a bluish philibeg, and tartan hose. The bed curtains of the room in which our travellers slept were also of tartan. Johnson's bed had whatever fame could attach to it through its having been occupied for one night by the grandson of the unfortunate King James II, to borrow Boswell's description of him. The grandson, before many years passed over his head, proved not unworthy of the grandfather, equally mean and equally selfish. The happy failure of the rebels hindered him from displaying his vices, with a kingdom for his stage. His worthlessness, which though it might have been suspected from his stock, could not have been known in his youth, takes away nothing, however, from the just fame of Flora MacDonald, whose name will be mentioned in history, and, if courage and fidelity be virtues, mentioned with honor. Johnson, after recounting how the sheets which the prince used were never put to any meaner offices, but were wrapped up by the lady of the house, and at last, according to her desire, were laid round her in her grave, ends the passage with much satisfaction, by observing, "These are not wigs." Upon the table in the room he left a piece of paper on which he had written with his pencil these words, "Quantum cedat virtutibus aurum." 638. He was thinking, no doubt, of the reward of £30,000 set upon Charles Edward's head, and of the fidelity of the poor Highlanders who one and all refused to betray him. To more than 50 people he was forced in his wanderings to trust his life, many of them in the lowest paths of fortune, and not one of them proved faithless. It was well for him that he had not had to trust to 50 hangers-on of a court. The ferry to Kingsburgh. Kingsburgh. The old house in which he had taken shelter for one night, and where Boswell and Johnson were so hospitably received, where they heard from their hostess the strange story of her adventures. This interesting old house no longer exists. Some of the trees which surround the modern residence must be old enough to have seen not only our two travelers, but also the fugitive prince. As we looked upon it from the opposite shore of the narrow loch, it seemed a pleasant spot, nearly facing the west, sheltered from the east by hills, and embosomed in trees, with meadows in front sloping down to the sea. In the rear rose barren dreary hills, but all their lower slopes were green with grass and with the young crops of oats. Far down the loch the green slopes ended in a steep rocky coast. In the distance the mountains of Lewis fringed the northern sky. The steep headland on which we sat was beautiful with grasses and flowers and ferns and heather. Of wild flowers we gathered no less than 36 varieties on this one small spot. We found even a lingering primrose, though June was rapidly drawing to its close. How different were our thoughts as we watched this peaceful scene from those which, 143 years earlier, had troubled the watchers as the young wanderer slept. As the morning wore on, and he did not awake, one of them, in her alarm lest the soldiers should surprise him, roused her father, who was also in hiding, and begged that they should not remain here too long. He said, "Let the poor man repose himself after his fatigues, and as for me, I care not, though they take off this old grey head 10 or 11 years sooner than I should die in the course of nature." He then wrapped himself in the bedclothes, and again fell fast asleep. That same afternoon the two fugitives set off for Portree, where the prince took boat for Raasay. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. and Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Dunvegan Castle. Dunvegan Castle, September 13 to 21. Kingsburgh to Dunvegan. Had our travellers ridden the whole distance from Kingsburgh to Dunvegan, they would have travelled a weary way in rounding Lochs Sneesort and Grishinish. But they sent their horses by land to a point on the other shore of the further loch, and crossed over themselves in MacDonald of Kingsborough's boat. When said Johnson, "We take into computation what we have saved and what we have gained by this agreeable sail, it is a great deal." They had still some miles of dreary riding through the most melancholy of moorlands. There were no roads or even paths. A guide, writes Boswell, explored the way, much in the same manner as, I suppose, is pursued in the wilds of America, by observing certain marks known only to the inhabitants. In some places the ground was so boggy that it would not bear the weight of horse and rider, and they were forced to dismount and walk. Dunvegan Castle. It was late in the afternoon when they reached Dunvegan Castle, that hospitable home where Johnson tasted lotus, and was in danger, as he said, of forgetting that he was ever to depart. This ancient seat of the Macleods was less beautiful, but far more interesting as he saw it than it is at the present day. The barrenness of nature has been covered with a luxuriant growth, and the land all around which presented nothing but wild, moorish, hilly, and craggy appearances is now finely wooded. But while the setting is so greatly improved, the ancient building which is enshrined has suffered beneath the hand of the restorer. It is true that some great improvements have been made. The wing which had so long been left unfinished, through a superstitious fear that the owner would not long outlive the completion, this skeleton of a castle as Johnson describes it, has been completed. A fine approach has been formed from the side of the land. But in the alterations which were made about 50 years ago, an architect was employed who must surely have acquired his mischievous art in erecting sham fortresses on the banks of the Clyde for the wealthy traders of Glasgow. It is greatly to be wished that a judicious earthquake would bring to the ground his pepper-box turrets. Nevertheless, in spite of all that he has done, and he did his worst, it still remains a noble pile, nobly placed. It is built on the rocky shore of a small bay, and well sheltered from the violence of the waves by an island which lies across the mouth, and by headlands on both sides. Through narrow inlets are seen the open waters of Loch Follett, and beyond them the everlasting hills. We saw it on a fine summer evening, when the long seaweeds were swaying in the gentle heaving of the tiny waves. Outside the bay 2 yachts were furling their sails, for the morrow was the day of rest. The seabirds were hovering and screaming all around. A great heron was standing on a rock, with his white breast reflected in the water. A little to the north a long mast was lying on the beach, washed up from a wreck which, black with seaweed, is discovered at low tide. The old castle, the finely wooded hills, the rocks covered with fern and heath, the clear reflections in the sea of the mountains across the loch, the island, the inlets, the white sails of the yachts, the tranquil beauty of the summer evening, all moved us deeply. One thing only was wanting: Rory Moore's nurse. The delightful weather which the country had so long enjoyed had silenced Rory Moore's nurse. There was not water enough in it to have caught that good night's ear, still less to have lulled him to sleep. Johnson had seen it in full perfection. It was a noble cascade, he said. But he paid dearly for the fineness of the sight, for during the whole of his stay the weather was dreary, with high winds and violent rain. We filled up the time as we could, he writes, sometimes by talk, sometimes by reading. I have never wanted books in the Isle of Skye. So comfortably was he situated that he could hardly be persuaded to move on. Here we settled, he writes, and did not spoil the present hour with thoughts of departure. When on Saturday Boswell proposed that they should leave on the following Monday, when their week would be completed, he replied, "No, sir, I will not go before Wednesday. I will have some more of this good." Rory Moore's nurse. The Laird of Macleod. He was fortunate in his hosts. The Laird, a young man of 19, quickly won his friendship. He had been the pupil at University College, Oxford, of George Strahan, who had been known to Johnson from his childhood. Boswell describes Macleod as a most promising youth, who with a noble spirit struggles with difficulties, and endeavours to preserve his people. He has been left with an encumbrance of £40,000 debt, and annuities to the amount of £1,300 a year. Dr. Johnson said, "If he gets the better of all this, he'll be a hero, and I hope he will." I have not met with a young man who had more desire to learn, or who has learned more. I have seen nobody that I wish more to do a kindness to than MacLeod. According to Knox, who was an impartial witness, he was an excellent landlord. Distressed though he was by this heavy burthen of debt, he raised no rents, turned out no tenants, used no man with severity, and in all respects, and under the most pressing exigencies, maintained the character of a liberal and humane friend of mankind. 639. He formed at one time the design of writing his own life. Unhappily he left but a fragment. His father had died early, so that on the death of his grandfather, the year before Johnson's visit, he had succeeded to the property, the estates in Skye, the 9 inhabited isles and the islands uninhabited almost beyond number. He did not know to within 20 square miles the extent of his territories in Skye. But vast as these domains were, the revenue which they produced was but small. One estate of 80,000 acres was only rented at £600 a year. His grandfather, he writes, had entered upon his inheritance in the most prosperous condition, but the course of his life was expensive, his temper convivial and hospitable, and he continued to impair his fortune till his death. He was the first of our family who was led to leave the patriarchal government of the clan, and to mix in the pursuits and ambition of the world. He had always been a most beneficent chieftain, but in the beginning of 1772, his necessities having lately induced him to raise his rents, he became much alarmed by the new spirit which had reached his clan. Aged and infirm, he was unable to apply the remedy in person. He devolved the task on me, and gave me for an assistant our nearest male relation, Colonel MacLeod, of Talisker. The estate was loaded with debt, encumbered with a numerous issue from himself and my father, and charged with some jointures. His tenants had lost in that severe winter above a third of their cattle. 640. My friend and I were empowered to grant such deductions in the rents as might seem reasonable, but we found it terrible to decide between the justice to creditors, the necessities of an ancient family, and the distresses of an impoverished tenantry. I called the people together, I laid before them the situation of our family, I acknowledged the hardships under which they labored, I reminded them of the manner in which their ancestors had lived with mine, I combated their passion for America, I promised to live among them, I desired every district to point out some of their most respected men to settle with me every claim, and I promised to do everything for their relief which in reason I could. Our labor was not in vain. We gave considerable abatements in the rents, few emigrated, and the clan conceived the most lively attachment to me, which they most effectually manifested. I remained at home till the end of 1774, but I consider this as the most gloomy period of my life. Educated in a liberal manner, fired with ambition, fond of society, I found myself in confinement in a remote corner of the world, without any hope of extinguishing the debts of my family, or of ever emerging from poverty and obscurity. I had also the torment of seeing my mother and sisters immured with me. In 1774, 1773, Dr. Samuel Johnson, with his companion, Mr. Boswell, visited our dreary regions. It was my good fortune to be enabled to practice the virtue of hospitality on this occasion. The learned traveller spent a fortnight at Dunvegan, and indeed amply repaid our cares to please him by the most instructive and entertaining conversation. I procured for him the company of the most learned clergymen and sagacious inhabitants of the islands. 641. MacLeod's high praise of Johnson is in curious contradiction to Sir Walter Scott's account, that when winter-bound at Dunvegan, Johnson's temper became most execrable, and beyond all endurance save that of his guide, Boswell. 642. Mr. Croker, on receiving this account from Sir Walter, applied to the laird's son and successor, who assured him emphatically they were all delighted with him. 643. Nevertheless, as I have already stated, 644, the young ladies of the family do not seem to have shared in this delight. The true Johnsonian must look upon them as a set of wretched unidad girls and so forgive their want of taste. MacLeod, 2 or 3 years after our traveller's visit, raised a company of his own Highlanders, and entered the army. In the war against our colonists in America he and his wife, who had accompanied him, were taken prisoners. In their captivity they made the acquaintance and won the friendship of George Washington. Let us hope that the heart of the founder of the great American Commonwealth was softened towards the author of Taxation No Tyranny by the anecdotes which he heard of him from his warm friend, the young Scottish chief. On his return home he raised the 2nd Battalion of the 42nd Highlanders, and served with distinction in India as their colonel. Zoffany painted him in his soldier's dress, surrounded with elephants, camels, and Hindus, with Highland scenery in the background. Just before he started for the East he dined at the house of one of his tacksmen, or chief tenants, who said that all the dishes should be the produce of MacLeod's estate and the shores thereof. Amongst a profusion of other dishes there were 13 different kinds of fish. 645. He died in 1802 at the early age of 46. Lady MacLeod. Fortunate as Johnson was in having this amiable and high-spirited youth for his host, scarcely less fortunate was he in his hostess, the laird's mother, Lady MacLeod. The title which she bore was one of courtesy. Up to this time the wives of Highland lairds, and also of Scotch judges, seem commonly to have been addressed as Lady. Johnson's hostess at Lochby, the wife of the laird, is called Lady Lochby by Boswell. The change to the modern usage had, however, begun, for Ramsay of Arctotyre, speaking of the year 1769, says that, somebody asked Lord Auchinleck before his second marriage if the lady was to be called Mrs. Boswell, according to the modern fashion. 646. Johnson was not wholly a stranger to his hostess. I had once, he writes, attracted her notice in London. She was able to render his stay pleasant, for from her long residence in England, she knew all the arts of southern elegance, and all the modes of English economy. In his talk she took great delight, though when one day she heard him maintain that no man was naturally good more than a wolf, and no woman either, she said in a low voice, "This is worse than Swift." Knox, who visited Dunvegan in 1786, records the following anecdote. Lady Macleod, who had repeatedly helped Dr. Johnson to 16 dishes or upwards of tea, asked him if a small basin would not save him trouble, and be more agreeable. "I wonder, madam," answered he roughly, "why all the ladies ask me such impertinent questions. It is to save yourselves trouble, madam, and not me." The lady was silent and went on with her task. 647. It is not likely that Knox had the story at first hand, for when he visited Dunvegan, the castle was occupied by a Major Alexander Macleod, who had married a daughter of Flora MacDonald. It is probable, therefore, that Lady Macleod was not living there at the time. The number of cups of tea may have grown as the story passed from one to another. We shall find in the next chapter that at Ulinish Johnson was reported to have exceeded even this feat in tea drinking. Lady Eldon used to relate that one evening at Oxford she had helped him to 15. Cumberland, who was not famed for accuracy, did not go beyond a dozen as the number supplied to the great man by Mrs. Cumberland. Short even of this, Johnson might very well have turned his cup as he had done at Aberbrothick, and muttered, "Claudite Jamrevos, Puri." The Old Rock. Lady Macleod was discontented with the barrenness of Dunvegan, and longed to move the seat of the family to a spot about 5 miles off, where she could make gardens and other ornaments. She insisted that the rock was very inconvenient, that there was no place near it where a good garden could be made, that it must always be a rude place, that it was a Herculean labor to make a dinner here. "I was vexed," writes Boswell, "to find the alloy of modern refinement in a lady who had so much old family spirit. Have all the comforts and conveniences of life upon it," I said, "but never leave Rurimore's Cascade." "It is very well for you," she replied, "who have a fine place, and everything easy, to talk thus, and think of chaining honest folks to a rock. You would not live upon it yourself." "Yes, madam," said I would live upon it, were I Laird of Macleod, and should be unhappy if I were not upon it." Johnson, with a strong voice and most determined manner. "Madam, rather than quit the old rock, Boswell would live in the pit, he would make his bed in the dungeon." The lady was puzzled a little. She still returned to her pretty farm, rich ground, fine garden. "Madam," said Dr. Johnson, "were they in Asia, I would not leave the rock." Her visitors were in the right. The scene was too noble a one to be lightly deserted. There was no need to go 5 miles for trees and gardens. Dr. Johnson's plantations. The Scotch, for their carelessness in adorning their homes, did not here fall on deaf ears. His host and his host's son planted largely, and the fruit of his advice and of their judicious labors is seen in the beautiful woods and shrubberies which surround the castle. Rurimore's Cascade is almost hidden by trees. A Dutch garden has been formed, where, under the shelter of the thick beech hedge which encloses it, the roses bloom. Close to the ruins of an ancient chapel, with glimpses through the trees of the waters of the loch, a conservatory has been built. Had Johnson seen the beautiful and rare flowers which grow in it, he would surely never have maintained that a greenhouse is a childish thing. What a change has come since the day when he wrote that the country about Dunvegan is rough and barren. There are no trees except in the orchard, which is a low, sheltered spot, surrounded with a wall. The rough old fellow passed over the land with his strong common sense and his vigorous reproofs, and the rudeness of nature has been tamed, and its barrenness changed into luxuriance. He deserved better of mankind even than he who made 2 ears of corn, or 2 blades of grass, to grow upon a spot of ground where only one grew before, 648, for he made trees and flowers to grow where before there had been none. He did that which a king of Scotland had tried to do and failed. James V's command that round every house plantations should be made had resulted, I was told, in the few trees which Johnson saw. But where the kings could be almost counted on the fingers of the 2 hands, Johnson's cover whole hillsides. I was informed by Miss MacLeod, of MacLeod, for whose kindness I am most grateful, that she had no doubt that it was his reproaches which stirred up her grandfather to plant so widely. How luxuriantly nature can deck the ground when she is aided by art, was seen in the strange variety of flowers which we noticed in the grounds. 2 seasons seemed to be mingled into one, for we found at the same time wild roses, the hawthorn, bluebells, cuckoo flowers, heather, lupins, laburnums, and rhododendrons. In ancient days the only access to the castle, says Sir Walter Scott, was from the sea by a subterranean staircase, partly arched, partly cut in the rock, which winding up through the cliff opened into the court. 649. These steps Johnson oddly describes as a pair of stairs, just as if they were in an Oxford college or the Temple. When the tide was up, access was cut off, so that a visitor who had arrived by land must at the very end of his journey have taken boat in order to gain the entrance. A little above the lower gate, on the side of the passage, there was an old well, with uncovered mouth. At the christening of the present laird, one of the guests who had drunk too freely, going down the steps to his boat, fell in and was drowned. The well was at once enclosed, and has never been used since. Even in Johnson's time its water, though not brackish in spite of its being so near to the sea, was not much used. The stream which formed Rory Moore's cascade was thought to afford a purer supply. It was not by this staircase that our travellers entered the castle, but by a long flight of steps which the last laird had made on the side of the land. They were not guarded by handrails. Many years ago a milkmaid coming up them with her pails on a stormy day, was carried over by a high wind, and much hurt. They have given place to the present approach by a carriage road carried over the chasm which cut off the castle from the neighbouring land. Watergate. The stately dining room. On the walls of the stately dining room where our travellers were first received, I saw hanging some fine portraits by Raeburn, their host and his wife and their eldest son, a lad with a sweet honest face, who was lost with his ship, the Royal Charlotte, in the Bay of Naples. Near them hang the wicked laird and his 2 wives. There is a tradition that his first wife had fled from him on account of his cruelty, but had been enticed back by a friendly letter. When her husband had caught her, he starved her to death in the dungeon. It was no doubt the sight of these pictures which one day at table led the company to talk of portraits, when Johnson maintained that their chief excellence is being like. One would like, he added, to see how Rory looked. Truth, sir, is of the greatest value in these things. In the same room stands a handsome old sideboard, bearing the date of 1603. Though it goes back to the year of the union of the 2 crowns, yet of all the festive gatherings which it has witnessed, perhaps there is none that was more striking than that evening when the Highland gentlemen listened to Johnson's full strain of eloquence. We were, writes Boswell, a jovial company at supper. The laird, surrounded by so many of his clan, was to me a pleasing sight. They listened with wonder and pleasure while Dr. Johnson harangued Sir Walter Scott at Dunvegan. It was very likely in this same room that Sir Walter Scott breakfasted that August morning 41 years later, when he woke under the castle of Dunvegan. I had, he writes, sent a card to the Laird of Macleod, who came off before we were dressed, and carried us to his castle to breakfast. 650, Dining Room, Dunvegan Castle. The noble drawing room, with the deep recesses for the windows in walls 9 feet thick, is not the one described by Boswell. The drawing room which he saw had formerly been, he says, the bedchamber of Sir Roderick Macleod, and he chose it because behind it there was a cascade, the sound of which disposed him to sleep. At the time of Sir Walter Scott's visit it had again become a bedroom, for here he slept on a stormy night. The haunted room. He had accepted, he says, the courteous offer of the haunted apartment, and this was the room which was given him. An autumnal blast, sometimes clear, sometimes driving mist before it, swept along the troubled billows of the lake, which it occasionally concealed and by fits disclosed. The waves rushed in wild disorder on the shore, and covered with foam the steep pile of rocks, which rising from the sea in forms something resembling the human figure have obtained the name of Macleod's Maidens. The voice of an angry cascade, termed the nurse of Rory, was heard from time to time mingling its notes with those of wind and wave. Such was the haunted room at Dunvegan, and as such it well deserved a less sleepy inhabitant. 651. This account Sir Walter wrote many years later from memory. The rocks which he saw were not Macleod's Maidens, from them he was separated by nearly 10 miles of mountains and lochs. Portrait of Sarah, Lady Macleod, by Rayburn. Horn. Dunvegan's 3 Treasures. In the present drawing room a small portrait of Johnson, ascribed to Reynolds, but, as I was told, by Zaffany, hangs in a place of honor. Here, too, is kept his letter of thanks to Macleod, endorsed Dr. Johnston's. He wrote it on the margin of the sea, waiting for a boat and a wind. Boswell, he continues, grows impatient, but the kind treatment which I find wherever I go makes me leave with some heaviness of heart an island which I am not very likely to see again. Among other treasures in the same room is Rory Moore's horn, a large cow's horn, with the mouth of it ornamented with silver curiously carved. It holds rather more than a bottle and a half. Every laird of Macleod, it is said, must, as a proof of his manhood, drink it off full of claret without laying it down. It is curious that Boswell makes no mention of the ancient cup described by Scott in a note to the second canto of The Lord of the Isles, or of the fairy flag. Here writes Pennant, is preserved the browlorchshi, or fairy flag of the family, bestowed on it by the Queen of the Fairies. She blessed it with powers of the first importance, which were to be exerted on only 3 occasions. On the last, after the end was obtained, an invisible being is to carry off standard and standard-bearer, never more to be seen. The flag has been produced thrice. The first time in an engagement against the Clanronald, to whose side the Macleods were multiplied tenfold. The second preserved the heir, being then produced to save the longings of the lady, and the third time to save my own, but it was so tattered, that Titania did not seem to think it worth sending for. This was a superstition derived from the Norwegian ancestry of the house. 652, Sir Walter describes it as a pennon of silk, with something like round red rowan berries wrought upon it. 653, Rory Moore's claymore. In the gallery I saw Rory Moore's claymore, of a prodigious size as Boswell called it. He wrote this some years before he heard from old Mr. Edwards that Johnson, when an undergraduate of Oxford, would not let them say prodigious at college, for even then he was delicate in language. If it is not prodigious, nevertheless it is a real claymore or great sword, for that is what the Gaelic word means. Unfortunately the point is broken off. The sight of it did not console me for my disappointment at finding that Rory Moore's bed is no longer in existence, with the inscription above it, Sir Roderick M. Leod of Dunvegan, Knight. God send good rest. I would rather have seen it than a dozen swords, whether great or small. Armour. The fairy bedroom. Johnson slept in the fairy bedroom in the fairy tower. The legend runs that this part of the castle was built 450 years ago by that very uncommon being, a fairy grandmother. Godmothers among the fairies have often been heard of, but grandmothers, we believe, never before or since. Had Puck peeped in and seen Johnson wearing his wig turned inside out and the wrong end in front as a substitute for a nightcap, 654, he might well have exclaimed that his mistress kept a monster, not only near but in her close and consecrated bower. From this room a winding stone staircase led up to the battlements, but without mounting so high Johnson commanded a fine view. From his window he could see, far away across the lochs, Macleod's tables, 2 lofty hills with round flat tops, which on all sides form a striking landmark. Much nearer was the Gallows Hill, where in the bad old times many a poor wretch, dragged from his dark and dismal dungeon, caught his last sight of loch and mountain and heath, doomed to death by the lead. Only 33 years before our travellers' visit a man was hanged there by the grandfather of their host. He was a MacDonald who had murdered his father, and escaped into MacLeod's country. But the old tribal feuds were long since over, and he found no safety there. At MacDonald's request he was at once seized and hanged. 655, MacLeod's Tables. Dungeons and Pit. The dungeons and the pit are not described by either Boswell or Johnson, though the sight of them, we would willingly believe, must have roused their indignation. In these old castles there are few things more shocking than the close neighborhood of festivity and misery. It shows a callousness to human suffering which almost passes belief. If a prisoner is in a remote part of a great castle, the imagination then must come into play to bring his sufferings before the mind, but when he is close at hand, when his sorrowful sighing is only kept by the thickness of a single wall from mingling with the prattle of children and the merriment of feasters, then the heart must be hard indeed which is not touched. At Dunvegan a door to the left opened into a pleasant sitting room, and to the right into the chief dungeon. In it there was no window, not even one of those narrow slits by which a few rays can struggle in. But there was something worse even than the dungeon. In the floor there was an opening by which the unhappy prisoner could be lowered into a deep pit. Here he would dwell in ever-during dark, never cheered by the hurried glimpse of daylight such as broke the long night in the prison above whenever the jailer paid his visit. The door of the other dungeon, for there was yet another, is in the wall of a bedroom, which is furnished in so old a style that it is likely enough that the curious bed and hangings were gazed at by many a prisoner as he was hurried by. As we wandered through these old rooms and staircases and passages, we were told of a poor woman from St. Kyla, who like ourselves was shown over the castle. As she went on she became so bewildered by the number of the rooms, that she begged to be allowed to keep fast hold of the hand of the person who was conducting her, for fear she might get lost and never find her way out. The story called to my mind a man from the same remote island mentioned by Martin. He was taken to Glasgow, and though in those days it was but a small town, nevertheless he was so much scared that in like manner he clung to his guide's hand as long as he was in the streets. 656. The poor woman must have breathed more freely when she at length reached the courtyard and looked out over the familiar sea. The platform, then, no doubt was rough with stone, but now it is soft with green turf. I looked there for the false stone cannons which Boswell mentions, but I learned that they had been moved to the top of one of the towers. In their place are some of iron, venerable by their antiquity, but unfit for service. Against one of the low walls which enclose this pleasant court leans a piece of old sculpture, the effigy probably of some lady of the family. Terrace. Island Isa. 3 or 4 miles down the loch, and out of sight of the castle, lies the little island of Isa or Issay, which MacLeod said he would give to Dr. Johnson, on condition of his residing on it 3 months in the year, nay, 1 month. Dr. Johnson was highly amused with the fancy. He talked a great deal of this island, how he would build a house there, how he would fortify it, how he would have cannon, how he would plant, how he would sally out, and take the Isle of Muck, and then he laughed with uncommon glee, and could hardly leave off. MacLeod encouraged the fancy of Dr. Johnson's becoming owner of an island, told him that it was the practice in that country to name every man by his lands, and begged leave to drink to him in that mode. Island Isa, your health. Ulinish, Taliska, Queen, and I all joined in our different manners, while Dr. Johnson bowed to each with much good humour. To Mrs. Thrale he wrote, MacLeod has offered me an island, if it were not too far off I should hardly refuse it. My island would be pleasanter than Brighthelmstone if you and my master could come to it, but I cannot think it pleasant to live quite alone, oblitusque mirum, obliviscendus illis. 657, Heronry. Much as he wished to visit it, he was hindered even from seeing it by the stormy weather. We were more fortunate, for though we did not land, yet we saw it from the high ground on the opposite shore. The greater part of the way to this spot a rough road has been made along which we drove, passing a great heronry. It was curious to watch the huge nests and the great birds in the trees. For nearly 3 miles of country they were the chief inhabitants. Island Isa would certainly have lived in great solitude, for after we had passed the gamekeeper's cottage close to the castle, we saw no signs of habitation except the herons' nests, till we reached a farmhouse nearly 3 miles off. Here the road ended. In the little garden stood some large laburnum trees, all drooping with their golden flowers. Our way led across a wide heath to a fine breezy headland. Below us another stretch of heathland sloped down to the shore of the loch. On the other side of a narrow channel lay Isa, with fine rocky cliffs to the west and the north, but lying open to the southeast. It was midsummer day. The sea was calm, a blue haze softened the outline of the neighbouring hills, but let the mountains in the farther Hebrides be but faintly seen. The little isle lay before us with no signs on it of human habitation. Buchanan describes it as fertilis frugum, 658, and Martin says that it was fruitful in corn, 659, but it must be many a year since the plough turned up its soil. It is a land of pastures. In the hot, drowsy air there was nothing but the song of the lark and the bleating of the lambs to break the silence of the seas. Far below us a shepherd with his 2 dogs was gathering a small flock of sheep. They, and the larks, and the seabirds were the only things that seemed alive. We had reached, as it were, the antipodes of that full tide of human existence in which Johnson delighted. For not a single day would he have endured the lonely dignity of such a domain. The road to the headland had not been quite free from danger, for on our return we found coiled up asleep on the path half hidden in the heather an adder. It was killed by a blow of a stick which I had brought with me from Corsica. Island Isa. Offered to Dr. Johnson by the Laird of MacLeod. Sacrament Sunday. Gathering of the congregations. On the Sunday, which we spent at Dunvegan, we chanced to see a sight interesting in itself, but doubly so to anyone who came from the south. The Free Kirk congregations of 3 parishes met in a field to take the sacrament. It was one of the 3 great religious gatherings of the year, and the people flocked in from all the countryside. Many came by water from far-off glens that sloped down to the sea. From the windows of our inn we watched the heavy boats fully laden coming round a distant point, and rowing slowly up to a ledge of rocks just below us. In one we counted 21 people. Women as well as men tugged at the oars, and when the boat was run aground helped to drag it up the beach. When this was done, they all set about completing their toilets. The beach served them for their tiring house, though it was a good deal more open to view than a hawthorn brake. In one of the boats we had noticed a man distinguished from all the rest by a tall black hat, Pietit grave Mac Meritus. To him had been entrusted the clean white collars and neckties of the rowers. Many of the men knelt down while their wives fastened them on for them and smoothed their hair. One man even went so far as to put on his shirt in public. The women too, who were almost all in black, had their dresses to arrange, for in the boats they had kept their skirts tucked up. Some of the girls even had to get their bustles adjusted. Carlyle or his wife once made merry over their maid-of-all-work at Chelsea, who with 2 or 3 kitchen dusters made the best substitute she could for that monstrous and most considerable protuberance. What would he have said had he seen the lasses in Skye thus making themselves as ridiculous as even the finest lady in town? A crofter's hut in Skye. A field conventicle. When at length every one was ready, the whole party moved slowly along the road towards the church. Others came driving up in light and heavy carts, while across the moors we could see single wayfarers, or more often 3 or 4 together, coming in by different paths. There was greeting of old friends and shaking of hands. The church stood on the roadside, a plain building with the manse close by. In it was gathered that part of the congregation which spoke English. On the other side of the road the ground fell away to a little brook which had eaten its way through the dark-coloured peat, and here made a sudden bend. On the other side of the water, within the bend, there was a grassy slope ending in a low ridge, and dotted with little hillocks. Here the people sat down on the ground, facing an erection which looked like a large sentry box. It was occupied by the minister, who addressed the people in Gaelic, speaking in a kind of musical recitative which carried the voice far, and must have made every syllable distinct. It often had a very pleading and plaintive sound. Below him stood 2 long rows of tables, and a cross table, all covered with white cloths. On the other side of the stream by the roadside 20 carts or more were standing, while the horses were quietly grazing on the moor tethered each to an iron peg. One horse nibbled through the cord, and came up to the outskirts of the meeting, but a lad left his seat and caught it. In the background the dreary moorland sloped upwards, blackened here and there with heaps of peat drying in the sun and wind. I thought how in the old days watchers would have been posted on the most distant ridges to give warning of the approach of the persecutors. How many people were gathered together I do not know, certainly many hundreds, perhaps 1,000. National costumes. All were decently, though some poorly dressed. Almost all had good warm clothing, with strong boots and shoes, none of them in holes. Very many of the women had tartan shawls, and 1 or 2 boys wore the kilt. One man I saw with tartan stockings, but the dress of all the rest differed in no respect from that worn in England. In costumes an act of uniformity seems to have been passed not only for the British Isles, but also for Western Europe in general. Traveling is losing part of its interest by the great sameness in clothing everywhere met with. There will soon, I fear, be no country left which can boast of a national dress. Though the meeting was out of doors, yet all were decent and sober in their behavior. There was no talking or giggling, no fringe of rude lads and silly girls. Where the little moorland path ended that led from the church, a table was set, on which stood a large metal basin to receive the offerings. Every one seemed to put in something, even the poorest, but in the great pile of pence and halfpence I saw but one piece of silver. When the service in the church was over, the minister and people joined those on the moor, for it was there that the sacrament was taken by both congregations together. The service began between 11 and 12 o'clock. Soon after 4 we saw the people come trooping down to the shore. The boats were launched, sails were set, and with a gentle breeze they were slowly carried down the loch and round the headland out of our sight. Talisker Head and Oronsay. Ullinish and Talisker, September 21 to 25. Dr. Johnson's Cups of Tea. On the morning of Tuesday, the 21st of September, our travellers took advantage of a break in the stormy weather to continue their journey to Ullinish, a farmhouse on Loch Breakerdale, occupied by a plain honest gentleman, the sheriff substitute of the island. Here they passed the night, and here, if we may trust report, Johnson's powers as a drinker of tea were exerted to their utmost pitch. Mrs. MacLeod of Ullinish, writes Knox, has not forgotten the quantity of tea which she filled out to Dr. Johnson, amounting to 22 dishes. 660. Surely for this outrageous statement some of those excuses are needed by which, according to Boswell, the exaggeration of Highland narratives is palliated. From an old tower near the house a fine view was had of the Quillin, or Cuchullin Hills, a prodigious range of mountains, capped with rocky pinnacles in a strange variety of shapes which with good reason reminded Boswell of the mountains he had seen near Court in Corsica. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. The Cuchullin Hills from the cave on Wia Island sky, a great cave. On the afternoon of the following day an interval of calm sunshine, writes Johnson, courted us out to see a cave on the shore famous for its echo. When we went into the boat one of our companions was asked in us by the boatman who they were that came with him. He gave us characters, I suppose, to our advantage, and was asked in the spirit of the Highlands whether I could recite a long series of ancestors. The boatman said, as I perceived afterwards, that they heard the cry of an English ghost. This, Boswell says, disturbed him. We came to the cave, and clambering up the rocks came to an arch open at one end, 180 feet long, 30 broad in the broadest part, and about 30 feet high. There was no echo, such is the fidelity of reports, but I saw what I had never seen before, mussels and whelks in their natural state. There was another arch in the rock open at both ends. This cave was not on the shore of Skye, as Johnson's account seems to imply, but in the little island of Wyre. From Boswell we learn that it was to an island they were taken. We were fortunate enough on our visit to this wild part of the coast to have as our guide one of MacLeod's gamekeepers. A man to borrow from Johnson the praise which he bestowed on one of his guides, of great liveliness and activity, civil and ready-handed. 661. We had passed the night in the lonely little inn at Strahan on the shore of an arm of Loch Breakerdale, where we had found decent, if homely, lodging. In a fisherman's boat we rowed down the loch, sometimes in mid-channel and sometimes skirting the cliffs, which rose like a wall of rock to a great height above us. We passed little islets, and the mouths of caverns which filled with clouds of spray as the long rolling waves swept in from the Atlantic. On the ledges of the rocks, hovering over our heads, swimming and diving in the sea, were cormorants, puffins, oyster-catchers, gulls, curlews and guillemots. We had none of us looked upon a wilder scene. When we reached our island we were pleased to find that the narrow beach at which we were to land was guarded by a huge headland from the swell of the sea. Whether we visited the cave which our travellers saw I do not feel at all sure, for it does not correspond with their description. My friend, the gamekeeper, was sure that it was the place, and I was willing to advance my faith more than halfway to meet his assertion. We scrambled up the steep beach, and then over rocks covered with grass and ferns, between the sides of a narrow gorge. At the top a still steeper path led downwards to a cave, at the bottom of which we could see a glimmer of light. Scrambling upwards again, we reached a place where we could hear the sea murmuring on the other side. We afterwards climbed to the top of the cliff and sat down on the ground which formed the roof of the cavern. It was covered with heather and ferns, and patches of short grass. A pleasant breeze was blowing, the sea birds were uttering their cries, far beneath us we could hear the beating of the surge. Across the loch on both sides, the dark cliffs rose to a great height, and in the background stood the mountains of Skye and of the mainland. Had the air been very clear, we might have seen on the northwest the wooded hills of Dunvegan. Prince Charlie's Caves. 2 or 3 days later, when I was giving 2 Highlanders an account of this cavern, one of them asked with a humorous smile, "Did they not tell you it was Prince Charlie's Cave?" He must, I am thinking, have been sleeping everywhere. His companion laughed and said, "They have lately made a new one near an hotel which they have opened at ... The innkeepers should surely show a little originality. Why should they not advertise Dr. Johnson's Cave, and show the teapot out of which he drank his 22 cups of tea when he picnicked there? They would do well also to discover the great cave in Skye which Martin tells of. It is supposed, he writes, to exceed a mile in length. The natives told me that a piper who was over-curious went in with a design to find out the length of it, and after he entered began to play on his pipe, but never returned to give an account of his progress. 662, Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. and Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. MacLeod's Maidens Sky the sail to Talisker. From Ullinish our travellers sailed up Loch Breakerdale on their way to Talisker. We had, says Boswell, good weather and a fine sail. The shore was varied with hills, and rocks, and cornfields, and bushes, which are here dignified with the name of natural wood. They landed at Fernley, a farmhouse about 3 miles from Talisker, whither they made their way over the hills, Johnson on horseback, the rest on foot. The weather, no doubt, had been too uncertain for them to venture into the open sea round the great headland at the entrance of the loch. Skirting the stern and rock-bound coast, a few miles' sail would have brought them to Talisker Bay, within sight of Colonel MacLeod's house. Yet, had the wind risen, or had there been a swell from the Atlantic, they would have been forced to keep out to sea. Boswell describes the prodigious force and noise with which the billows break on the shore. It is, says Johnson, a coast where no vessel lands but when it is driven by a tempest on the rocks. Only 2 nights before his arrival 2 boats had been wrecked there in a storm. The crews crept to Talisker almost lifeless with wet, cold, fatigue, and terror. What could not be safely done near the end of September, might, we thought, be hazarded in June. As the day was fine and we had a good sea boat, an old fisherman to manage it, our trusty gamekeeper to help in rowing, and an accomplished yachtsman in our artist, we boldly sailed forth into the Atlantic. We passed in sight of MacLeod's Maidens, beneath rocks such as Mr. Brett and Mr. Graham delight to paint. In one spot we were shown where, a few years before, a huge mass had come tumbling down. At the entrance to the bay we passed through a narrow channel in the rocks with the waves foaming on each side. Talisker Bay. Even our stout-hearted gamekeeper for a moment looked uneasy, but with a few strong strokes of the oars the worst was past, and we were out of the broken waters, and in full sight of the little bay with its beach of great black stones, its rugged and steep headlands, and its needle rocks, with one of the sunniest of valleys for its background. Johnson thought it the place, beyond all he had seen, from which the gay and the jovial seem utterly excluded, and where the hermit might grow old in meditation without possibility of disturbance or interruption. To us on that fine June day, with the haze lying on the hills, it was as if we came unto a land in which it seemed always afternoon. One sight, to which I had long looked forward, I missed. It was no longer a land of streams. There was no spot where the slender stream along the cliff to fall and pause and fall did seem. Landing place. Boswell had counted 15 different waterfalls near the house in the space of about a quarter of a mile. They succeeded one another so fast, said Johnson, that as one ceased to be heard another began. This one thing was wanting on that beautiful afternoon which we spent in this delightful spot. The voice of the cascades was still. There were no waterfalls streaming down the lofty hills. One indeed we found by following the course of a river up a fine glen, but owing to the long drought its roar had sunk into a murmur. Views at Talisker. Colonel MacLeod of Talisker. Johnson's host, Colonel MacLeod, was the good kinsman who had befriended the young laird in the troubles which he encountered on his succession to the property. He had rights Boswell, been bred to physic, had a tincture of scholarship in his conversation, which pleased Dr. Johnson, and he had some very good books, and being a colonel in the Dutch service, he and his lady, in consequence of having lived abroad, had introduced the ease and politeness of the continent into this rude region. Pennant, writing in the year 1774, thus describes these Scotch regiments in the Dutch service. They were formed out of some independent companies sent over either in the reign of Elizabeth or James VI. At present the common men are but nominally national, for since the scarcity of men occasioned by the late war, Holland is no longer permitted to draw her recruits out of North Britain. But the officers are all Scotch, who are obliged to take oaths to our government, and to qualify in presence of our ambassador at The Hague. 663. In the war which broke out between England and Holland in 1781, this curious system, which had survived the great naval battles between the two countries in the 17th century, at last came to an end. In the Gentleman's Magazine for December, 1782, we read, that on the 1st of that month, the Scotch Brigade in the Dutch service renounced their allegiance to their lawful sovereign, and took a new oath of fidelity to their High Mightinesses. They are for the future to wear the Dutch uniform, and not to carry the arms of the enemy any longer in their colours, nor to beat their march. They are to receive the word of command in Dutch, and their officers are to wear orange-coloured sashes, and the same sort of spontoons as the officers of other Dutch regiments. 664. Colonel MacLeod, if he was still living, lost, of course, his command. At the time of our traveller's visit he was on leave of absence, which had been extended for some years, says Johnson, in this time of universal peace. The knowledge which he had gained in Holland he turned to good account in Skye. The garden at Talisker. He both drained the land which lay at the foot of the mountains round Talisker, and made a good garden. He had been, says Knox, an observer of Dutch improvements. He carried off in proper channels the waters of two rivers which often deluged the bottom. He divided the whole valley by deep and sometimes wide ditches into a number of square fields and meadows. He now enjoys the fruits of his ingenuity in the quantity of grain and hay raised thereon. He had made it the seat of plenty, hospitality, and good nature. 665. To few places in our islands could Dutch art have been transplanted where it would find nature more kindly. Johnson noticed the prosperous growth of the trees, which, though they were not many years old, were already very high and thick. Could he have seen them at the present day, he would have owned that even in the garden of an Oxford college there are few finer. The soil is so good, we were told, that things have only to be planted and they grow. So sheltered from all the cold winds is the position, and so great is the warmth diffused by the beneficent Gulf Stream, that the whole year round flowers live out of doors which anywhere but on the southern coasts of Devonshire and Cornwall would be killed by the frosts. The garden is delightfully old-fashioned, entirely free from the dismal formality of ribbon borders. Fruit trees, flowers, shrubs, and vegetables mingle together. It lies open to the southwest, being enclosed on the other sides with groves of trees. A lawn shaded by a noble sycamore stretches up to the house. Boswell would have been pleased to find that smooth turf now covers the court which in his time was most injudiciously paved with round bluish-grey pebbles, upon which you walked as if upon cannonballs driven into the ground. The house in its snug corner has been greatly enlarged, but the old building still remains. Unfortunately, no tradition has been preserved of the room occupied by Johnson. Much as he admired this sequestered spot, a place where the imagination is more amused cannot easily be found, he said. Nevertheless, it was here that he quoted to Boswell the lines of the song, "Every island is a prison strongly guarded by the sea, kings and princes, for that reason, prisoners are as well as we. If Talisker is a prison, it is a goodly one." There are few places which linger more pleasantly in my memory. To the beauty of the scenery and the delightfulness of the weather was added the hospitality which we received from our kind hostess, Mrs. Cameron. Time, alas, failed us to climb the very high rocky hill at the back of the house, whence Boswell had a view of Barra, the Long Island, Bernera, the Loch of Dunvegan, part of Rum, part of Raasay, and a vast deal of the Isle of Skye. According to Pennant, who had made the ascent the year before, it has in front a fine series of genuine basaltic columns, resembling the Giant's Causeway. The ruins of the columns at the base made a grand appearance. They were the ruins of the creation. This is the most northern basalt I am acquainted with, the last of four, all running from south to north, the Giant's Causeway, Staffer, the Rock Humbler, and Briar Small. The depth of ocean in all probability conceals the lost links of this chain. 666. This mountain, which he calls Briar Small, in Boswell's narrative appears as Preachwell. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and CIE. Paris. Sligacorn the Cuchullin Hills Skye Ride across Skye. At Talisker Johnson made the acquaintance of young Maclean of Cole, that amiable man whose death by drowning the following year he so much lamented. Under his guidance, taking leave of their kind hosts, they rode across the island to Sconser, on the coast opposite to Raasay. Of this part of their journey they tell us next to nothing, though they passed through the wildest scenery. For the first 2 or 3 miles their path wound up a valley that is not unworthy of the most delightful parts of Cumberland. It is altogether free from the utter desolation which casts a gloom over so much of sky. The sloping sides of the hills are covered with short grass and fragrant herbs. All about in summer time are dotted the sheep and lambs, answering each other with their bleats. When we travelled along this way we passed a band of 25 shearers who had been hard at work for many days. The farm of Taliska keeps a winter stock of between 5,000 and 6,000 Cheviot sheep, and the clipping takes a long time. Dropping into the valley on the other side of the hills, the road leads beyond the head of Loch Harport across the island to Sligacorn, where amidst gloomy waste now stands a comfortable hotel. In the little garden which surrounds it is the only trace of cultivation to be anywhere seen. It would have seemed impossible to add anything to the dreariness of the scenery. Nevertheless, something has been added by the long line of gaunt telegraph posts which stretches across the moor. Perhaps at this spot stood the little hut where our travellers made a short halt, as they watched an old woman grinding at the quern. With one hand she rapidly turned round the uppermost of two millstones, while with the other she poured in the corn through a hole pierced through it. A ride of a few more miles brought the party, through the gloom of evening, to Sconser, where they dined at the little inn. On the road to Sconser. Corricotachin to Tobermory, September 25 October 16. Return to Corricotachin. At Sconser our travellers took boat for Strolimus, on their way to the friendly farmhouse at Corricotachin, where they had been so hospitably received nearly 3 weeks earlier. Their horses they sent round a point of land to meet them further down the coast. It was 7 o'clock, writes Boswell, when we got into our boat. We had many showers, and it soon grew pretty dark. Dr. Johnson sat silent and patient. Once he said, as he looked on the black coast of Skye, black, as being composed of rocks seen in the dusk, "This is very solemn." Our boatmen were rude singers, and seemed so like wild Indians, that a very little imagination was necessary to give one an impression of being upon an American river. We landed at Strolimus, from whence we got a guide to walk before us, for 2 miles, to Corricotachin. Not being able to procure a horse for our baggage, I took one portmanteau before me, and Joseph another. We had but a single star to light us on our way. It was about 11 when we arrived. We were most hospitably received by the master and mistress, who were just going to bed, but, with unaffected ready kindness, made a good fire, and at 12 o'clock at night had supper on the table. Sailing past the Isle of Rum. Weather-bound at Ostig. Here, as I have already described, they rested that 20th Sunday after Trinity, when Boswell, recovering from his drinking bout, by divine interposition, as some would have taken it, opened his prayer book at the Apostles' injunction against drunkenness contained in the epistle for that day. Here, too, the Highlanders, drinking their toasts over the punch, won by Johnson's easy and social manners, vied with each other in crying out, with a strong Celtic pronunciation, "Tagte Shonson, Tagte Shonson, your health." The weather was so stormy that it was not till the afternoon of Tuesday, the 28th of September, that they were able to continue their journey. That night they arrived at Ostig, on the northwestern side of the promontory of Slate, and found a hospitable reception at the manse. Here, too, they were kept prisoners by wind and rain. "I am," writes Johnson, "still confined in Skye. We were unskilful travellers, and imagined that the sea was an open road which we could pass at pleasure, but we have now learned with some pain that we may still wait for a long time the caprices of the equinoctial winds, and sit reading or writing, as I now do, while the tempest is rolling the sea or roaring in the mountains." Nevertheless, so good was the entertainment which they received that, as Boswell tells us, the hours slipped along imperceptibly. They had books, and company, and conversation. In strange contrast to the wildness of the scenery and the roughness of the weather was their talk one day about Shenstone and his love pastorals. It was surely not among the stormy Hebrides that the poet of the Lesos, whose ambition was rural elegance, would have expected to be quoted. Yet here it was, in the midst of beating winds and dashing showers, with the storm-tossed sea in view of the windows, that Boswell repeated the pretty stanza, "She gazed as I slowly withdrew, my path I could hardly discern, so sweetly she bade me adieu, I thought that she bade me return." Ardnamurchan Point. On Friday, October the 1st, they took advantage of a break in the weather to move on to Armidale, about a mile from the Sound of Slate, where they waited for a favourable wind to carry them to Iona. It came, or rather seemed to come, on the following Sunday. Setting sail for Iona. "While we were chatting," writes Boswell, "in the indolent style of men who were to stay here all this day at least, we were suddenly roused at being told that the wind was fair, that a little fleet of herring busses was passing by Fourmile, and that Mr. Simpson's vessel was about to sail. Hugh M. Donald, the skipper, came to us, and was impatient that we should get ready, which we soon did. Dr. Johnson, with composure and solemnity, repeated the observation of Epictetus, that as man has the voyage of death before him, whatever may be his employment, he should be ready at the master's call, and an old man should never be far from the shore, lest he should not be able to get himself ready. For some hours they sailed along with a favourable breeze, catching sight of the Isle of Rum as they rounded the point, but when they had got in full view of Ardnamurchan, the wind changed. The island of Coll they tried tacking, but a storm broke upon them, night came on, and they were forced to run through the darkness, for Colonel Boswell's account of this dangerous voyage is too long to quote, and too good to abridge. In this dreary spot they were weather-bound for more than a week. There is, writes Johnson, literally no tree upon the island. Part of it is a sandy waste, over which it would be really dangerous to travel in dry weather, and with a high wind. The sight of these hills of sand struck him greatly. I heard him, writes Boswell, after we were in the house, repeating to himself, as he walked about the room, and smothered in the dusty whirlwind dies. Coll over this low-lying island the Atlantic blasts swept in all their fury. On Sunday the 10th of October, Boswell recorded, there was this day the most terrible storm of wind and rain that I ever remember. It made such an awful impression on us all, as to produce, for some time, a kind of dismal quietness in the house. The rough weather spread far. In London, as the old weather tables tell us, it was a stormy day with heavy rains and with little intermission night and day. 667. On the previous Friday Horace Walpole had come home in a tempest from Bushy Park. I hope, he wrote, Jupiter Pluvius has not been so constant at Amthil. I think he ought to be engraved at the top of every map of England. 668. Happily in the young Laird of Col our travellers had the kindest of hosts. His house new built and neat still stands. Grisipol, which they visited, is in ruins. It was not till the morning of Thursday, the 14th, that they were able to set sail. With a fair breeze they were soon carried over to Tobermory, or Mary's Well, a beautiful bay in the Isle of Mull. There are, writes Boswell, sometimes 60 or 70 sail here. Today there were 12 or 14 vessels. To see such a fleet was the next thing to seeing a town. The vessels were from different places, Clyde, Campbelltown, Newcastle, and C. One was returning to Lancaster from Hamburg. After having been shut up so long in Col, the sight of such an assemblage of moving habitations, containing such a variety of people engaged in different pursuits, gave me much gaiety of spirit. When we had landed, Dr. Johnson said, Boswell is now all alive. He is like Antaeus, he gets new vigor whenever he touches the ground. Col, the Laird's house. No such fleet is, I imagine, ever to be seen there at the present day, for one steamer does the work of many small vessels. The beauty of this little haven has been long celebrated. Sacheverell, who visited it 200 years ago, thus describes it: to the landward it is surrounded with high mountains covered with woods, pleasantly intermixed with rocks, and 3 or 4 cascades of water, which throw themselves from the top of the mountain with a pleasure that is astonishing, all which together make one of the oddest and most charming prospects I ever saw. Italy itself, with all the assistance of art, can hardly afford anything more beautiful and diverting. 669. Sampson Low, Marston, Searle and Rivington, Limited, Publishers, London Imp. And Heliog. Le Messier and C.I.E. Paris. Coll Island. The Sunken Galleon. He had been sent there to fish for sunken treasure. Martin, whose description of the Western Isles was published the year after Sacheverell's book, gives the following account of this expedition. One of the ships of the Spanish Armada, called the Florida, perished in this bay, having been blown up by one Smollett, of Dumbarton, in the year 1588. There was a great sum of gold and money on board, which disposed the Earl of Argyll and some Englishmen to attempt the recovery of it. Some pieces of gold and money and a golden chain was taken out of her. I have seen some fine brass cannon, some pieces of 8 teeth, beads and pins that had been taken out of that ship. Several of the inhabitants of Mull told me that they had conversed with their relations that were living at the harbour when the ship was blown up. 670. Colvey. One Smollett was an ancestor of the great novelist, who in his Humphrey Clinker artfully brings old Matthew Bramble to Tobermory so that he may celebrate the great deed of his forefather. According to his account, the divers found the hull of the vessel still entire, but so covered with sand that they could not make their way between decks. 671. Mr. Froude mentions the loss of this great Spanish galleon, but did not know the name of the harbour. 672. Sir Walter Scott, who visited Tobermory a century and a quarter after Sacheverell, said that the richness of the round steep green knolls, clothed with copse and glancing with cascades, and a pleasant peep at a small fresh-water loch embosomed among them, the view of the bay surrounded and guarded by the island of Colvey, the gliding of 2 or 3 vessels in the more distant sound, and the row of the gigantic Ardnamurchan mountains closing the scene to the north, almost justify his eulogium, who in 1688 declared the Bay of Tobermory might equal any prospect in Italy. 673. With one thing Sacheverell was not content, and that was the weather. With the dog days, he says, the autumnal rains began, and for 6 weeks we had scarce a good day. The whole frame of nature seemed inhospitable, bleak, stormy, rainy, windy. There was a tolerable inn, where a dish of tea and some good bread and butter restored Johnson's good humour, which had been somewhat ruffled by the miserable accommodation which he had had on shipboard. They did not pass the night here, but became the guests of a Dr. Maclean who lived close by. Cole, wrote Johnson, made every Maclean open his house where we came, and supply us with horses when we departed. Here they were once more kept prisoners by the weather. Not only was there wind and rain, but the rivers, they were told, were impassable. They had books and good talk. In the daughter of the house Johnson at last found an interpreter of us poetry. At Dunvegan he complained that he could never get the meaning of a song explained to him. Miss Maclean had been bred in the Lowlands, and had gained Gaelic by study. She therefore understood the exact nature of his inquiries. She is, he said, the most accomplished lady that I have found in the Highlands. She knows French, music, and drawing, sews neatly, makes shell work, and can milk cows. In short, she can do everything. She talks sensibly, and is the first person whom I have found that can translate us poetry literally. Ulversile, October 16–17. On Saturday, the 16th of October, the weather changed for the better, owing to a new moon, as Boswell thought. A long day's journey lay before them, for they hoped to reach Inchkenneth, a little island which lies at the mouth of Loch Nakiel, close to the western coast of Mull. Here they were to be the guest of Sir Alan Maclean. A dolorous country. We set out, writes Boswell, mounted on little Mull horses. Dr. Johnson was not in very good humour. He said, it was a dreary country, much worse than Skye. I differed from him. Oh, sir, said he, a most dolorous country. We had a very hard journey. I had no bridle for my sheltie, but only a halter, and Joseph rode without a saddle. At one place, a lock having swelled over the road, we were obliged to plunge through pretty deep water. Dr. Johnson observed, how helpless a man would be, were he travelling here alone, and should meet with any accident, and said, he longed to get to a country of saddles and bridles. When he called the country most dolorous, he had no doubt in mind the lines which describe the march of the adventurous bands in Paradise Lost. Through many a dark and dreary vale they passed, and many a region dolorous. A weary ride. Writing to Mrs. Thrale, he speaks of this day's journey as difficult and tedious over rocks naked and valleys untracked through a country of barrenness and solitude. We came almost in the dark to the seaside, weary and dejected, having met with nothing but water falling from the mountains that could raise any image of delight. Sacheverell had found the same ride no less gloomy. We proceeded on our journey, he writes, over a country broken, rocky, boggy, barren, and almost wholly unarable. Wet and weary, at last we came to a change house, so they call a house of entertainment, if a place that had neither bed, victuals, or drink may be allowed that name. Our servants cut us green fern, wet as it was, for bedding. We set forward early next morning. If I thought the first day's journey hard and unequal, this was much worse. High and craggy mountains, horrid rocks and dreadful precipices, Pelion upon Ossa are trifling and little if compared to them. 674, Lochnakeil. Our travellers made their way so slowly over this rough country that though they started at 11, they did not reach the coast till 7 at night. Yet they had been told that the distance was but 8 miles. To add to the gloom, it was here that Johnson discovered that he had lost that famous piece of timber, his huge oak stick. The chief of Ulva's Isle. Seeing how late it was, Cole, who throughout had been their guide, determined that they should pass the night at Macquarie's, in the island of Ulva, which lies between Mull and Inchkenneth. The ferryboat unfortunately was on the other side of the narrow channel. The wind was so high that their shouts could not be heard, and the darkness was too great for their signals to be seen. They might have been forced to spend the night on the shore had there not chanced to be lying in the little sound of Ulva a ship from Londonderry. In its longboat they were ferried over. In this same sound less than a year later, on the night of the 25th of September, 1774, poor Cole lost his life. His boat, says Sir Walter Scott, was swamped by the intoxication of the sailors, who had partaken too largely of Macquarie's wonted hospitality. Here, perhaps, the Macleans will some day set up a memorial to the unhappy youth. Cole does everything for us, said Johnson. We will erect a statue to Colonel. He is a noble animal. He is as complete an islander as the mind can figure. He is a farmer, a sailor, a hunter, a fisher. He will run you down a dog. If any man has a tail, it is Colonel. He is hospitable, and he has an intrepidity of talk whether he understands the subject or not. His untimely end was regretted by those who only knew this amiable man by the reports of our 2 travellers. At the death of Cole, said Boswell, my wife wept much. 675. "There is great lamentation here," wrote Johnson from Lichfield, "for the death of Colonel Lucy is of opinion that he was wonderfully handsome." Though they were in the land of second sight, there was no shadow thrown by coming events on the very liberal entertainment provided by their host. Nevertheless, the chief of Ulver's Isle had a sea of troubles of his own to oppose. He was almost overwhelmed with the stormy waters, not of Lochgyle, but of debt. His ancestors, wrote Johnson to Mrs. Thrale, had reigned in Ulver beyond memory, but he has reduced himself by his negligence and folly to the necessity of selling this venerable patrimony. His house was a strange mixture of luxury and squalor. The room in which Johnson slept was unboarded, and through a broken window the rain had driven in and turned the floor to mud. He thus describes his night's lodging: "The house and the furniture are not always nicely suited. We were driven once, by missing a passage, to the hut of a gentleman where, after a very liberal supper, when I was conducted to my chamber, I found an elegant bed of Indian cotton, spread with fine sheets. The accommodation was flattering. I undressed myself, and felt my feet in the mire. The bed stood upon the bare earth which a long course of rain had softened to a puddle. Inchkenneth, Mackinnon's Cave, and Iona, October 17 to 20. Inchkenneth. Our travellers, having stayed but one night at Ulver, on the morning of Sunday, the 17th of October, took boat and rowed to Inchkenneth, an island about a mile long, and perhaps half a mile broad, remarkable for pleasantness and fertility. It is verdant and grassy, and fit both for pasture and tillage, but it has no trees. The only inhabitants were the chief of the ancient and numerous clan of Maclean, his daughter and their servants. Sir Alan Maclean. In a letter to Mrs. Thrale, Johnson says, "Sir Alan, a chieftain, a baronet, and a soldier, inhabits in this insulated desert a thatched hut with no chambers. He received us with the soldier's frankness and the gentleman's elegance, and introduced us to his daughters, two young ladies who have not wanted education suitable to their birth, and who in their cottage neither forgot their dignity nor affected to remember it. His affairs are in disorder by the fault of his ancestors, and while he forms some scheme for retrieving them, he has retreated hither." By chambers, Johnson seems to mean rooms on an upper floor. Boswell describes the habitation as commodious, though it consisted but of a few small buildings only 1 story high. In 2 of these huts were the servants' rooms and the kitchen. The dinner was plentiful and delicate. Neither the comforts nor the elegances of life were wanting. There were several dishes and variety of liquors. Sir Walter Scott many years later visited the island in company with a Gloucestershire baronet, Sir George Onesiphorus Paul. "He seemed to me," writes Sir Walter, "to suspect many of the Highland tales which he heard, but he showed most incredulity on the subject of Johnson's having been entertained in the wretched huts of which we saw the ruins. He took me aside, and conjured me to tell him the truth of the matter. This Sir Alan, said he, was he a regular baronet, or was his title such a traditional one as you find in Ireland? I assured my excellent acquaintance that, for my own part, I would have paid more respect to a Knight of Kerry, or Knight of Glyn, yet Sir Alan Maclean was a regular baronet by patent, and, having given him this information, I took the liberty of asking him, in return, whether he would not in conscience prefer the worst cell in the jail at Gloucester, which he had been very active in overlooking while the building was going on, to those exposed hovels where Johnson had been entertained by rank and beauty. He looked round the little islet, and allowed Sir Alan had some advantage in exercising ground, but in other respects he thought the compulsory tenants of Gloucester had greatly the advantage. Such was his opinion of a place, concerning which Johnson has recorded that it wanted little which palaces could afford. Johnson, by the way, did not write it wanted, but we wanted little that palaces afford. We have from Sir Walter also an amusing story which shows how the chief of the Macleans in the embarrassment of his affairs had learned to hate the sight of an attorney, writers, as they are called in Scotland. Upon one occasion he made a visit to a friend residing at Carron Lodge, on the banks of the Carron, where the banks of that river are studded with pretty villas. Sir Alan, admiring the landscape, asked his friend whom that handsome seat belonged to. The writer to the signet, was the reply. Said Sir Alan, but not with an accent of assent, I mean that other house. Oh, that belongs to a very honest fellow, Jamie, also a writer to the signet. Said the Highland chief of Maclean, with more emphasis than before, and yon smaller house. That belongs to a sterling man, I forget his name, but I am sure he is a writer too, for. Sir Alan, who had recoiled a quarter of a circle backward at every response, now wheeled the circle entire, and turned his back on the landscape, saying, My good friend, I must own you have a pretty situation here, but in your neighborhood. 676. In his dislike of lawyers he would have found a common feeling in Johnson, who one day, when inquiry was made concerning a person who had quitted a company where he was, observed that he did not care to speak ill of any man behind his back, but he believed the gentleman was an attorney. Happily there was nothing to disturb the tranquillity of the scene during the visit of our travellers. A Sunday on Inchkenneth. The Sunday which Johnson spent on Inchkenneth was, as he told Boswell, the most agreeable he had ever passed. He thus describes it to Mrs. Thrale. Towards evening Sir Alan told us that Sunday never passed over him like another day. One of the ladies read, and read very well, the evening service, and Paradise was opened in the Wild. 677. Such was the impression produced on him that he commemorated the day in some pretty Latin lines entitled, Insula Sancti Kennethi. Though he would not attend a Scotch church and hear Robertson preach, yet a woman's reading the English service did not shock him. Quid quod sacrifici versavit femina libros. Legitimas faciunt pectora pura preces. A woman's hand, 'tis true, turned o'er the sacred leaves, but prayer from hearts so pure God's sanction sure receives. He thus prettily ends his verses, Quo vagor alteris, quod ubique requiritur hic ist, hic secura cuis, hic it honestus amor. Why should we further roam? Here what all seek we gain, both peace without a care, and love without a stain. Inchkenneth Chapel. Sir Alan had chosen well his hermitage. The landing place is on the southeastern side of the island, in a little bay with a sandy beach, sheltered by a low point from the storms coming from the northwest, while the cold blasts from the north and the northeast are kept off by a low hill. The ground slopes up from the shore in pleasant meadowland. At the bottom of the slope, a little above the beach, Sir Alan, I conjecture, had his habitation. Here are the ruins of a farmhouse which was burnt down a few years ago. It is very likely that it occupied the same site as his cottages. The chapel on Inchkenneth. The road marked with cart wheels, as on the mainland, at the sight of which Dr. Johnson's heart was cheered, I failed to discover. We wandered up the little path to where on the rising ground the ruined chapel stands within the hearing of the wave. We walked uncovered into the chapel, writes Johnson, and saw in the reverend ruin the effects of precipitate reformation. The floor is covered with ancient gravestones, of which the inscriptions are not now legible. The altar is not yet quite demolished. Beside it, on the right side, is a bas-relief of the Virgin with her child, and an angel hovering over her. On the other side still stands a handbell, which, though it has no clapper, neither Presbyterian bigotry nor barbarian wantonness has yet taken away. The chapel is 38 feet long and 18 broad. Boswell, who is very pious, went into it at night to perform his devotions, but came back in haste for fear of spectres. Near the chapel is a fountain, to which the water, remarkably pure, is conveyed from a distant hill through pipes laid by the Romish clergy, which still perform the office of conveyance, though they have never been repaired since Popery was suppressed. Our boatman, whom I had in vain questioned about Johnson's host, led me up to the tomb of an old knight, clothed in armor, with a dog lying at his feet, and said, "That is Sir Alan." The little fountain, in spite of the lapse of years and the long drought, still ran with a stream of pure water. Besides the chapel, there had once been on the island a seminary of priests. Sir Alan, writes Johnson, had a mind to trace the foundations of a college, but neither I nor Mr. Boswell, who bends a keener eye on vacancy, were able to perceive them. Where they failed we could not hope to succeed. We next explored, as they had done, a neighboring islet. Sunderland. Even Inchkenneth, says Johnson, has a subordinate island, named Sunderland, I suppose in contempt, where we landed, and found a rock, with a surface of perhaps 4 acres, of which one is naked stone, another spread with sand and shells, some of which I picked up for their